Chapter 41. When will we meet again after Shuya's departure? Xiao Jian touched Shuya's forehead again, finding no sign of fever, confirming she hadn't caught a cold. Suddenly, Xiao Jian remembered the scene at the Shu family's training grounds when Shuya had sliced off General Zhang's arm, nearly collapsing afterward. A premonition struck him. Shuya's unconsciousness might be related to him. When did she fall ill? Tell me everything in detail. Xiao Jian recalled the golden light he'd glimpsed when killing the burly man at the school. It had been fleeting, almost invisible. At the moment that golden light appeared, the burly man's saber, aimed at him, had paused inexplicably for a split second. Back then, Xiao Jian had dismissed the light as a reflection from the blade. Miss became ill on the way to Shangzhou City. We were both in the carriage when she suddenly said something strange and collapsed. Xiao Jian immediately asked, "What did she say?" Chuanju recalled, the carriage was about half a day from Shangzhou City. We were both dozing when she suddenly said, "That's bad," and then fainted. It's my fault for not taking better care of Mississippi." As she spoke, Chuanju began to cry again, heartbroken. Logically, Lake City to Immortal Peak should be farther than Lake City to Shangzhou City. But Xiao Jian had ridden, and was faster than their carriage. He realized that when he had arrived at the school, their carriage was surely still en route to Shangzhou City. Shuya must have fainted at the very moment he was fighting the burly man. Recalling the events, he realized that if the burly man's saber hadn't paused, he would have been gravely injured, if not killed. But how had Shuya known he was in danger? Xiao Jian quickly calmed himself. If she could open his meridians for him, sensing his danger shouldn't be too difficult. Another thought struck him. Shuya was so familiar with meridians and had such abilities. Might she also be able to absorb the spiritual energy from the evil spirit's core? The mist emanating from the evil spirit's core was referred to as spiritual energy during cultivation. It was a special energy that allowed cultivators to use their skills. Regardless, he had to try. He looked at the still weeping Chuanju, stood up, and said, "Stop crying. It's not your fault. Don't worry, Shuya will be fine. Go see if the medicine is ready." After dismissing Chuanju, he took out the core from the burly man. Xiao Jian guessed Shuya's unconsciousness was due to overuse of a certain skill, draining her spiritual energy. He himself had experienced this when using his insight ability, but it would always disengage before he reached his limit, preventing him from collapsing. He placed the core into Shuya's palm. As expected, the core immediately released a murky mist, which turned into fine strands and entered her body. With the influx of spiritual energy, Shuya's complexion slowly regained its rosiness, and her breathing returned to normal. Just when the core's energy was almost depleted, a faint golden glow flashed from her head, and the core instantly turned to dust. He sighed, shaking his head. He had almost succeeded. Unfortunately, the core was too low level. This single core was only enough to save her life, not enough to awaken her. Gently brushing her messy hair from her forehead, Xiao Jian felt a pang of pain in his heart. Shuya had paid a terrible price to save him at the school. At that moment, chaotic footsteps sounded outside the door. Xiao Jian stood up to see Chuanju and a middle-aged man enter. He recognized the man from the Shu residence in Lake City. He was a family servant, whom Uncle Shu called Old Wang. Old Wang recognized Xiao Jian as well, bowing respectfully. "Young Master Xiao, I never expected to see you here. The family head learned of Miss' illness and sent me to bring her back to Qingsha City." Xiao Jian had learned from shopkeeper who that Shangzhou City might be facing upheaval. Shuya was unconscious, so she definitely couldn't stay. Did Uncle Shu return to Qingsha City? After Lake City fell, Xiao Jian had been worried about Uncle Shu. He had said he'd come to Shangzhou City when they last saw each other, but he never had. Not 2 days after you left, Master Shu received an imperial decree ordering him back to the capital. He is now waiting for Miss in Qingsha City, preparing to take her with him. It seemed that Uncle Shu was aware of Shuya's condition and was taking her to the capital to find a skilled physician. Uncle Shu probably didn't know that Shuya's condition couldn't be treated by ordinary doctors. Xiao Jian decided it would be best to tell him. After all, Uncle Shu had connections to the court. Finding a soul-devouring evil spirit's core would surely be easier for him than for Xiao Jian. It was Uncle Shu who had first told him about soul-devouring evil spirits. But he didn't seem to know that they could rapidly recover by using the core in their heads. Xiao Jian glanced at Chuanju and the old woman, saying, "Chuanju, I need to talk to Brother Wang. Can you two keep watch outside?" After they left, Xiao Jian closed the door. He took out paper and ink and wrote a letter, sealed it in an envelope, and then turned to Old Wang. Deliver this letter to Uncle Shu personally, and make sure it doesn't fall into the wrong hands. After handing over the letter, Xiao Jian whispered, "Tell Uncle Shu to be wary of the Divine Altar Sect." The Divine Altar Sect claimed to assist the court in subduing demons and monsters. They should know the weakness of soul-devouring evil spirits, the cores in their heads. They had concealed such important information, definitely harboring malicious intentions. Xiao Jian felt it was vital to be cautious of them. Besides, ever since meeting the fortune teller in Lake City, he'd had an uneasy feeling. He just had a feeling the fortune teller wasn't a good person, though he couldn't say why. And that fortune teller was a member of the Divine Altar Sect, and likely held a high position. Old Wang nodded, took the letter, and tucked it securely inside his clothes. Then he opened the door and let Chuanju and the old woman back in. "Oh, young Master Xiao, Miss seems much better than before." Chuanju came to Shuia's bedside. Seeing Shuia's rosy cheeks and improved breathing, she excitedly spoke to Xiao Jian. She looked at Xiao Jian in wonder. The doctors were helpless, but this young master seemed to have done something to make Miss better. Xiao Jian nodded, saying, "Yes, look after Miss well. If she rests for a while, she might wake up." His explanation was vague. Chuanju didn't ask any more questions. She and the old woman helped carry Shuai to the carriage. Old Wang bowed to Xiao Jian again, then drove out of the city. Servants would likely be waiting for them outside. Xiao Jian watched the carriage disappear into the distance, a deep sadness welling up inside him. He felt a mix of emotions as the scenes of his encounter with Shuai in Lake City flashed through his mind. He couldn't help but wonder. After this departure, when would they meet again? Chapter 42, Shangzhou City's Purchasing Plan. After Shuai left, Xiao Jian began to plan his purchases in Shangzhou City. Dog was still gathering orphans outside the city. He would be taking many people back home, so new houses would be needed. He remembered the difficulties of building the simple huts, which were caused by the lack of tools. This time, he needed to gather a full set of carpentry and masonry tools. Salt was a necessary long-term need and a primary purchase, and he also had to buy a few sets of iron pots and other kitchen supplies. He also needed to buy vegetable seeds, various needles, thread, and fabrics. Thinking of Xiaoling, he would also buy some malt sugar for her as a gift. Xiao Jian and Fugue walked through the streets, buying the necessary items. Passing a butcher stall, Xiao Jian was surprised to see beef on display. Beef was considered rare, and the government prohibited the slaughter of cattle. "Hey, young man, buy some beef? It's freshly slaughtered." The butcher, a burly man with a full beard, picked up a piece of beef and tossed it onto the board before Xiao Jian, beckoning him over. This cow was slaughtered?" Xiao Jian swallowed, looking at the bearded man in shock. How dare he say this cow was slaughtered? People had secretly slaughtered cattle before, but always under the guise that they were injured or had died, and it had to be registered with the government. No one had ever dared to say so openly. It was forbidden to even carry beef through the streets without being stopped and questioned by the authorities. The butcher seemed to sense Xiao Jian's hesitation and laughed, explaining, "Young brother, feel free to buy. The government doesn't care about it anymore." The government allows slaughtering now? Xiao Jian was still confused. Had the population of cattle suddenly increased so that they were allowed to be butchered for meat? Hee, we can't farm the land, and there's no point keeping the cows alive. We can't afford to feed them. The butcher, seeing that Xiao Jian wasn't buying, ignored him and started calling out to other potential customers. It was true. Whether or not the cows were useful for farming, feeding them was a major problem. The land was dry, and everything was covered in white dust. Where could they find food for the cows? Of course, there might be some in the depths of the northern mountains, but not everyone dared to go there. Besides the bandits on Immortal Peak, the wild beasts in the mountains were too dangerous. Not far behind the butcher's stall was the livestock market. There were many cattle and sheep waiting for buyers, but customers like Xiao Jian were few and far between. Just entering the market, he saw an old farmer with wrinkled skin, stroking a cow's head, his lips trembling as if he was talking to it. The cow had a cart attached to it and seemed to sense the old farmer's sadness, rubbing its head gently against his face. Seeing this, Xiao Jian felt a pang of heartache. He went over and gently petted the still healthy cow, asking softly, "Old sir, are you selling this cow?" The old farmer wiped his eyes and looked up at Xiao Jian. Seeing he was only a child, he said with disappointment, "Young master is buying this cow to slaughter it, right?" He shook his head and squatted down, burying his head in his hands, his anguish evident. Xiao Jian understood the farmer's feelings. To be separated from a cow you had spent so much time with, especially to have it butchered, was painful for anyone. In this agricultural world, everyone treated their cattle as family. "Old sir, is there anyone else at home?" The old farmer looked up, his eyes red and swollen, and said, "Yes, my daughter-in-law and grandson. Our family can barely survive. Otherwise, I wouldn't consider selling it. Old sir, I don't want to slaughter it. I want to use it to pull cargo." The old farmer stood up, grabbing Xiao Jian's hands, seemingly excited as he asked, "Is that true? If you only wanted to pull cargo, I'll give you the cart as well." Xiao Jian didn't want to take the old farmer's cart for free, so he gave him 20 taels of silver for the cow and cart. At the current price of 2 taels for a little over a bushel of grain, it would be enough for his family to live on for at least 6 months. Xiao Jian spent the silver with a happy heart. The cow could pull a cart, and they would soon be farming, where it would be a great help. He had purchased too many goods to transport out of Shangzhou City on his own. With the cart, things would be much easier. But carts could only travel on main roads, so he also bought 2 donkeys, which were good for traveling on mountain paths. The 2 donkeys were like 2 extra pairs of hands. Crucially, the animals were cheap. There were many animals for sale in the market, but there were hardly any buyers, and prices were plummeting. Buying animals was very cheap right now. A trip to Shangzhou City was difficult. He didn't know when he'd be able to come again, so he decided to spend all his silver. For several days, Xiao Jian kept buying, and Fugui kept sending them to the inn. Soon, he couldn't even remember everything that he'd purchased. His money was almost gone, and the backyard of the inn was piled high with goods. In the cave, there were also several bags of rice from the bandits. Combining these with all of his new purchases, it would be impossible for the 3 of them to carry everything back. Farming and building would need a lot of hands. He couldn't do much with his small team. He decided to recruit a few more strong laborers from the refugees to take back with him. Xiao Jian had been buying goods in the city for several days and had not left the city walls. He had Fugui send food to Dog a few times, but he did not know how Dog was doing. Just as he was leaving his room, he saw Fugui and Dog coming up the stairs. When Dog saw Xiao Jian, he walked quickly to him, asking in a hoarse voice, "Young master, are you going out?" Xiao Jian noticed Dog's dry lips. He had probably suffered greatly outside the city. He turned and pushed open the door, saying, "Yes, I was just about to go out and take a look. Dog, since you're here, tell me about the situation outside the city." The 3 of them entered the room. Xiao Jian poured a cup of water for Dog, asking, "Dog, how many children did you gather?" Dog took the cup and drained it in one gulp. "Young master, we only found 11 children outside the city who didn't have parents. The oldest was not even 13, and the youngest was 6. They have already been placed in Wang Family Village." Wang Family Village was an abandoned village not far from Shangzhou City. Xiao Jin frowned, finding it odd. How could there be so few orphans among the refugees? It was far fewer than he expected. There are tens of thousands of refugees here, right? How are there only a dozen or so orphans? Dog's face darkened instantly, his eyes beginning to redden. "Young master, the orphans outside the city have been disappearing. I searched through all the refugees and only found this many." Dog didn't say what had happened to the missing children, but he knew. Xiao Jian slammed his fist on the windowsill, sighing in frustration. Then he suddenly thought of Xiao Chong and his older sister. He wondered how they were doing. Chapter 43. Re-encountering Xiao Chong and his sister. "Dog, are you familiar with Shangzhou City?" Dog nodded, saying, "Yes, I am. Please, young master, tell me what to do." Xiao Jian was done with his tasks. It was time to find those siblings. He planned to take them back with him. "Do you remember the siblings we met on the road? Find them as soon as possible. The little girl seemed sick, and her little brother is called Xiao Chong." Xiao Jian didn't know that Xiao Chong was lying outside the Baozi shop across the street from the inn, being beaten by the shop owner. Inside the shop, everything was in disarray. Steamers had fallen over, and Baozi were scattered all over the floor. The shop owner was a burly man with dark and rough skin, and thick eyebrows, which rose like swords over his eyes. People called him Black-Faced Tiger. He was a notorious brute on this street, and Xiao Chong was in grave danger. Black-Faced Tiger kicked Xiao Chong repeatedly while cursing, "You little thief! I'll beat you to death for stealing my Baozi and knocking over the steamers." Xiao Chong lay curled up on the ground. Even though he was already bruised and swollen, he didn't cry out. Several times, Black-Faced Tiger had tried to kick the Baozi he was holding, but Xiao Chong had protected them with his small body. Black-Faced Tiger continued to kick Xiao Chong's body and head. Xiao Chong still held the Baozi tightly. At that moment, A frail-looking girl was leaning on the wall in the alleyway next to the shop, struggling to move in the direction of the commotion. It was Xiao Chang's sister. She was clearly very sick. Her pale face was contorted in pain. Her lips were dry and cracked, and her eyes were dull and lifeless. She came to the corner of the Baozi shop, only to realize she was facing an open area where there was nothing to support her. That small distance felt like an impassable chasm. She raised her trembling arm in the direction of Xiao Chang, only to drop it weakly. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. She wanted someone to help her, but no one noticed her. The girl gasped a few times, bent over, and pushed herself off the wall, stumbling forward a few steps before collapsing next to Xiao Chang. She crawled in front of Xiao Chang, her lifeless eyes staring up at Black-Faced Tiger, shaking her head, begging him to stop hurting her brother. Where did this sick weakling come from? Get out of here. Black-Faced Tiger kicked the girl in the face, causing a bloody gash. The girl still held on tightly to Xiao Chang, not letting go, even though blood was running down her face. Lying in his sister's arms, Xiao Chang seemed to forget his own situation when he realized it was her. He struggled to pull the Baozi from his arms, broke off a small piece, and raised his trembling hand to feed it to his sister. Sister, eat the Baozi. After you eat the Baozi, you'll get better. The girl spat the Baozi out and weakly said in a hoarse voice, I won't eat things you steal. If you steal again, I will not recognize you as my brother. Xiao Chang, who hadn't cried when being beaten, suddenly started to cry when he heard his sister's words, Sister, don't abandon me. Sister, don't leave me. I'll be scared. I'll miss you. I want you to get better quickly so we can find Mom together. I miss Mom so much. His sister reached out her weak hand, wanting to touch his swollen face, but ultimately gave up, only able to ask in a trembling voice, Does it hurt? It's all my fault for being so useless. As she said this, the girl started to cry as well. Xiao Chang stopped crying when he saw his sister crying. He used his trembling hand to wipe the blood from her face, saying, Don't cry, sister. I'm okay. It doesn't hurt. Finally hearing the commotion outside, Xiao Jian opened the window and looked down, just in time to see blood trickling from Xiao Chang's mouth, and Black-Faced Tiger, who seemed angry that the siblings were holding each other, kicked Xiao Chang away. He rolled several feet, hitting the ground hard. That's bad. It's Xiao Chang. Xiao Jian's heart tightened. He felt like he was going crazy, rushing down the stairs. He felt like Xiao Chang was seriously injured, and he had to stop Black-Faced Tiger immediately. Just as Xiao Jian ran downstairs, Xiao Chang struggled to get up from the ground. He took 2 steps toward his sister, and then suddenly collapsed again. The Baozi that he had tried so hard to protect rolled away from his arms. Blood was gushing from his ears and nose. Xiao Chang. The girl screamed in anguish, trying to crawl to her brother, but she had only gone half a step before falling forward, unconscious. At the moment Xiao Chang collapsed, a dark gray figure flickered beside him, quietly taking his soul away. No one noticed this strange event. When Black-Faced Tiger saw the siblings fall, he felt something was wrong. While everyone was focused on the 2 children, he secretly slipped away. Xiao Jian ran out of the inn, heading to the siblings lying on the ground. The owner of the medicine shop, who had been chasing Xiao Chang, was now squatting next to him. He checked Xiao Chang's eyes, shook his head and sighed, then picked up the girl and started walking toward his shop. Xiao Jian was furious, looking around for Black-Faced Tiger. Unable to find him, his anger had nowhere to go. Seeing the medicine shop owner carrying his sister away, his anger rose further. He grabbed the owner, his eyes blazing with rage, and roared, Are you not even going to let her sister go? Xiao Jian's face was covered in tears, heartbroken and full of hatred. He hated his own helplessness, the heartlessness of the medicine shop owner, the cruelty of Black-Faced Tiger, and the heartless world in which they lived. The medicine shop owner staggered, looked at Xiao Jian, and said calmly, Young master, you've misunderstood. If I don't treat this young girl, she will die too. The sudden turn of events stunned Xiao Jian. Why would the medicine shop owner be so kind? Distrustful, he picked up the lifeless Xiao Chang and followed them into the shop. There was a medical bed in front of the counter. The medicine shop owner sat down and meticulously examined the girl's pulse. He then ordered his assistant to prepare some medicine. Xiao Jian was confused. He chased Xiao Chang mercilessly for stealing some medicine, and now he was treating the girl, who had no money to pay. Seeing that he was genuinely trying to help her, he calmed down slightly. He realized that the world wasn't entirely bad yet, so there was still some hope. The assistant came in with a hot decoction. Xiao Jian propped the girl up with a pillow, took the medicine, and carefully fed her. The medicine shop owner gave the girl several acupuncture needles and said, "You are a good and kind person as well, young master. My surname is Chu. May I ask for your name?" Xiao Jian stood up and bowed respectfully, saying, "I am Xiao Jian from Immortal Peak. Greetings, Mr. Chu. I was impulsive earlier. I will pay for her medicine, and I will also pay for what her brother took. I know this young girl." Mr. Chu waved his hand, saying, "It's just a misunderstanding. Don't worry about it. The medicine he took wasn't worth much, but it had red stone, green vitriol, and realgar, all of which are poisonous. I was afraid he would use them improperly. Do you really know these siblings?" Chapter 44. Black-Faced Tiger's True Identity. Black-Faced Tiger is actually a member of the Divine Altar sect. Xiao Jian briefly told Mr. Chu about his encounter with the girl and her brother. He continued, "I've taken in the orphans outside the city. This girl has no means of survival in Shangzhou City. If she has nowhere else to go, I'll take her back with me as well." Mr. Chu stood up and bowed, saying, "I didn't expect young Master Xiao to have such compassion at such a young age. On behalf of these children, I thank you. Please don't mention the medical fees or compensation. Such a small amount of money is nothing." He firmly refused to accept any money. Xiao Jian stopped pressing the issue, saying, "The medicines Xiao Chang took from here were probably meant to treat his sister. They should still be here. When the girl wakes up, she can return them." Mr. Chu, although accustomed to life and death, was still saddened. He took such a risk for his sister's sake. That's considered a good deed. To a child, any medicine can cure illness. Thankfully, his sister didn't take them. He sighed and shook his head. If only I had caught up with him, maybe things wouldn't have turned out this way. Looking at Xiao Jian, he waved his hand and said, "Don't bother sending the medicine back. All the medicines are mixed up now, so they're useless. Just throw them away." Xiao Jian also regretted that he hadn't sent Dog to find them sooner. It was because Shuai had fallen ill that he had overlooked these siblings, leaving them in a life-or-death situation without his knowledge. Both Xiao Jian and Mr. Chu felt guilty, and they fell silent. It wasn't until a scholar-looking young boy brought tea that they broke the silence. Mr. Chu introduced him. "This is my son." Then he said to his son, "This is young Master Xiao." His son bowed respectfully, saying, "I am Chu Junyan, and I greet young Master Xiao." Chu Junyan looked about 12 or 13 years old, looking a bit like an old scholar. Xiao Jian returned the courtesy and sat down to drink the tea. Seeing that the girl was not likely to wake up anytime soon, he took it upon himself to bury Xiao Chang on a small hill outside the city, and then sent Dog to keep watch at the Baozi shop, looking for Black-Faced Tiger. The next day, the girl woke up. Xiao Jian brought her to the hill where her brother was buried. The girl cried herself unconscious again. Xiao Jian carried her to Wang family village. Dog was there, too. Xiao Jian asked him, "Have you found Black-Faced Tiger?" He went back to the Baozi shop today, using the back door. But he quickly left and went to a small courtyard in the alleyway across the street. Dog handed a piece of paper to Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian looked at it and saw that it was a map of the route. He nodded and patted Dog on the shoulder approvingly. Black-Faced Tiger had killed Xiao Chang, so he had to pay. Such a cruel man would not go unpunished. That night, under the cover of darkness, the three of them approached Black-Faced Tiger's courtyard. Xiao Jian observed the courtyard, noting that it was old and desolate, with bricks falling off the walls. Piles of garbage and debris were scattered below the walls, and the wooden bench in front of the door was dilapidated. The wall was not high, so Xiao Jian stood on a stone to look into the courtyard. A tall, leafless tree was standing in the courtyard. Its trunk was scarred with knife marks. The houses in the courtyard were arranged in a line from east to west, and only the easternmost house had light. Inside, 3 figures could be seen moving, seemingly in conversation. Xiao Jian beckoned Fuguei over. Fuguei crouched down, and Xiao Jian stepped onto his shoulders and leaped over the wall. After walking along the wall for a few steps, he reached the tree. Grabbing a branch, he swung himself down and landed in the courtyard. Xiao Jian stood beneath the window, listening to the conversation inside. "Young Master Zhang, I accidentally killed a small thief, so it won't be wise for me to show my face these next few days." That hoarse voice was Black-Faced Tiger. Xiao Jian had bought Baozi from him a few times, and he recognized his voice. "Don't let it get to you, Black Tiger. It's just a small beggar. Is there any need to be so careful?" "Young Master Zhang?" Xiao Jian was stunned. Wasn't that the Confucian-robed young man? He recognized his voice too. Why did he call Black-Faced Tiger brother? Young Master Zhang is too kind. I am only an outer disciple. How dare I call myself brother? From what Black-Faced Tiger was saying, the Confucian-robed young man held a higher rank than him. What was an outer disciple? Then, he heard Black-Faced Tiger sigh, well, who knows which deity set their sights on my Baozi shop? Xiao Jin's brow furrowed. It seemed that Black-Faced Tiger had probably discovered Dog watching the Baozi shop. You may as well close down that Baozi shop. Elder Wang sent me to Shangzhou City this time because of the northern mountains. Xiao Jin was shocked again. This Confucian-robed young man was also here because of the heavenly light sphere? And who was Elder Wang he was talking about? He suddenly recalled the fortune teller in Lake City. Could the Confucian-robed young man have been taken as his disciple? Did this Confucian-robed young man have exceptional talent for cultivation as well? Young Master Zhang has been entrusted with a heavy task immediately after joining the sect. You are Elder's personally chosen disciple, so you will surely have a promising future. Please, look out for me in the future. As expected, Xiao Jin quickly confirmed his guess from Black-Faced Tiger's words. He was sure that the Elder Wang they were referring to was the fortune teller. So, the Confucian-robed young man had actually joined the Divine Altar sect? That was unexpected. Xiao Jin had never considered the Confucian-robed young man a threat, but now that he had joined the Divine Altar sect, that had changed. He might become a powerful enemy in the future. He had witnessed the fortune teller's incredible ability to conjure a fireball. This was no cheap trick. The Divine Altar sect was definitely not simple. That is easy to arrange. Zhang Dashan, you'll assist Brother Black Tiger in investigating the bandits on Immortal Peak. Pay close attention to anyone who's been to the southern part of the northern mountains recently. There was indeed a third person in the house. From the Confucian-robed young man's tone, it seemed that this Zhang Dashan was likely his bodyguard. Young Master Zhang, what exactly happened in the northern mountains? That was Black-Faced Tiger who asked. Zhang Dashan hadn't said anything up to this point. The sect leader personally gave the mission. He said something important fell into the northern mountains, but not even Elder is clear what it is. They talked for a while, but Xiao Jin didn't want to listen anymore. He had intended to take down Black-Faced Tiger today, but with the Confucian-robed young man and Zhang Dashan around, he couldn't. Judging by Black-Faced Tiger's nickname, he wasn't simple. Among the three of them, Dog didn't have any fighting abilities at all. If they really fought, he wasn't sure that he and Fugui could win. Xiao Jin was determined to avenge Xiao Chong, but he needed the right opportunity. After returning to the inn, they discussed the situation. They all agreed that if they didn't get rid of Black-Faced Tiger this time, they might not have another chance. Since Black-Faced Tiger was a member of the Divine Altar sect, he likely wouldn't stay in Shangzhou City if anything happened. In the end, Xiao Jin decided to linger in Shangzhou City for a few more days and have Dog continue to monitor Black-Faced Tiger's movements. Chapter 45. Fugui is subdued in one move. Black-Faced Tiger is a skilled fighter. Xiao Jin almost fails. While Dog kept watch over Black-Faced Tiger in the city, Xiao Jin didn't sit idle. He and Fugui went to Wang family village outside the city. The orphans Dog had collected were there. They had porridge and baozi to eat every day. Though they were all skin and bones, they seemed to be in good spirits. Xiao Jin's mood lifted. In these turbulent times, countless people were dying every day. Pitying everyone was pointless. Protecting the people around him and ensuring their survival was the priority. He had discussed it with shopkeeper Hu, and who would send the sulfur out of the city the next day. Xiao Jin wanted to recruit people from the refugees today. Most of the refugees were young, while the elderly and disabled were few. Those who weren't physically strong had already starved or died of illness. With his hands behind his back, Xiao Jin strolled through the refugees, with Fugui carrying Xiao Jin's large firewood chopper, and asked, "Are there any blacksmiths or carpenters among you?" As soon as he spoke, the crowd stirred. 5 people quickly stepped forward. 3 were young, around 20 years old, and the other 2 were middle-aged, physically larger, but all of them were thin. Xiao Jin pointed directly at the 3 younger ones and said, "You 3, wait at that intersection over there." Then, he didn't even glance at the 2 older men. It wasn't that he was heartless. If he dared show even a hint of pity, the surrounding refugees would swarm the 2 men. He emotionlessly scanned the crowd and asked again, "Are there any bricklayers?" This time, more people stood up. A dozen or so people stood up at once, many of whom were young. This posed a challenge for Xiao Jin. Even 2 bricklayers were too many at the moment. However, bricklayers could also work the land. So he pointed to the 2 who looked the youngest and said, "You 2, go over there." He also recruited a kiln worker and a bamboo craftsman, bringing the total to 7. He recruited craftsmen, which were more advantageous than recruiting ordinary farmers. The craftsmen could farm during busy seasons and do other things during their free time. He brought these men to Wang family village, gave them some thin porridge and said, "We're going to a place that's quite far away. If anyone doesn't want to come, you can leave now." The group didn't react. They all just stared at Xiao Jian, waiting for him to speak. Seeing that no one wanted to leave, Xiao Jian continued, "Follow me, and I guarantee you won't starve to death. That's it." Hearing this, the expressions of the crowd changed. Two of the more resourceful people knelt down and said, "We are willing to follow you, young master. We'll do whatever you say." When the others saw this, they understood that it was time to show their loyalty and knelt down as well. Xiao Jin nodded, showing his satisfaction. They still had to wait for shopkeeper Hu, so they had to stay there overnight. Fugue and Dog directed people to gather thatch and straw for bedding and collect firewood to make a fire. The next day, shopkeeper Hu personally delivered 50 pounds of sulfur. Xiao Jian paid 5 taels of silver, and they exchanged some pleasantries, marking the transaction completed. That afternoon, Dog returned to tell Xiao Jian that the Confucian-robed young man and his bodyguard had moved into the small courtyard. It seemed like it was no longer possible to kill Black-Faced Tiger in the dark of the night in that courtyard. The materials in the city had all been transported out. Xiao Jian told Dog to scout around the city for another 2 days. If they couldn't find an opportunity, they would start their journey home. Xiao Jian didn't want to waste the 2 days. He ordered Fugue to cut down some tree trunks, and they made wooden spears for everyone. They also practiced stabbing straw dummies in an open space. Although they were not far from Shangzhou City, the refugees didn't dare to cause trouble openly. However, they had to put up a front, at least to let others know that they were not easy to mess with. After another 2 days of waiting, just as Xiao Jian was ready to give up, Dog hurried to Wang family village, panting as he told Xiao Jian that Black-Faced Tiger had left the city. Xiao Jian had been waiting impatiently. He picked out 5 of the strongest of his newly recruited craftsmen, handed them to Dog, and headed towards the refugee camp. It would be easier to kill Black-Faced Tiger outside the city. If he brought everyone with him in the city, making a lot of noise would draw the attention of the authorities. Small fights happened all the time among the refugees outside the city, so the government officials didn't pay much attention. Or perhaps they just didn't want to. A few miles from the city gate, next to a road, Black-Faced Tiger was talking to a refugee. Although the refugees were sparse here, there were still a few. Xiao Jian's group didn't draw Black-Faced Tiger's attention when they arrived. The refugee who was speaking to Black-Faced Tiger was wearing tattered clothes, but unlike the other refugees, his face wasn't pallid and worn. Although his body was thin, he had a steady gait. This man didn't seem like a refugee at all. Instead, he looked more like a bandit. Recalling what the Confucian-robed young man had said in the courtyard, Black-Faced Tiger was probably searching for clues about the heavenly light sphere. The person he was talking to was most likely one of the bandits on Immortal Peak whom he had bought off. Regardless of who he was, since he was with Black-Faced Tiger, he couldn't be a good person. Xiao Jian raised his hand, and the 5 men that Dog led quickly surrounded Black-Faced Tiger and the other man. The man who was speaking to Black-Faced Tiger sensed something was wrong and tried to run away. Fugue was about to chase after him, but Dog was faster. He charged with his wooden spear, and it pierced the man's back. The man was impaled by the spear. He twitched on the ground a couple of times, then his legs stopped moving, and he was dead. The nearby refugees, who were sitting or lying down, panicked and ran away, far from this dangerous place. Black-Faced Tiger, on the other hand, remained calm. He casually glanced at the man Dog had killed, then turned his gaze to Xiao Jian, who was walking towards him. Xiao Jian stopped 10 steps away from Black-Faced Tiger, silently raised the wooden spear in his hand, and pointed it at Black-Faced Tiger's throat. Fugue was standing to the side of Black-Faced Tiger, holding his long firewood chopper. The machete that Fugue had taken from the bandits was too eye-catching, so Xiao Jian didn't let him use it. Instead, he gave Fugue the long firewood chopper, and Xiao Jian took the wooden spear. Seeing that the other side didn't seem to intend to speak, Black-Faced Tiger calmly bowed slightly to Xiao Jian and asked, "My friend, I don't know when Black-Faced Tiger has offended you?" Xiao Jian stared coldly at Black-Faced Tiger, his eyes full of murderous intent. "Black-Faced Tiger, you killed Xiao Chong. Today is the day you pay for his life." Before Xiao Jian could finish his words, Fugue's chopper had already swung at Black-Faced Tiger's head. Black-Faced Tiger was obviously a skilled fighter. Despite his large build, his body wasn't clumsy. He twisted his body to avoid Fugue's blade. Fugue couldn't stop his momentum, so his blade fell in front of Black-Faced Tiger's chest, about half a foot away. Before Fuguwe could recover his sword, Black-Faced Tiger swept his left leg at Fuguwe's lower body while using his right hand to grab Fuguwe's wrist, the one holding the blade. After all, Fuguwe hadn't been trained in martial arts. While his strength was not inferior to Black-Faced Tiger, his techniques and agility were completely lacking. Before Fuguwe could even react, Black-Faced Tiger's other hand had come from behind and wrapped around Fuguwe's neck. Chapter 46. Black-Faced Tiger becomes One-Eyed Tiger. If you fail to kill a snake, it will eventually come back to bite you, and Xiao Jin is constantly making enemies of the Divine Altar sect. Black-Faced Tiger's movements were fluid and seamless. With just one move, he subdued Fuguwe. The instant Black-Faced Tiger wrapped his hand around Fuguwe's neck, Xiao Jin's wooden spear came at Black-Faced Tiger like a bolt of lightning. Ever since the soul-taking incident at the flat open space in the northern mountains, Xiao Jin's body had been getting stronger, and he had become more agile. The wooden spear was only a blur to ordinary eyes, but Black-Faced Tiger could clearly see its trajectory. However, both of his hands were occupied with Fuguwe, leaving him no opportunity to dodge. He had to release Fuguwe and jump backward. By then, Fuguwe had already reacted. Just as Black-Faced Tiger released him, Fuguwe grabbed hold of him. Black-Faced Tiger was terrified. Before he could escape Fuguwe's grip, Fuguwe had pulled him back down. Just as Xiao Jin's wooden spear was about to pierce his chest, he crouched down, throwing his head backward to avoid the deadly attack. But it was a little too late. Oof! Black-Faced Tiger grunted, feeling a sharp, tearing pain in his right eye, as it was instantly filled with blackness. The tip of Xiao Jin's spear grazed his face and went straight into his eye, popping the eyeball out. Black-Faced Tiger covered his empty eye socket, falling backwards to the ground as blood flowed from between his fingers. His other eye was as wide as a brass bell, staring fearfully at the wooden spear as it came at him again. He used one hand to prop himself up and scrambled backwards, desperately trying to get away. His speed was far slower than that of the wooden spear. In that instant, he felt the terror of death and seemed to feel the pain of the spear piercing his chest. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Just as Black-Faced Tiger was about to despair, a carriage suddenly flew by and rammed into Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin had no time to continue stabbing Black-Faced Tiger. He pressed the spear down with force, using the momentum to leap to the side. Hiss! The carriage brushed past Xiao Jin, tearing a large piece of cloth off his clothes as it went. By the time Xiao Jin was able to regain his balance, the carriage was speeding away, and Black-Faced Tiger was gone. The carriage raced towards the city gates. At the city gate, the man driving the carriage even looked back at Xiao Jin. The one who saved Black-Faced Tiger was probably Zhang Dashan, the bodyguard of the Confucian-robed young man. Xiao Jin watched the carriage enter the city gates, getting further and further away. He shook his head with a sigh. The plan to kill Black-Faced Tiger had failed. It was unlikely that he could kill him again in Shangzhou City. However, he had managed to blind him in one eye, which was some consolation. He had already been in Shangzhou City for a long time, and he was worried about Zhang Chun and the others. He had to go back. Returning to Wang family village, Xiao Jin looked towards Shangzhou City, waved, and said, "Let's go." Before dark, the group arrived near the cave where the bandits had been. They took out the 8 sacks of rice that were hidden there, divided them into 5 loads, and had 5 young craftsmen carry them on their backs. They traveled along the main road. When they reached the path down the mountain, they hid the cart, since it couldn't travel on mountain roads. Some of the lighter items from the cart were given to the orphans, and some weight was added to the 2 donkeys. They had the 2 remaining craftsmen carry the bags of flour they had purchased. Xiao Jin, Fuguwe, and Dog were also carrying things, so the group was heavily laden. They followed the same route back, making simple repairs in the areas that were difficult to pass, so it would be much easier to pass next time they went to Shangzhou City. A large group suddenly appeared at the mouth of the small stream, startling Zhang Chun and the others, who were busy clearing land. Xiaoling immediately spotted Xiao Jin. She dropped the grass in her hands, pushed aside the sheep that were surrounding her, and ran to him, exclaiming, "Brother's back! Brother's back! Baba!" The 2 sheep bleated, expressing their extreme displeasure. Xiao Jin put down his load, strode forward, grabbed her 2 small arms, and started spinning her around rapidly. Xiaoling flew like a kite, and her bell-like laughter echoed through the mountains. There was laughter and joy all around. After putting Xiaoling down, he pulled out some candy wrapped in parchment paper and handed it to her, saying, "Don't eat it all yourself. Share it with the other children." while pointing at the dozen or so orphans behind him. Xiaoling took the parcel, kissed him on the cheek, and happily said, "Thank you, brother." Then she skipped away toward the group of orphans. Qin Bihua and Zhang Chun dropped their hoes and came forward to greet him. The more than 10 acres of wasteland behind them had been leveled and drainage ditches had been made. Several piles of fertilizer were smoldering around the land. Xiao Jian grabbed Zhang Chun's hand and saw that it was full of calluses. He felt a pang of heartache. He patted him gently on the shoulder and said, "Zhang Chun, you've worked hard." Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Qin Bihua walking toward him, and he then noticed that her younger brother Qin Wenxuan was following behind her. Xiao Jian's mouth curved into a mischievous grin. He immediately opened his arms and greeted Qin Bihua enthusiastically, walking rapidly toward her. "Qin Bihua, you've gotten thinner and darker, but I like you even more." Qin Wenxuan, behind her, immediately bristled, his eyes bulging. He stepped in front of his sister, raised his chin, and said, "Xiao Jian, what are you doing?" Xiao Jian paused, glancing at Qin Wenxuan in surprise. Then, he casually pulled out a folding fan and started fanning himself, pretending to be unconcerned. He shrugged and spread his hands. "Little kid, we had an agreement. If I couldn't answer any of your questions in half a year, you could say that I'm hitting on your sister." He closed his fan, looked at Qin Wenxuan and said, "It's been over a month now. Don't you think I should collect some interest?" Qin Wenxuan's demeanor immediately weakened. His face flushed red, and his eyes darted around, unsure how to respond. "You, just wait and see. I will come up with a question that you can't answer." Xiao Jian shook his fan again and looked up at the sky, saying, "He searches for grief and hate without cause, and sometimes acts like a fool. Though his appearance is handsome, his stomach is filled with nothing but weeds." Then, he nudged Qin Wenxuan with his fan and walked past him, clearly not taking him seriously. Dozens of people were watching the scene, much to Qin Wenxuan's chagrin. Lowering his head, he ran back. He had to think of a question that could stump Xiao Jian. Otherwise, he would lose face. Xiao Jian winked at Qin Bihua, then looked at Xiao Chang's sister, and softly said, "Qin Bihua, please take care of this girl. She just lost her brother." Qin Bihua quickly went over to the girl and started talking to her. Xiao Jian turned around and yelled, "We're home. Everyone follow me." The new arrivals were all extremely excited. For them, home was a word that was both familiar and strange. The group returned to the large straw house. Qin Bihua started cooking. This time, she was cooking with a large iron pot and using salt. Qin Wenxuan stepped on a fish, glaring at it angrily. He felt that the fish was Xiao Jian. He slashed at it viciously with his knife. Sensing danger, the fish jumped up and smacked Qin Wenxuan in the face with its tail, knocking him over onto his back. Fugue had caught the fish when they had passed a pond earlier. Chapter 47. The Guardian's Gathering Quest. The sight of Qin Wenxuan's appearance caused everyone to burst into laughter. For a moment, all traces of the chaotic world disappeared. During Xiao Jian's absence, Zhang Chun had built a kitchen and cleared a large area in front of the thatched house, creating a small square. Piles of wood were stacked on the edges of the square, likely collected after work. Beside the kitchen, they had also built 2 small thatched sheds, one for the sheep and the other for firewood. Zhang Chun came to Xiao Jian's side, and the two stood at the edge of the square. The square was located at the top of a slope, dozens of feet above the flat area below. Standing there, they had an unobstructed view of the whole small flatland, which brought them a sense of peace. A fire burned in the center of the square, and the newcomers were gathered around it, talking and laughing. The two of them were silent for a long time, savoring the warmth of this home, unwilling to wake up from the illusion too soon. As if talking to himself, Xiao Jian said to Zhang Chun, "Don't be too consumed by what we have now. We're still too weak to withstand even the smallest setback." Zhang Chun said softly, "You're right, brother. This place isn't far from Xiao family village. The bandits simply haven't found it yet. This peace is unlikely to last long." Xiao Jian didn't turn around. Looking into the distance, he said, "As our numbers increase, so does the pressure. It's almost the end of May. The rice seedlings should already be sprouting, but we don't have any paddies. Relying on buying grain is not a long-term solution, and the situation in Shangzhou City is not good." Zhang Chun asked in surprise, "Do you think something might happen in Shangzhou City?" Xiao Jian said with concern, "Tens of thousands of refugees in Shangzhou City are being ignored, like eggs on a pile. I need to buy another batch of goods as soon as possible." Zhang Chun frowned and said sadly, "Where are we going to find the money? The last time we found a tiger, It was one that was already dying. That kind of opportunity is hard to come by. Xiao Jian sighed. Going to Shangzhou City again will probably be 100 times more dangerous than encountering a tiger. Don't worry about these things for now. Just help me with building the patties and sowing the seeds. Taking advantage of the remaining daylight, Zhang Chun instructed everyone to build some more thatched sheds as temporary accommodation for the newcomers. After they had finished dinner, it was completely dark. Only the fire in the center of the square was still burning brightly. They had learned the names of the 7 newly recruited craftsmen on the way. Since he didn't know what they could do, Xiao Jian wanted to ask them individually to see if some treasure had fallen from the sky. He first questioned the 2 blacksmiths, Zhu Zi and Shihua. What kind of iron tools can you forge? Zhu Zi replied, we can make any kind of farm tool, young master. Xiao Jian wasn't concerned about farm tools but weapons. Can you make guns? Seeing the 2 of them shake their heads, Xiao Jian motioned them to sit down. Everything was normal. Nothing had fallen from the sky. If they weren't military blacksmiths, they were unlikely to be able to make guns. He then turned to the carpenter and asked, Zhang Erlang, what kind of woodworking are you good at? Zhang Erlang stood up and said, young master, if we have the tools, we can build houses and make furniture. This was also a normal person. Nothing out of the ordinary. He then turned to the bricklayers and asked, what about you too? Xiao Jian yawned. The questions no longer held any interest for him, but he continued as a matter of routine. Lu Shan and Zhang Dachui stood up at the same time. Lu Shan looked at Zhang Dachui and then sat back down. Zhang Dachui said, young master, I can build walls, dams, and stone bridges. Xiao Jian nodded. Zhang Dachui was a normal person too. Bricklayers couldn't do all that. What kind of bricklayer was that? He didn't care. He turned to Lu Shan and casually asked, can you do those things too? Lu Shan replied, yes, I can. I also worked with my father in building iron furnaces. I helped build a furnace in the Julong Mountain Iron Factory, and it used refractory bricks. This was good. Finally, something special. He then asked, how are refractory bricks made? Can you make them? The refractory bricks in Julong Mountain are made of yellow clay mixed with sand. I'm not sure what kind of sand was used. Refractory bricks usually contain silica sand. Lu Shan probably didn't know that. Xiao Jian waved his hand and casually praised him. You're not bad. Then, he looked at the kiln worker. Zhang Xiong, what kind of kilns have you made? Zhang Xiong stood up and said, young master, my family makes porcelain kilns. I know how to make those. This was fairly good. A kiln worker would be invaluable. He would definitely be needed in the future. Finally, it was the turn of the bamboo craftsman. Xiao Jian didn't even want to ask him. He just turned to look at him. Changzi quickly stood up and replied, I can make anything out of bamboo, digging baskets, carrying baskets, and all kinds of household items. He was an ordinary person, but needed at the moment. It seemed like he had to nurture talent himself. Relying on things falling from the sky was unreliable. Somewhat against his will, Xiao Jian praised them. You are all good. Work hard in the future, and let's take care of this home together. He paused for a moment. No applause came. It was a bit awkward. It seemed they didn't do that. Xiao Jian sat back down, feeling embarrassed. Next, Zhang Chun arranged the work. The terrain here was flat, so it wasn't too difficult to build patties. However, the water level of the stream was low, and they needed to build a dam upstream to draw water. He instructed Changzi to make digging baskets at home. Building the patties and dams would require moving a lot of soil and rocks. The bamboo craftsman would be essential. Without baskets, it would be a real problem. The remaining men were divided into 2 groups. 2 men would work with Zhang Dachui to burn the grass and build the field ridges, while the others would be led by Lu Shan to build the dam. Time was limited, so the requirements for the dam were not high. As long as it could hold the water, it would be sufficient. When the busy season was over, they could strengthen or rebuild it. At least a few dozen acres of paddy needed to be planted this year, or they would starve in the second half of the year. The pressure of building the fields was considerable. After arranging everything, Zhang Chun came to Xiao Jian's side, pointing towards the East Mountain and said, Brother, there's a family of 4 who have fled over there. They used to be your family's tenants. Xiao Jian was surprised. How had they found this place? Zhang Chun explained, a few days ago, they saw the smoke from the burnt fertilizer here and came seeking help. Chen gave them some rice. Xiao Jian nodded solemnly. This place was indeed not secure, but he couldn't find a better place. He could only leave it up to fate. He looked at Chen Bihua and asked, how much grain is left? What do you think? How long will it last? Chen Bihua thought for a moment. Not counting the grain and flour they had brought back, They had about 12 dan of grain left. There were 13 orphans, 7 craftsmen, and Xiao Jian, Xiao Ling, Zhang Chun, Fugui, Qin Wenxuan, Dog, and herself, making a total of 27 people. Qin Bihua looked at Xiao Jian, feeling a little heartbroken for this young man. Dozens of people were relying on him for their survival. She said softly, "It'll probably last a little over 2 months." Xiao Jian looked at Zhang Chun and said, "If they can't survive out there, let them move over here." They were all from the same village. If he could help them, he would. That night, Xiao Jian went into his bedroom, a single room partitioned from the thatched house. He had just lain down to rest when he suddenly heard a strange voice. "Congratulations! Your team has exceeded 20 people for the first time. You are now officially a guardian. You are about to enter an unknown space to participate in a resource-gathering mission." Chapter 48. Mysterious Unknown Space. Xiao Jian was so shocked he was about to jump up, but he quickly realized that he wasn't lying on his bed, but standing in a white fog. His feet were also on the white fog, making his entire body feel like it was floating in the air. Was he dreaming? Xiao Jian looked all around, but he couldn't find the source of the voice, nor the person speaking to him. The voice had no emotion and was so flat that it was appalling. It didn't sound like a normal person at all. In the unknown space, you need to ensure your own survival and find resources to exchange for contribution points to upgrade your base. The speaker didn't seem to care whether Xiao Jian was listening or not. They continued to speak at a steady pace. "Hey, who are you?" Xiao Jian wandered around in the white fog. His voice echoed in the empty space. Even though there was no solid ground beneath him, he could still move within a small area. No one answered Xiao Jian's question. The strange voice didn't seem to be affected at all. It continued to mechanically say, "Here, you might encounter other competitors. You can ally with them or plunder their resources for your own use. There are no laws or the fear of death here, but if your base is destroyed, you will be eliminated. Your soul will not return to your body, and your real-world self will be in a permanent slumber. Good luck." Then, a ring suddenly appeared in front of him, and the mechanical voice was silent. Only then did Xiao Jian realize that no one was actually present here. The voice was probably recorded through some means. He didn't know anything about the Guardian and the life support system that the mechanical voice was talking about, and he didn't care. What he cared about now was if he didn't participate in this gathering mission, would his soul be able to return? Would he be like the voice had said and never wake up? Xiao Jian was reluctant to accept this. He had dozens of people at home relying on him. If he didn't wake up for several days, Zhang Chun and the others would panic. He walked around in the white fog a few more times. He felt more and more frustrated. It was like a closed cage, and he couldn't find a way out. Xiao Jian understood that since the other party could bring him here, they weren't afraid that he would refuse to cooperate. There was no other choice from the beginning. He looked at the ring in front of him, steeled his heart, and decided to accept the mission. Otherwise, if he was just locked up here, it wasn't a solution. He reached out and grabbed the ring, carefully examining it. The ring was a simple, milky white circle with many intricate, mysterious patterns on its smooth surface. Xiao Jian even had the illusion that the inside of the ring was like a bottomless pit. Could this ring be connected to the so-called base in some way? Or was it the base itself? The moment he put the ring on his finger, a bright white light flashed around him, and Xiao Jian felt an intense dizziness. Cough, cough. Ugh. Xiao Jian coughed violently and then dry heaved. The dizziness made him feel like his internal organs were being thrown up. It was incredibly painful. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a milky white room. Calling it a room was a stretch. It was more like a circular corridor. The shape of the room seemed oddly familiar. Xiao Jian looked at the ring on his finger, and just as he had expected, the ring had disappeared. The circular corridor was the milky white ring. The ring was his base. The circular corridor was empty and covered in dust and unknown debris. Ugh, what a crappy base. Not even a chair, and it's so dirty. Once the nausea subsided, Xiao Jian cursed angrily. What kind of guardian was he? He felt like he was going to die. His voice echoed in the corridor, but no one responded to his complaints. He was the only one there. Just as he was feeling better, an image appeared in front of him, and the emotionless voice spoke again. Xiao Jian, code 0001. Congratulations on successfully crossing over. There were 1,000 people who crossed over this time, with 800 survivors. Xiao Jian shivered, his face paling. 200 out of 1,000 had died? Right, they weren't exactly dead, they had been eliminated. Then, a string of data appeared on the image, showing the number of survivors. At the bottom of the image, there were two circular buttons, about the size of buttons. A green button had an upward-pointing arrow, with text next to it that read, Base Upgrade. A blue button had an open mouth on it, with text that read, Chat Button. Chat Button? When Xiao Jian saw this, he was confused. What did chat mean? Could he talk to the other guardians? Xiao Jian's heart skipped a beat. He clicked on the chat button. Immediately, a large amount of text was scrolling on the image. Ah, so much sand. Is this a desert? Wah, I'm completely surrounded by water. The base is even leaking. I'm going to drown. I think I saw a metal person. What is this? The person talking about a metal person was clearly shaking. Xiao Jian's heart also trembled when he saw the message. A metal person? What kind of place was this? Why were there metal people? He looked outside the window. Luckily, he was on a flat piece of land. He couldn't see anything dangerous around him. It should be safe for now. Xiao Jian turned his head to look at the image again. The number of survivors in the image was rapidly dropping by dozens. These people must have been eliminated at the very beginning. He wondered if their souls could still return to their bodies. Xiao Jian then clicked on the base upgrade button in the image. A string of text immediately popped up. Base level, 0. Upgrade conditions. Do not be eliminated on your next teleport here to upgrade. Seeing this information, his spirits lifted. Did this mean that he could still go back? Xiao Jian pushed open the door and walked outside. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, he felt a sense of relief. Compared to the world he was from, this place was much warmer. He looked around at his surroundings, only seeing a desolate scene. In the distance, a few gray mountain ranges were shrouded in white fog. As far as he could see, there was not a single hint of green, only black soil and sand. The entire world looked like a black and white ink painting. Xiao Jian felt deflated. He had nothing in his hands. How was he supposed to survive here? He aimlessly walked around, but he couldn't find anything useful. What were they supposed to gather for this gathering mission? As he watched the sky slowly darkening, Xiao Jian started to feel uneasy. There was no vegetation here at all. Would there be wild beasts? Xiao Jian picked up a sharp rock and tapped on the milky white exterior of the base, but he couldn't even make a scratch. The material of the exterior looked like jade, but it was much harder than steel. It could definitely withstand attacks from wild beasts. He dropped the rock and retreated back inside the base, feeling relieved. Before he fully understood the situation, it was better to play it safe. Chapter 49. A mysterious battlefield, steel soldiers. The unknown space is a battlefield ruin. Why did they have a large-scale war here? What were they fighting for? Xiao Jian walked around the base, eventually finding a box in a corner. Inside the box was a bottle of water and a few hard, dry biscuits made of something he couldn't identify. His stomach had long been rumbling with hunger. He picked up a dry biscuit, took a bite, and slowly chewed, finding that it tasted like wax. Xiao Jian struggled to swallow the food, and then opened the bottle and took a sip of water. He looked at the transparent water bottle, then carefully put it back. He only had this small amount of food and water. If he didn't ration it carefully, he wouldn't last more than a day. He didn't know when he would be able to find more food and water. Bored, Xiao Jian opened the chat channel again. He saw that the number of survivors had decreased by another few dozen, now only 720 people. Nearly 100 people had been eliminated in less than a day. How had so many people been eliminated? Xiao Jian didn't see any more useful information in the chat channel. Tired, he lay down on the bare floor and fell into a deep sleep. The next day at noon, Xiao Jian was woken up by hunger. Today, he had to find food and water. Once his current supplies were gone, he would either starve or die of thirst. Xiao Jian climbed a small hill. Looking around, he noticed that there seemed to be a swamp not far away. He speculated that there might be a water source near the swamp. After carefully observing the area and confirming that there were no dangers, he stood up and started walking toward the swamp. When he arrived at the swamp, he saw the remnants of withered grass, which brought a glimmer of hope. This indicated that plants should be able to grow there, giving him some hope for survival. Not far from him, a tree stump about the size of his arm was sticking out of the ground. Xiao Jian squatted down and pulled out the tree stump. Before he had even examined it, he suddenly felt a sense of malice. A rustling sound came from behind him. Xiao Jian turned around and saw a reptilian monster covered in scales, staring at him with red eyes. The creature looked somewhat like an alligator he had seen before, except it had a sharp horn on its head, and its limbs had sharp claws. Xiao Jian instinctively tightened his grip on the tree trunk in his hand, his eyes locked with the monster's. Just then, the monster suddenly charged, its sharp horn pointed directly at Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian quickly jumped to the side, avoiding its frontal attack. The tree trunk in his hand swung upwards, sweeping towards its waist. The monster let out a cry of agony and was instantly split in two. Xiao Jian warily watched the monster that had been broken in half. He couldn't help but wonder if it was playing a trick. He had only hit it once with the tree trunk. How could that have broken it in two? After a moment, large amounts of green liquid began to flow out of the monster's body. It didn't move anymore. Xiao Jian finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the tree trunk in his hand, and his eyes suddenly widened. What he was holding was not a tree trunk, but a sword. The sword didn't look that different from the swords he was familiar with. The tip was sharp, and the two sides were sharp. But the entire sword was black, even the sharpened edges. The middle of the blade was thick, which made the entire sword look more like a club. However, despite its appearance, the sword was exceptionally light, making it easy for Xiao Jian to wield. Xiao Jian looked at where he had pulled the sword from and saw a faint white light flashing. He walked over, dug into the soil, and pulled out a silver-white metal arm. The metal arm also had 5 fingers, and the joints of the fingers were very flexible. The metal arm was even thicker than an adult's thigh, and the broken edge clearly had signs of high-temperature melting. Xiao Jian held these two metal objects, his face full of astonishment. He couldn't imagine what kind of weapon could melt metal like this. Recalling that someone in the chat channel had said they saw a metal person, could it be that this place had once been a battlefield and the soldiers were all metal people? Were metal people even considered people? Everything before him had completely exceeded Xiao Jian's understanding. Were these metal people all manufactured? Creating people out of metal? It was unimaginable. Even the legendary gods would probably find that difficult. Back at the base, the chat channel in the image was exploding with activity. It seemed that everyone had gone outside today. Haha, I hit the jackpot, brothers. Do you know what I picked up? A box full of dry biscuits. Hey, I'm so hungry. Why don't I have any dry biscuits? I found a big blade, but what good is that? I can't eat it. The brother above is showing off. Weapons are life-saving tools. I'm just unlucky. I traveled so far and only found a broken shovel. I also found a box, and it was full of bottled water. There must be dozens of bottles. Help. I've walked around outside, and all I found was sand and more sand. I'm about to die of thirst. Please, someone, give me a bottle of water to save my life. The person who had found the water didn't reply to the message. The person in the desert was probably delirious with thirst. No one knew where anyone was or how far away they were. Even if someone wanted to give him water, how would he get it? The chat channel was silent for a moment. The messages, which had been rolling like waves, suddenly stopped. The desert guy's cry for help remained at the top. Desert brother, the base should send us back soon. Please hang in there. Finally, someone offered a kind word of encouragement, but they didn't get a reply. Xiao Jian looked at the number of survivors, which had decreased from 720 to 719. Everyone noticed that the number of survivors had decreased. Another person said, the guy in the desert has probably been eliminated. I wonder if his soul will return to his body? No one answered. Who knew? The topic was a bit heavy. If the desert brother's soul couldn't return, he would be in a permanent slumber. It would be better for him to just die. Everyone, is this gathering quest just about picking up trash? Soon, everyone found a new topic. This topic was something everyone was interested in. Hey, even if we found some useful materials, how do we recycle them? Do we just stack them in the base? And how does the base upgrade? Whoa, brother upstairs, haven't you read the upgrade prompt? The base will automatically upgrade when we return next time. There will definitely be new functions. As soon as this message appeared, many people agreed with it. Xiao Jian agreed. Since it was a gathering mission, the base must have a way of recycling materials. When the base was upgraded, it should have that function. In fact, the gathering mission hadn't officially started yet. As for what exactly they needed to gather here, they would only know after the base opened the recycling function. Chapter 50. The Independent Time of Two Worlds. Time in the real world and the unknown space is independent of each other. That's right. I'm actually a little excited. I wonder if the base will give us a surprise when it upgrades, hopefully with some supplies. Dude upstairs, are you still asleep? Look at the poor state of this base. I feel like this guardian system is even poorer than we are. This person was seeing things clearly. There was only a pack of dry biscuits and a bottle of water in the base. If they weren't in dire straits, they wouldn't be like this. Of course, there might be other reasons. Xiao Jian stopped looking at the messages in the chat channel. He knew that as long as he spoke into the chat channel, it would be converted into text, but he had never sent a message before. From the messages in the chat channel, he concluded that there were only 3 types of materials that everyone had found: weapons, tools, and food. Among the 3 types of materials, weapons should be the most important. There were no laws here, only the law of the jungle. If you had a weapon, you had power. The second most important was tools. With tools, they could produce and build things, giving them a chance of surviving long term. As for food, while it was very valuable at the moment, it only provided temporary relief. Once it was finished, they would still go hungry. That was just Xiao Jian's thinking. No one could be sure of the actual situation. For example, a person with a weapon might want to become a robber, but if they couldn't find anyone to rob, they would end up starving to death on the road. In that case, the weapon would not be as good as 2 dry biscuits. Besides these, there were definitely many things they hadn't discovered yet. However, until the base opened the recycling function, no one knew what was useful. Just as Xiao Jian was thinking about these things, a progress bar appeared in the image. At the bottom of the progress bar, there was a text that read, "Return countdown." The chat channel was silent for a moment, then suddenly became lively again. Haha, congratulations to the brothers who found dry biscuits and water. This was clearly sarcasm. Everyone was about to return, and the use of food and water was greatly diminished. I threw away the half-eaten dry biscuit. When I get home, I'm going to eat a whole cow. I'm never going to eat that disgusting stuff again. This guy was right. It was only 2 days, wasn't it? As long as they ate well before going in, they could survive these 2 days. At least they wouldn't starve. Me too. I tossed the dry biscuits away and drank all of my water. I feel so good. I haven't had a decent drink of water for 2 days. Seeing other people drinking their water happily, Xiao Jian swallowed. He also took out the water bottle from the box. He had only had a sip of water this morning, and his lips were already cracked from thirst. He had just unscrewed the cap when he saw that the progress bar was more than halfway done, so he tightened the cap again. He would probably return to New Beishan village in less than half an hour. There was no need to waste the water. Xiao Jian carefully wrapped up the remaining dry biscuits and stored them, along with the water bottle, back in the box. By now, the progress bar was almost complete. Xiao Jian got up and closed the doors and windows of the base, carrying the box to the innermost room of the base, placing it in the corner. He turned around, closed the door, and went to the wall. He was going to sit against the wall while waiting for his return. Just as he was about to sit down, the entire base suddenly lit up with a white light. In his bedroom in the thatched hut at New Beishan village, Xiao Jian sat up. He looked outside. The sky seemed to have just turned dark. A few people were still talking quietly around the square. He suddenly realized that this was the scene just before he had lain down. Did he spend 2 days in the unknown space, while time here hadn't changed? Or perhaps, time in his current world was completely independent from that unknown space. He instinctively raised his hand and looked at his finger. A crystal-clear ring was on his finger. Everything that had happened was definitely not a dream. The ring had actually returned with him. How had that happened? Xiao Jian was shocked. He couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. What kind of beings were these that could even control time? To make sure that he wasn't mistaken, Xiao Jian went to find Zhang Chun at the bonfire in the square. Zhang Chun immediately got up when he saw Xiao Jian, asking in confusion, "Brother, why did you get up just after lying down? Is something wrong?" Xiao Jian waved his hand, acting as if nothing had happened. "Nothing. I just came out for a look. You should get some sleep too." Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would never dare mention the strange experience of entering the unknown space to anyone. The next day when Xiao Jian woke up, everyone else had already gone to work. He went to the kitchen and suddenly smelled a strange aroma of alcohol. Following the smell, he found several bamboo tubes that were emitting the scent. He picked up a bamboo tube, looked at it, and pulled out the wooden stopper. The fragrance immediately filled the whole room. The tube contained alcohol. He remembered that he had brought back 2 jars of wine from the Jilong mountain mine from Huang Guanchu's room. No one had drunk them. It must have been Chen Wenxuan who had distilled them into alcohol. Xiao Jian looked at the bamboo tubes placed in the corner. The bamboo tubes, which were used to distill alcohol, were bent into a U shape and were completely intact. He had mentioned to Chen Wenxuan that to prove that there were gaps between molecules, half a cup of water and half a cup of alcohol mixed together would have a volume less than a whole cup. Chen Wenxuan had actually distilled alcohol to verify the hypothesis. Just as Xiao Jian was about to put the bamboo tube back, Qin Wenxuan and Qin Bihua walked in. It was lunchtime, and the square began to buzz with activity. Xiao Jian, holding the bamboo tube of alcohol, tossed it up and down, his eyes looking at Qin Wenxuan, a mischievous grin on his face, saying, "Little kid, did you verify the intermolecular space? What was the result?" Seeing his spoiled brat look, Chen Wenxuan said disdainfully, "You're arrogant. Just because you've read an odd book, I don't believe that one book can encompass everything. Today, I will reveal your true nature. What is the lightning in the clouds?" The poem that Xiao Jian had written calling him a blockhead had spread far and wide. Even children would say, "His stomach is filled with weeds." When these children would say this, they would look at his small stomach. Some children would even call him Weed's brother. He had forced several teachers to quit, which demonstrated how arrogant Chen Wenxuan was. Xiao Jian's poem had embarrassed him greatly. Now that everyone was here, he brought up the question about lightning to publicly embarrass Xiao Jian. Only in that way could he regain his pride. He had already assumed that Xiao Jian would bring up the god of thunder. He had also prepared his arguments and was waiting for Xiao Jian to fall into his trap. Chen Wenxuan's purpose was accomplished. Everyone's attention was drawn to the commotion, and the kitchen door was surrounded by onlookers. Xiao Jian was surprised, then overjoyed. The problem of electricity had to be addressed sooner or later, but he didn't have the energy to research generators. Chapter 51. Chen Wenxuan's Tricky Questions. In the real world, we need to cultivate a group of helpers who can support the development of the unknown space in the future. Xiao Jian had learned the importance of electricity from the images in the strange space. Many material extractions required electricity. Xiao Jian had originally intended to lure Chen Wenxuan into asking about lightning, but to his surprise, Chen Wenxuan had brought it up himself. It was like a pillow being delivered when he was already falling asleep. This kid had even better hands-on skills than he did. He had to trick him into the world of electricity and get him to research and build generators. As if performing a magic trick, Xiao Jian suddenly produced a folding fan in his hand, fanning himself leisurely. He glanced at Chen Wenxuan with a smirk and asked, "You want to know?" Chen Wenxuan was driven crazy by his act. It was as if he were really seeking knowledge from him. He scoffed, "Stop pretending. If you can't answer, just admit defeat." Xiao Jian snapped his fan shut, tapped his palm, and said with a serious face, "This question is quite valuable. I wouldn't tell just anyone, but for the sake of your sister, I might as well tell you." Xiao Jian grinned as he walked towards the plaza. Everyone was gathered in front of the kitchen, which was disturbing Chen Bihua's cooking. As soon as he came out, he glared at Chen Wenxuan and said, "Move the table out here and get some paper and ink. You don't even know the respect for your teacher. I wonder how your tutor taught you." While Chen Wenxuan was moving the table and chairs, Lu Shan found paper and ink from the house and placed them on the table. Xiao Jian pointed at Lu Shan and said, "See how proactive he is? After I win your sister, I'll have to give this little brother-in-law a good lesson." Chen Wenxuan was finally enraged. He shouted, "Who's your brother-in-law? I won't let my sister lose to you, and I won't let her marry you either." Ignoring him, Xiao Jian pointed his fan at the sky, carefully observing it, and said, "The thunder god and the thunder master in the sky, do you think they're male or female?" He paused and looked at Chen Wenxuan. Chen Wenxuan's heart was pounding, and his eyes began to light up. How predictable, he thought. "I'll see how you embarrass yourself." Without thinking, Chen Wenxuan blurted out, "They should be male, right?" He just hoped Xiao Jian would continue. He couldn't wait. Xiao Jian's fan suddenly dropped, pointing at Chen Wenxuan, and mocked, "Wrong. They are just creations made up by fools and children. So, you're this naive too?" "It wasn't me who said that. Why are you pointing at me?" Chen Wenxuan felt like he had fallen into a trap. He had just said that the Thunder God and Thunder Master were male. Xiao Jian ignored him, shook his fan, and said slowly, "Everything has its own principle. Don't easily believe in ghosts and gods. Simply put, static electricity is created when air flows and rubs against each other. When it rains, different clouds collide with each other, causing discharge, which is lightning." He looked at Chen Wenxuan with disdain and said, "Lightning, air, static electricity, you can understand these, right? If you don't understand, go read some books first. I don't have time to teach you this. Just say it. I understand. You say friction creates static electricity. How do you prove it? Don't just speak without evidence." The word electricity had existed for a long time. Referring to lightning, Chen Wenxuan read a lot of miscellaneous books, so he naturally understood these. Taoists say electricity is produced by yin and yang energies, which is actually quite close to the truth. As Xiao Jin spoke, he tore up some paper and placed it on the table. He rubbed a bamboo chopstick on a piece of silk a few times, and the chopstick miraculously picked up the paper scraps. He touched the tip of the chopstick with his finger, and the paper scraps fell off again. Xiao Jin said, "Friction produces static electricity. The static electricity picks up the paper scraps, and then the static electricity disappears through discharge by the finger. If this static electricity becomes strong enough, it will produce lightning with a flash and sound when it discharges." Chen Wenxuan also picked up a bamboo chopstick and tried it. His eyes lit up. "Sparks fly when I take off my clothes. It's static electricity. It has the same principle as lightning." But what exactly was static electricity? Chen Wenxuan was lost in the concept of static electricity, completely forgetting the purpose of his question. He only wanted to understand what static electricity was. He pondered for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. He had no choice but to ask, "What is static electricity?" To get to the bottom of things was Chen Wenxuan's consistent style. If he didn't understand static electricity, he wouldn't even enjoy his meals. Qin Bihua had already prepared the meal, and Xiao Jin's stomach was growling with hunger. Let's end it here for today. As for what static electricity is, you can think about it yourself first. If you can understand electricity thoroughly, the world will change because of you. At that time, not only will I not chase your sister anymore, even if your sister chases me, I won't resist. There wasn't even a magnet to be found in the house, let alone copper wire with insulation. He was currently unable to teach him the working principle of a generator. Lu Shan didn't know when he sat down next to Xiao Jian, holding a pen and paper, recording everything down. Xiao Jian looked at him with appreciation. This man might have potential in the future. The next day, Xiao Jian had just finished washing up when he saw Chen Wenxuan walking out of the kitchen with dark circles under his eyes. He curiously asked, "What are those dark circles about?" Chen Wenxuan glanced at the sky, then looked around, ignoring Xiao Jian. After Xiao Jian threw out the concept of static electricity yesterday and didn't explain it, he told him to figure it out himself. He didn't sleep all night. Now seeing Xiao Jian made him angry. Xiao Jian didn't take it to heart. He was about to walk into the kitchen when he turned around and asked, "Have you found out why the water in the stream is bitter?" Last time Chen Wenxuan asked Xiao Jian why the stream water was bitter, Xiao Jian had told him to find the answer himself. He didn't know if he had tried it. Chen Wenxuan turned around, took out an earthenware jar from the house, and threw it in front of him. He said irritably, "After boiling the water dry, these white crystals are left behind. I don't know what they are. Look for yourself." Xiao Jian casually picked up a bit and put it on his tongue. It tasted salty and bitter. He said, "Perhaps it will be different if you mix some wood ash during distillation." Chen Wenxuan looked at Xiao Jian suspiciously. Was he doing it on purpose to mess with him? What was so special about wood ash? After thinking about it, he didn't try to argue. What could he do even if he was messing with him? He only needed to boil the water in the earthenware jar dry, and the truth would come out. It wouldn't be difficult. Xiao Jian didn't bother with Chen Wenxuan after saying that. He entered the kitchen and immediately noticed some familiar cloth bags. The medicinal stones that Xiao Chong had taken from the pharmacy were here. These medicinal stones were poisonous. They shouldn't be in the kitchen. If they were taken by mischievous children, the consequences would be unimaginable. While in Shangzhou City, Xiao Jian had forgotten to tell Goer to throw away these medicinal stones, so he had brought them back. He opened the bag. The yellow mineral inside was realgar, and the red mineral was definitely orpiment, also known as arsenic trisulfide, a deadly poison. There was also a green mineral, which must have been green vitriol. Xiao Jian walked around holding the medicinal stones. He didn't know where to put them. Then he saw Chen Wenxuan sitting motionless at the table, his eyes fixed on the two piles of white crystals on the table. Chen Wenxuan knew the house well, was organized, and rarely went out. It would be most appropriate to let him keep the medicinal stones. Chapter 52. Yellow explosive mixes with black powder. Xiao Jian walked into the house, but Chen Wenxuan didn't even notice him. He seemed to have fallen into deep thought. Xiao Jian walked over and picked up the two kinds of crystals on the table to compare them. Although both were white, there was an obvious difference in the darkness of their color, and their textures were also different. Chen Wenxuan finally noticed Xiao Jian. He rubbed his eyes and stood up. After adding wood ash to the stream water, there were two crystallizations during cooling, which produced two kinds of white crystals. Without adding wood ash, was there only one crystallization? Xiao Jian asked calmly. Chen Wenxuan did not hesitate. He affirmed, without adding wood ash, there was only one crystallization, which is the salt-like crystal you saw. He pointed at the two piles of crystals on the table and said, these two kinds of crystals should not be the same substance. Their colors and tastes are obviously different. Chun Wenxuan's tone was indifferent. Under Xiao Jian's influence and demands, he was also beginning to use some new terms. Xiao Jian licked both kinds of crystals with the tip of his tongue. The fine crystals had a strong salty taste, which should be salt. The coarse crystals tasted bitter, with a slight salty taste. He picked up the coarse crystal and looked at it thoughtfully. This should be saltpeter, right? In his memory, realgar and saltpeter could have a chemical reaction. He found some realgar from the cloth bag and used it for a test. As he stood up, he said to Chen Wenxuan, these medicinal stones are all poisonous, especially orpiment, which is very dangerous. You should keep them safe and don't let other children get close to them. He went to the plaza and found a stone with a dent. He placed the realgar on it, crushed it with a stone, and then mixed it with some saltpeter. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Because the stones collided with each other, the saltpeter and realgar reacted quickly, causing a violent explosion. The stone he was holding was blown away, and he himself was blown off his feet by the enormous force of the blast. Chen Wenxuan, who was standing behind Xiao Jian watching his actions, was also knocked down and saw stars. Luckily, the dent on the surface of the stone wasn't very deep. If the explosion had happened in a small space, it could have killed someone. Zhang Chun and Fu Guwei, who were digging a water channel in the east, heard the explosion and saw Xiao Jian being blown away. They rushed back anxiously. Xiao Jian got up. Seeing Chen Wenxuan even more disheveled than he was, he suddenly burst out laughing. These coarse crystals really were saltpeter. It seemed the experiment was a success. Everyone around them stared at him dumbly. No one laughed with him. Xiao Jian quickly stopped laughing and said seriously, this experiment tells us that reckless actions are definitely not a good thing, huh? Seeing that he wasn't injured, everyone laughed. Xiao Jian then mixed sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal to make some black powder. He found a long bamboo pole and lit the black powder from a distance. With a whoosh, the gunpowder ignited. However, compared with the realgar powder, its power was much less. Zhang Chun asked excitedly, cousin, are we able to make gunpowder? Xiao Jian nodded and then shook his head, saying, the black powder we've made isn't very effective. We can't make muskets. We don't have any use for it for now. Zhang Chun was also a bit disheartened, but then he pondered, what blew you away just now wasn't black powder, right? If we put it in a bamboo tube and mix it with some pebbles, it would definitely be useful, huh? Xiao Jian pointed to the realgar on the side and said, what you said is the realgar powder. This kind of powder is very unstable. I was just a bit careless while mixing it, and it exploded on its own. Zhang Chun bent down, picked up the realgar on the ground, looked at it, and said, I know this stuff. It's in realgar wine. It's very safe. Then, he picked up the saltpeter in one hand and said, this saltpeter doesn't sound very dangerous either. He was about to put the saltpeter and realgar together. Xiao Jian was scared pale and snatched the saltpeter from his hand, saying, are you trying to kill yourself? These two things will explode when they come together. Zhang Chun was also frightened. He had seen the scene of Xiao Jian being blown away. He quickly dropped the realgar and rubbed his hands on his clothes repeatedly, afraid that there would be any residue left. As he rubbed, his movements slowed down. He was still rubbing unconsciously. He frowned and looked down at the realgar on the ground. Xiao Jian didn't disturb him. After a while, Zhang Chun muttered to himself, they will only explode when they touch each other. What if we don't let them touch each other normally? Zhang Chun suddenly looked up at Xiao Jian and said, cousin, we can use leather paper to separate the realgar. When the black powder explodes, it can destroy the leather paper and the realgar will come into contact with the saltpeter. Chun Wenxuan was even more excited than Zhang Chun. He held the saltpeter, looked at it from left and right, and kept circling around Xiao Jian. He wanted to say something several times, but he swallowed it back. Chun Wenxuan was in pain, and it was difficult for Xiao Jian to watch. He said, if you want to ask, just ask. Isn't it tiring twisting around? Chun Wenxuan stopped being coy and asked, just by adding some wood ash, saltpeter was extracted? Isn't saltpeter usually mined from saltpeter mines? Xiao Jian was waiting for Chun Wenxuan to walk right into his trap. The tanning solution that shopkeeper who wanted was lye, and the process of making lye from wood ash still needed to be tested. He didn't have time to do this right now. Although the process of making lye was complicated, it was not dangerous. It just needed a lot of energy and time. It was perfect to trick Chun Wenxuan into doing this. Maybe he would even be grateful. He patiently explained, there is plant lye in the wood ash, and it is what makes it work. Soak the wood ash in water, filter it, and then evaporate the water, and you can get the lye, which is also called potassium carbonate. He pointed to the salt crystals that were distilled from the stream water earlier and said, the stream water becomes bitter because it dissolves the saltpeter in the soil. The main component of saltpeter is nitrate, and saltpeter is called potassium nitrate. Sure enough, Chen Wenxuan casually said, thanks. He turned to leave, but after only a few steps, another question came to mind. But how does nitrate become potassium nitrate? A folding fan suddenly appeared in Xiao Jian's hand. He swished it open, shook it and said, this question is a bit complicated. I have to use your sister as an example again. Do you have any objections? Zhang Chun, who was standing on the side, smiled knowingly. His cousin was going to play a trick again. Chun Wenxuan hesitated for a moment. He thought it was just an analogy. If he didn't agree, Xiao Jian definitely wouldn't continue talking. He gritted his teeth and said, go ahead. Xiao Jian closed his fan, pointed at himself and said, my name is nitric acid. Then he pointed at Chen Bihua and said, your sister's name is salt. Your sister and I are a happy nitrate, which is nitrate soil. He then pointed at Chen Wenxuan and said, you don't like me being with your sister, so you sent potassium carbonate, which is wood ash, over to cause trouble and break me and your sister up. As he said that, Xiao Jian tapped the ceramic pot containing the alkaline powder. Then he shook his head and sighed, you've succeeded. Your sister was kidnapped by carbonate and formed carbonate salt. The potassium carbonate was driven out of his home and has nowhere to go. So he joined me to become potassium nitrate, which is saltpeter. The analogy was a bit hurtful. Chun Wenxuan almost burst into tears, stomping his feet and saying, don't talk nonsense. I wouldn't send someone to harm my sister. Chapter 53. Saltpeter Boiling and Lye Workshops. He turned to find wood ash and seized the potassium carbonate that kidnapped his sister. At that moment, Chen Bihua walked over to his side, her eyes a little red. She looked at Xiao Jian, hesitating to speak. Xiao Jian finally woke up from his daze. The analogy was not appropriate. He said apologetically, I'm sorry. I was speaking out of line. It was just an analogy. After Xiao Jian explained it, they put it behind them. But no one expected his unintentional words to actually come true. Zhang Chun was still laughing on the side. He understood everything that Xiao Jian did. Xiao Jian glanced at him and said, Zhang Chun, boiling saltpeter is a bit dangerous. Chun Wenxuan is too young. You should take charge of it. After the dam is completed, you can start working on boiling the saltpeter. He then explained the process of boiling saltpeter to him and said, the concentration of water in the stream is still too low. You need to dig up saltpeter soil, dissolve it in water, and then use it. The saltpeter wastewater is very good fertilizer. Collect it. It will be very useful in the future. Let Chen Wenxuan design the technical process. When they woke up in the morning, Zhang Chun and the others had already gone out early. Only Chen Wenxuan was still in the kitchen tinkering with something. Xiao Jian walked to his side and saw him heating a ceramic jar. He should be distilling the lye, he thought. He asked, haven't you made the lye yet? Chun Wenxuan turned around and thrust a ceramic jar in front of Xiao Jian, without saying anything, then turned and walked out. Xiao Jian looked into the jar. There was nearly half a jar of white powder inside. Had this kid stayed up all night? He looked up and saw Chen Bihua walking in. With her was a young girl whom he found somewhat familiar. The young girl came to his side and bowed, saying, this young lady is meowing. Greetings to the Lord. Xiao Jian looked at Chen Bihua in confusion. Who was this meowing? Chen Bihua suddenly realized, my lord probably doesn't know about Miaoying's younger sister, do you? Her name is Xia Miaoying. This girl was Xiao Chang's elder sister, but Chen Bihua did not mention Xiao Chang. The girl poured a cup of tea and placed it in front of Xiao Jian. Then Xiao Jian realized who she was. She had changed into coarse clothes, and he hadn't recognized her right away. Xiao Jian nodded at Xia Miaoying and said, thank you, Miss Xia. From now on, you will work with Chen Bihua. Xia Miaoying bowed again and said, this young lady will follow the Lord's arrangements. She didn't mention Xiao Chang, nor did she express gratitude. They were all avoiding painful memories. Now that they had the lye, they had to test its tanning effect. Xiao Jian grabbed a piece of rabbit skin and soaked it in warm water. He added a little lye. After the leather softened, he rubbed it for a while. He stood up and said to Chen Bihua, put the leather indoors to dry in the shade. He pointed to the remaining white powder and said, This kind of alkaline powder will be used in many places in the future. Make as much as you can. Ask Chen Wenshuan about the manufacturing process. The dam on the eastern side of the stream was in its initial stages of completion. The cliffs on both sides of the dam had protrusions, which reduced the amount of work and secured the dam between the cliffs to prevent collapse. There was a large flat area at the bottom of the dam where they could build a watermill or other hydraulic facilities. Most of the western bank of the stream was rocky cliffs several meters high. There was only a gentle layer of soil halfway up the mountain. Building a channel on the rocks was extremely difficult. The water channel could only be dug from where the soil layer existed halfway up the mountain. The higher altitude of the water channel increased the amount of work required to build the dam. The water level had to be higher than the water channel, which meant that the height of the dam had to be increased. After the dam was built, the dam was scarily tall and could store quite a bit of water. Fortunately, the downstream stream was wide and deep. Even if the dam collapsed, it wouldn't flood the fields on both sides. The construction of the dam was managed by Lu Shan, so Xiao Jian didn't have to worry about it. He just stood on the hilltop and observed for a while. Without disturbing anyone, he turned and left. He passed by the bamboo craftsman's shed and looked inside. The shed was built by the bamboo craftsman himself. It was located on the east side of the plaza. There was a bamboo forest nearby. The shed was filled with dustpans. The bamboo craftsman wove dustpans very quickly. In addition to meeting their own needs, there was a surplus. Xiangzi was making water pipes out of bamboo. He must be preparing for the workshops. Both the saltpeter boiling workshop and the lye production workshop needed to use curved bamboo pipes to bring water in. The way he made the curved bamboo pipes opened Xiao Jian's eyes. He first cleared the bamboo segments inside the bamboo pipe, filled the bamboo tube with sand, and then heated the bamboo pole and bent it into shape. This way, the bamboo pipe would not break. Xiao Jian also remembered the U-shaped bamboo pipe that Chen Wenshuan used to distill alcohol in the kitchen. He wondered if Xiangzi had learned this method from Chen Wenshuan. Xiao Jian only stayed on the side for a short time before walking on. Ahead was the sweet potato seedling field. The tree stumps surrounding the seedling field were covered in bamboo strips, and a small door was open in the middle. He tiptoed and looked inside. The sweet potato seedlings were growing well. Each sweet potato had grown more than 10 green potato sprouts, which were almost a foot long. Soon, a batch of seedlings could be transplanted. The potato sprouts were like leeks. After one harvest, another set would grow. They could continue to sprout until autumn. Back at the plaza, Zhang Chun and the others had already finished work and returned. The two of them were talking. Chen Bihua, holding a piece of rabbit skin, came over happily, swinging it. "My lord, it's so soft." This rabbit skin was the one that was tanned with alkaline powder yesterday. Xiao Jian took the rabbit skin and rubbed it with both hands. It was very soft. In this era, it should be considered top grade. The tanning solution experiment was a success. They had resolved 2 products at once. Xiao Jian was very excited. He tossed the rabbit skin into the air, clenched his fist, and shook it. His fist almost hit Chen Bihua. Zhang Chun saw this and quickly dodged. The fist immediately lost its momentum and could only shake awkwardly. He had to make amends. "This will be our first flagship product. Chen Bihua, you need to speed up production. Give me at least 15 kilograms of alkaline powder within half a month." Chen Bihua didn't notice the movement of his fist. She nodded excitedly. "Okay, I'll do my best." Selling tanning solution was part of the deal with shopkeeper Hu. Xiao Jian would not set off for Shangzhou City until enough was stockpiled. The production of alkali was slow, and relying on small-scale production couldn't meet the demand. Time was running out, and expanding production was urgently needed. After dinner, Chen Bihua directed the workers to dig out mixing pools and filtering pools for lye production at night with torches. Because of land clearing and burning, wood ash was everywhere. As soon as it was dawn, she led a group of children to collect wood ash and thatch all over the mountains. Zhang Chun, who was in charge of the saltpeter boiling workshop, also used the spare time at night to dig the dissolving pools and sedimentation pools. Carpenter Zhang Erlang had to work until late at night every day after work, rushing to make various wooden buckets and steaming buckets. Xiao Jian saw this and simply had him stop going out and stay at home to make various needed items. The new house was just beginning, and they didn't even have bathtubs or buckets for carrying fertilizer. And Xiao Jian himself continued to research various gunpowder formulas. The stability of yellow gunpowder, with Zhang Chun's reminder, finally began to show some progress. Chapter 54. The dam is completed. If the real world can support the unknown space, development here will be crucial. The explosions at the firearms testing site grew more earth-shattering by the day. until they finally blew the small enclosed wooden hut used for testing to smithereens. The dam project on the stream, directed by Lu Shan, was finally completed. When it was time to release the water into the irrigation canal, Lu Shan invited Xiao Jian to open the floodgates to mark the official launch of the dam. The group went to the bottom of the dam. As they looked up, even Xiao Jian felt a bit embarrassed. The whole dam was a shoddy piece of work. The outer side of the dam was made up of haphazardly placed rocks of different sizes. The dam was built straight across the stream, with no stable curve. Reaching the top of the dam, he saw the stream water rippling serenely on the inner side. Xiao Jian asked, puzzled, "It's already full?" Lu Shan explained, "We blocked the mountain cave at the end of the stream with wooden planks. All the water flowed into the stream, so it filled the reservoir quickly." The floodgate of the irrigation canal was just a small wooden plank. Xiao Jian casually lifted it, completing the opening ceremony, without even a round of applause. The water from the reservoir gurgled into the irrigation canal, causing white waves to erupt. Although there was no cheering, everyone's faces were filled with hope. The opening of the irrigation canal was the first thing worth celebrating in their new home. Fuguei led the blacksmith and the kiln workers deep into the mountains and managed to bring back a wild boar. With them was a family of 4, the one that Zhang Chun had mentioned before. Fuguei encountered a wild boar, and the group chased it all over the mountains, right up to the cave where this family of 4 lived. The head of the family was surnamed Zhang. He looked to be in his 30s or 40s. He had a cloth band wrapped around his head and a towel tied around his waist. No, it wasn't a towel. It was a piece of kudzu vine. They were originally tenant farmers of the Li family. As soon as he saw Xiao Jian, he burst into tears, repeatedly calling out, young master," as if he had finally found his organization. Xiao Jian didn't feel right asking for his name, so he just called him Uncle Zhang. The term made Uncle Zhang say he didn't deserve it, and he kept kowtowing. He finally accepted the title after Xiao Jian insisted. "Uncle Zhang, you're considered to be one of the elders in our family. Haven't you been here before?" Uncle Zhang knelt down and said, "Young master, the northern mountains are also your family's property. When you were young, some strange things happened here. I don't know the specifics." Later, the master designated it as a forbidden area, and no one was allowed to set foot in it. After something happened at Immortal's Plateau, I had nowhere else to go, so I hid here. This old servant has broken the rules. Please punish me, young master." After saying that, Uncle Zhang kowtowed several times on the ground, drawing blood from his forehead. Xiao Jian had heard something about this when he was a child, but he never paid attention to family matters. His father had just said that the northern mountains were very dangerous, so he never dared to venture deep into this place. In fact, he had long forgotten about the so-called forbidden area. If Uncle Zhang hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have even remembered it. He quickly helped Uncle Zhang up. This was an honest man. If he didn't help him clear his mind, he might feel guilty for the rest of his life. "Uncle Zhang, there is no need to blame yourself. Since I came here, this is no longer a forbidden area. Uncle Zhang must have come after me, so it doesn't count as breaking any rules." Upon hearing Xiao Jian's words, Uncle Zhang seemed to finally be relieved. He then called for his daughter and son to kowtow to the young master. The daughter was named Ruhua. Anyway, Xiao Jian didn't see anything flower-like about her. 16 years old, with a big round face and a sturdy build, she had been on the run for a long time, yet hadn't lost weight. The son, Laifu, looked dull-witted. He was 14 years old. After kowtowing to Xiao Jian, he became very friendly with Fuguei. He was even hooking arms with him and swaying back and forth. Uncle Zhang's wife, Aunt Zhang, looked clean and tidy. She must have cleaned herself up before moving here. After greeting Xiao Jian, she went to the kitchen with Ruhua. Ruhua and Chen Bihua quickly became close. Chen Bihua was the only mature woman in the village, and it was usually difficult to find anyone to talk to. With Ruhua around, Chen Bihua finally had a companion. After the small episode of the family recognizing their master, everyone had a happy feast to celebrate the completion of the dam. After eating and drinking their fill, they began to discuss important matters. Just as Xiao Jian was about to sit down, Chen Bihua brought over a wooden stool made from a log and placed it next to him. She then pulled out a lotus leaf bundle and quietly slipped it into his hand. He opened it and wow, pork cracklings. Wild boar pork cracklings. He loved them. As a reward, he pinched Chen Bihua's soft hand and puckered his lips, blowing a kiss. Chen Bihua's cheeks flushed instantly. Her shy expression was mesmerizing to Xiao Jian. Her slender willow eyebrows, her beautiful and seductive eyes, her luscious lips, Her snow-white skin as smooth as jade, her voluptuous figure, and her tender and graceful demeanor. Since meeting Qin Bihua, Xiao Jian had never really looked at her carefully. Now that he looked, his eyes couldn't help but linger. As Qin Bihua withdrew her small hand, she pinched him forcefully and quickly ran away. With that pinch, Xiao Jian came back to his senses. He looked around like a thief. Luckily, no one had noticed his little gesture. He quickly switched to a serious expression, sat on the log, and coughed gravely to indicate the start of the meeting. Xiao Jian first introduced Uncle Zhang's family before getting down to business. Now that the dam was finished, they needed to reorganize their personnel. Cultivating fields was still to be handled by Zhang Dachui. With the addition of Uncle Zhang's family, they now had plenty of manpower. Zhang Chun needed to be freed up to boil saltpeter. Carpenter Zhang Erlang would no longer participate in cultivating the fields. He had to make the necessary tools and furniture for the house, including bathtubs and fertilizer buckets. He also had to prepare construction tools, roof beams, doors, and windows. Once the seedlings were ready, they should start building houses. There were not many things to discuss, and he finished speaking in a few words. Finally, Uncle Zhang stood up and said, "Young master, I saw that we have a draft ox here, but I haven't seen a plow." When he had bought the ox, Xiao Jian had wanted to buy a plow as well, but when he saw the plows on the market, he gave up on the idea. The plows used in this era were straight plows, basically a 90-degree wooden frame that needed a person to carry it on their back. He didn't think it was worth it. Xiao Jian looked at Zhang Erlang and asked, "Zhang Erlang, have you ever made a curved moldboard plow? The kind with a curve in the front?" As he spoke, he picked up some paper and a pen and drew a diagram of a curved moldboard plow and handed it to Zhang Erlang. Zhang Erlang took it and looked at it for a while and said, "I haven't seen this kind of plow that you have drawn, young master. It's much lighter than the straight plow. This curved thing, is it made of curved wood?" Xiao Jian nodded and said, "There are many curved trees in the forest, like pine and camphor trees, which are very good." Uncle Zhang came over and took a look. Having used plows for a long time, he could tell the advantages right away. He said excitedly, "Did you make this, young master? This plow is great. It looks light and easy to use, and it's also easy to turn around. With a plow like this, cultivating the fields would be much faster, and it would save the oxen a lot of strength." Xiao Jian rubbed his nose and vaguely said, "It's good as long as it works well. Zhang Erlang, you need to make it tomorrow. Plowing with oxen is much faster than digging with hands." The next morning, Zhang Erlang went to chop a piece of curved wood and finished making the curved moldboard plow in half a day. After getting the curved moldboard plow, Uncle Zhang worked from dawn till dusk every day. The speed of cultivating the fields increased rapidly. It seemed that it wasn't a loss to have taken in Uncle Zhang's family back then. With Uncle Zhang leading the way, things like preparing the fields and planting seeds became organized. Zhang Chun and Xiao Jian no longer concerned themselves with these matters. Xiao Jian was now concerned about the sweet potato transplanting. This was a new crop, and Xiao Jian needed to teach them how to plant them first. The land for planting sweet potatoes had already been prepared. Xiao Jian asked people to bring the manure from the toilet and mix it into the compost pile to be used as a base fertilizer for the sweet potatoes. Since they only had a few seed sweet potatoes, they could only plant seedlings on about 2/10 of an acre. When the seed sweet potato seedlings grew bigger, they could continue transplanting them. All the affairs at home were on track, but they were running out of food. Everyone was working themselves half to death every day and had a huge appetite. Added to this were the 4 new people. At this rate, it would be difficult to last even a month. He had to set off for Shangzhou City. He had promised shopkeeper Hu the tanning solution. So much time had passed, and he was probably getting anxious. He wondered how much alkaline powder Qin Bihua and the others had produced. Chapter 55. Back to the unknown space. Arriving at the Lai workshop, Qin Bihua was sitting in front of the distillation stove, adding firewood to the fire. Her plump hands were covered with a bit of charcoal black, which only made them look even more delicate. The branch she was holding had been bent several times, but hadn't broken. The red flames in the stove made the sweat on her cheeks run like rain down her neck. She raised her sleeve to wipe it, leaving her face covered in charcoal black and sweat. She looked as dirty as a stray cat. Xiao Jian sat down beside her, took the branch, broke it, and tossed it into the distillation stove. Then he picked up her hand to examine it. Her palms were slightly red from being rubbed. Qin Bihua was also a young lady from a wealthy family. She had never done this kind of work. He asked, "Didn't I ask Huar and the others to help you?" Qin Bihua lowered her head, not withdrawing her hand, and whispered, "They are also busy. I just came to add some wood for a while." Look at your face. It's all covered in black ashes, and your clothes are all wet. Go wash up and change. Don't get sick, he suddenly thought. How could she wash off her sweat? Xiao Jian suddenly thought of something. He pulled Chen Bihua towards the kitchen, saying, "Watch me perform a magic trick for you." When they arrived at the kitchen, he remembered that he had not bought any cooking oil when he came back from Shangzhou City last time. He asked, "Do we have any oil?" Chen Bihua was confused. She pointed to the cupboard and said, "The wild boar that Fuguei hunted last time was used to make 2 big jars of lard. We haven't wanted to eat it yet. Do you want to use some, young master?" Xiao Jian moved the lard from the cupboard and poured it all into the pot. While he was busy lighting the fire, he said, "Wait, I'll make you something good. You'll definitely like it." After the lard melted, he added a small amount of alkaline powder, water, salt, realgar powder, flour, etc., and then picked up a wooden stick to continuously stir the pot. Chen Bihua was heartbroken watching this and stamped her foot, saying, "Young master, this lard was for you to eat. If you mix all this into it, we can't eat it anymore." Xiao Jian smeared some black ash from the stove on Chen Bihua's hands and rubbed them, making her hands pitch black. Then, he reached out to touch her face. Chen Bihua quickly pushed away his mischievous hand, embarrassed and saying, "Oh, young master, you're so bad. Stop it. It's hard to wash off if you get it on your face." She pointed to the pot. "You ruined the oil. Look." Xiao Jian looked at the solid mass that appeared in the pot and said, "It's all right. Watch me." He used a spoon to put the solid matter into bamboo tubes, then threw them in the water to cool. After it had hardened, he took it out and cut it into small round pieces. Chen Bihua watched in surprise. Just now it was a pot of lard, and in the blink of an eye, it had turned into crystal-clear small, round pieces. It was truly like magic. Xiao Jian pulled Chen Bihua to the wash basin and rubbed her hands with the round piece. Then he held her hands and rubbed them. Chen Bihua's face was red and her body felt numb and weak. She lowered her head, not daring to look at him. She let him rub her hands without any resistance. "Okay, look up now," Xiao Jian whispered in her ear. Chen Bihua's ears tingled. She looked at him shyly and said, embarrassed, Look at what?" Xiao Jian pinched her smooth cheek and said, "Look at your hands. What are you looking at me for?" Only then did Chen Bihua notice that her hands, which he had made all black, were now completely clean. She asked in surprise, "Is this thing that you made, young master, specially for washing hands?" Xiao Jian held the round piece in front of her and said, "This is called soap. It's good for washing hands, faces, and clothes. If you add some petals, it will have different flower scents. Do you like it?" Chen Bihua said happily, "Really? Thank you, young master. I like it." Seeing that Xiao Jian's gaze had started to look a little different, Chen Bihua quickly snatched the soap from his hand and turned to run. There was no one else around, and she couldn't stay here for long. Xiao Jian wanted to chase her and tease her a bit more when suddenly a progress bar appeared in front of him. Sigh. Xiao Jian sighed dejectedly. He had to go to that godforsaken unknown space again. He felt very attached to the new northern mountain village. Xiaoling, Zhang Chun, Chen Bihua, and the others were all here. This was their shared home. The dam on the stream had been built, and the paddy fields were being cultivated. The sweet potatoes were about to be planted. All of these were their future hope. In the unknown space, they hadn't even found a source of drinking water, and he had to face unknown dangers all the time. Maybe one day, he would be eaten by a beast or have his base destroyed by a competitor, leaving him in a coma. Every night, when Xiao Jian lay alone on the floor of the base, he would miss everyone here and everything here. But all of this, he had to bear alone. He couldn't share these things with anyone. However, he also understood that going to the unknown space was not up to him. Even if he was reluctant, when the time came, he would be forcibly taken away. Thinking about the food and water in the unknown space, he had a sudden idea. What if he could bring the supplies from here to the unknown space? What if he could use the manpower and commercial advantages of this world to obtain a large amount of resources, such as minerals, to complete the collection tasks in the unknown space? He began to look forward to it, but he also felt the urgency of time. There were other competitors in the unknown world, some of whom had power in the real world. Once that day really came, the competition would not just be about the development of the unknown space. The development of the real world would also become crucial. Only when the advantages of the two worlds complemented each other could the two worlds develop rapidly in sync. He firmly believed that that day would come. Xiao Jian looked at the progress bar. There were still nearly 2 hours to go. Looking at the sky, He estimated that he would have to wait until evening to travel. He still had enough time now. He had to prepare himself to face the new challenges. It was still in Xiao Jian's bedroom. Just as the progress bar in front of him was about to complete, Xiao Jian looked at the ring on his finger. The ring suddenly emitted a white light, instantly enveloping him. Xiao Jian subconsciously closed his eyes. He didn't seem to feel the passage of time. The white light flashed by. As soon as Xiao Jian opened his eyes, he actually fell on his backside. Startled, he jumped up and looked back. It was the familiar milky white walls. Under his feet was the smooth floor of the base. He was back in the base? Compared to the previous trip, this time it was calm and peaceful. It seemed that only the first trip over was dangerous. The room he was currently in was the innermost room of the base he had chosen when he left. Xiao Jian suddenly remembered that last time. He had been preparing to lean back against the wall and quietly wait for the return time. It was possible that his timing was off. Just when he was halfway down to sit, the base had emitted a white light and instantly sent him back. The fact that he had just sat down on the floor seemed to be a continuation of his previous sitting motion. Could it be that the time he had come back to here was seamlessly connected to the time he left last time? Chapter 56. Base Upgrades, Mysterious Visitors. Xiao Jian subconsciously touched his parched lips and empty stomach. Before coming this time, he had made full preparations. But looking at himself now, hungry and thirsty, he was exactly the same as when he left and returned. Xiao Jian smiled wryly and shook his head. It seemed that no matter how full he had eaten at home or how much water he had drunk, it had nothing to do with himself here. Because time here was seamlessly connected to the time before he left and returned. The state he was in at that time was fully carried over. Everything here was still the same. Food and water were still scarce. He thought of the people who had wasted food and water before they left. Their days were probably going to be difficult. Xiao Jian opened the chat channel, and it was indeed full of lamentations. Oh my, I'm so hungry. The cow at home was killed for nothing. I was so full that I couldn't move, and now I'm so hungry that I can't move. This person had probably eaten and drunk a lot before teleporting, thinking that he wouldn't feel hungry here. The reality was not what he had imagined. Everything here was still exactly the same as it was before he had left. Woo-woo, why can't I find the half of the dry cake that I threw away? Isn't time supposed to be paused here? This person must be the one who had thrown the dry cake away before returning. But if time here was frozen, then the dry cake he threw out should not have disappeared, right? Could it be that there were some animals here that weren't restricted by the pausing of time? Or were all the indigenous animals unaffected by the pausing of time? If that were the case, there would be trouble planting crops in the future. They would have to find a way to ensure that they would not be destroyed by the indigenous animals during their absence. Water. I drank it all. How am I going to get by from now on? This person also deserved it. Before he returned, he had happily drunk all the water. Now he was stumped, right? However, there seemed to be quite a few people in his situation. Right now, many people probably didn't have any water. Lovely and charming little fairy, yay, don't complain, quickly upgrade the base. The base has new functions. You can even set nicknames. Seeing this message, Xiao Jian's eyes lit up. This was the first message with a nickname. If it was like this from now on, it would be clear who was sending the messages. I am always in water. Ahaha, thank you. Heaven, thank you. Earth. The legendary teleportation device has finally appeared. You can also teleport supplies to each other. The hungry won't starve to death, and the thirsty won't die of thirst when someone else has biscuits. This guy probably was the one who had picked up a box of water. Please call me King of Trash. The recycling system has debuted. Haha, this is just too awesome. From now on, call me the King of Trash. I'm going to become the richest person in space. I'm hungry again. What is this auction house? Wow, dude. Everyone look, there are things for sale at the auction house. Xiao Jian was also very excited. He clicked the upgrade button, and a new image appeared. Where there were originally only the chat button and the upgrade button, several new buttons had appeared. The new buttons were item teleportation, material recycling, and auction house. In the upper right corner of the image, there was a data query function. Xiao Jian immediately clicked on the auction house. An item list appeared on the image. Most of the area was empty, with only 4 rows. Dry cake, 2 contribution points per pack. Bottled water, 0.5 contribution points per bottle. Unknown seeds, 10 contribution points per bag. Terminal box, 150 contribution points per box. There was also an account button in the lower right corner. Xiao Jian clicked into it, and there was a person's entire status data. The first item was one's physical status, 100%. If one was injured, this value should decrease. He guessed that if it dropped to 0, one would die. The second item was cultivation level, level 1, experience points 30, full at 300 points to advance to level 2. This level must be the result of practicing the cultivation method he got in the cave in the northern mountains. Level 1 was only the entry level. Cultivation required the core of a soul-devouring spirit. Without the core of the spirit, he would not be able to continue cultivating, so he was still at level 1. Xiao Jian was shocked when he saw the experience points. He needed 300 experience points to be able to upgrade to level 2. He had used a spirit core before and had only gotten 30 experience points. Wouldn't that mean he would need to use 10 spirit cores to be able to upgrade to level 2? Was this a joke? Where would he go to find 10 spirit cores? The third item was contribution points, 5 contribution points. There were already 5 contribution points inside. These 5 contribution points must have been given by the system. Everyone should have them. The fourth item was strength, 12. The explanation said that the highest strength of a normal person was 8. According to this calculation, he was already 4 points stronger than a normal person. This must be due to the gradual strengthening of his body after absorbing foreign souls. The fifth item was agility, 15. The maximum agility of a normal person was 8. He was now more than twice as fast as a normal person. Xiao Jian also felt this. Back then, outside Shangzhou City, the black-faced tiger hadn't been able to dodge the wooden spear he had thrown. Back then, his agility should have been worse than it was now. The sixth item was special abilities. Perception ability at level 1, experience points 10, full at 100 points to upgrade to level 2. Perception ability was upgraded to insight ability. It was thanks to Xia that he could upgrade from perception ability to insight ability. The cultivation of insight ability also required spirit cores. There was no way to continue cultivating for the time being. Xiao Jian exited his account. At this time, the chat channel was already boiling like a kettle. Old monk Dharma name save me, Umitba, I will not starve or die of thirst here. 5 contribution points were enough to buy 2 packs of dry cakes and 2 bottles of water. At least this time, he didn't have to worry about a lack of food and water. Lovely and charming little fairy. Unknown seeds. What kind of seeds are they? They need 10 contribution points. So expensive. Silly dork, call out silly dork. Upstairs, cute girl. 10 points scare you like that? Did you not see the terminal box after that? It's 150 points. Lovely and charming little fairy. Oh, this thing seems to be very powerful. What is it used for? Silly dork, call out silly dork. Look at the description. It seems to be, oh, I understand. With this thing, you can chat and joke anywhere. All the functions in the base are in it. Although the terminal box had many functions, it was not an urgent need at the moment. Its main function was just a communication tool. Can't get enough, Chief. There is no teleportation device in the terminal box. The teleportation device is inside the base. By the way, how do you use the teleportation device? I don't see any new device added to the base. After the base was upgraded, Xiao Jian had also checked. Apart from an extra bed and chair, he had not seen any other changes. He was also very curious. The teleportation device was very important. The system's recycling of items and the exchange of items with others should all require this device. Xiao Jian clicked on the teleportation button. A green beam of light suddenly shone from the roof onto the floor. An operation interface also popped up. In the interface, he could move the position of the beam of light. He could even move the beam of light outside the base for several meters. This green beam of light was emitted by the teleportation device. As long as he confirmed the transmission, the items covered by the beam of light would be teleported out. Chapter 57. The upgraded terminal box. This device was quite easy to use. If they wanted to transport large objects, they could place them outside the base, avoiding the awkwardness of not being able to move them inside because they were too big. In the operating interface, they could select the recipient, but the selection box was currently blank. Only people who were added as friends would appear there. The excitement over the system upgrade quickly passed. Right now, he only had 5 contribution points in his account. If he didn't make money soon, he would fall into difficulties. Xiao Jian got up and was about to go out when a message box popped up in the chat channel. Someone was adding him as a friend? Xiao Jian stared blankly at the nickname in the message box, pretending to be a little fairy. Who was this? Xiao Jian was completely baffled. Did he know anyone here? He hadn't even sent a message in the chat channel. How did she find him? After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Jian still clicked on Agree. Soon, pretending to be a little fairy sent a message. There's a chance to make a fortune. Do you want in? Don't ask me how I found you, and don't ask me why I'm looking for you. This person was quite direct. She seemed to know that he would ask her these questions. However, her attitude only made Xiao Jian even more curious. Xiao Jian also entered a nickname. I draw my sword when disagreeing, and then sent a message. Can I ask why I can't ask? The other party quickly replied, do you want to hear a lie? This guy, whether male or female, wasn't very fun. Xiao Jian stopped teasing her and directly replied, just tell me what the opportunity to make a fortune is. I want half of the money earned. If you agree, I'll tell you the exact location. You're responsible for getting the things out and recycling them. Pretending to be a little fairy's reply speed was very fast. As soon as Xiao Jian's message was sent, she replied. Xiao Jian didn't waste time talking anymore and directly asked, first, tell me how much money we can make. If it's too little, forget it. No less than 10,000 contribution points. Do you want to do it? Seeing pretending to be a little fairy's reply, Xiao Jian was shocked. 10,000 contribution points. He would get 5,000. 5,000 contribution points, if he only ate dry cake, would be enough to live here for at least 10 years. This temptation was indeed too great. Xiao Jian immediately decided, okay, I'm in. No matter what the other party's intentions were, he felt it was worth a try. Anyway, he was currently broke and had nothing worth taking. The other party quickly sent 2 numbers. Xiao Jian stared blankly at the 2 numbers. What does this mean? Coordinates. Oh right, you don't have a terminal box. I'll sell you a terminal box for 500 contribution points. Do you want it? Isn't it only 150 points? This person was too greedy. An item that was only 150 points in the auction house. She wanted 500, more like a loan shark than a loan shark. This terminal box is an upgraded version, and this is just the cost price. Take it or leave it. Xiao Jian was puzzled. Something that had not yet come out in the system. Where did she get it? What did she mean by cost price? Could it be that she got it directly from the manufacturer? Considering the other party's indifference, even if he asked her, she probably wouldn't tell him anything. Xiao Jian simply chose to play dumb. Yes, 500 contribution points. Deduct it from the money earned. Do you have any objections? As soon as he finished speaking, the green light beam in the base suddenly flashed. Where the light beam passed, a black box the size of a palm appeared. Xiao Jian was just about to send a message to thank the other party when the nickname, pretending to be a little fairy, turned gray. She had actually gone offline. Well, it seemed she didn't want to pay much attention to him. Xiao Jian found the instructions for using the terminal box in the base's database. This database was very large, but most of it was still locked. Following the instructions, Xiao Jian quickly bound the terminal box to the base. Xiao Jian carefully pressed the power switch of the terminal box, and the base image immediately disappeared. In its place was a completely new image. This new image was different from the base's image in many ways. Moreover, the terminal box's image seemed to have the ability to recycle items and transfer items. In the system's instructions, there was a specific explanation that the terminal box did not come with a teleportation function. To recycle items or transmit items, it had to be done inside the base. But this terminal box had its own teleportation function. Was this the difference of an upgraded version? He was very curious. He tried clicking on the transfer button, and sure enough, a green beam of light shot out of the terminal box. Xiao Jian was overjoyed. This 500 contribution points was money well spent. Just the fact that he could transport things in the wild was worth 5,000 points. He pressed the power-off button on the terminal box again, and the outside 3-dimensional image disappeared. However, a small image was displayed on the terminal box. He clicked the map button in the image and entered the coordinates that pretending to be a little fairy had given him. An arrow appeared on the screen. Following the directions on the map, Xiao Jian arrived near the swamp where he had picked up the sword last time. The arrow on the terminal box, however, was pointing deeper into the swamp. He tried to take a few steps into the swamp, and his feet were immediately swallowed by the mud, sinking deeper and deeper. He quickly struggled to the shore and barely managed to pull his legs out of the mud. Xiao Jian looked at the endless swamp and then at his legs, which were covered in black mud. He still felt a lingering fear. How was he going to get to the location indicated by the arrow? He sat on a rock, rested his chin on his hands, and stared at the swamp, thinking of a way to enter it. Just as he stared at the swamp for a moment, a flash of light appeared in his mind, and an image of the swamp appeared in his brain. He had actually forgotten his insight ability. Xiao Jian immediately focused his attention on his mind, and soon, he noticed the anomaly inside the swamp from the image. Through the image, he saw a huge, long box buried deep in the swamp. This long box wasn't straight. Instead, it was twisted like a rope. The box was full of wheels. From afar, it looked like a caterpillar crawling along. Xiao Jian was about to turn his gaze to the inside of the box to see the situation inside when everything went black, and his insight ability had retreated. He shook his head helplessly. He was too weak. His insight ability could only last for a moment. Xiao Jian didn't know exactly what this box was. Seeing that it was full of wheels, it was probably something like a carriage. No matter what this long box was, it was certain that what pretending to be a little fairy wanted him to retrieve was inside this box. He had no tools, not even a wooden plank or a rope. Retrieving an item from the bottom of the swamp was like a fantasy. Chapter 58. The Mutant Spirit, Little Ball. Mutant spirits are an extremely rare species in the universe. Their greatest characteristic is that their offspring, in addition to inheriting the mutant genes of their race, will be completely different from their parents. Each mutant spirit has a unique, special ability. The item had been identified, but he could only see it and couldn't touch it. He simply laid down on the rock, put his hands behind his head, and looked at the sky, trying to think of a solution. Just then, the ground began to shake, followed by a rumbling sound. Xiao Jian immediately got up and looked in the direction of the sound. Two black objects were rapidly approaching him. Xiao Jian felt a tightening in his heart. He quickly jumped off the rock and subconsciously reached for something next to him, but he found nothing. Then he remembered that he had left the sword that he had picked up here in the base. At that time, he had come here involuntarily under the guidance of the map and had neglected to bring the sword as a precaution. Just as Xiao Jian was trying to escape, a figure had already appeared in front of him. Xiao Jian felt at a loss. The other party was several times faster than a warhorse. Even if he tried his best, he would never be able to shake them off. Fortunately, he didn't sense any hostility from them. These two unknown big guys didn't seem to care about his existence. Xiao Jian stared at the figure that sped past him. With his keen eyesight, he could barely capture an image. However, this image shocked him, not because of its size, which was bigger than a rhinoceros, but that it had such astonishing speed. But because he saw a little girl's face from its mouth. Even more bizarre was that tears were flowing down this little face. She was actually crying. However, the rumbling sound of running covered up her crying. This rhino-like animal had just run past Xiao Jian desperately. Right after that, another beast came chasing closely behind. It looked like a giant leopard with thick and strong limbs and sharp fangs with a piece of bloody meat hanging from them. When this beast ran past Xiao Jian, it didn't even look at him. Its eyes, as big as copper bells, were fixed on the animal in front of it. It flashed past him. Xiao Jian looked at the black in the distance, patted his pounding heart, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, they didn't care about him, otherwise he would have been done for. But before Xiao Jian could recover from his joy, the rumbling sound came again. In Xiao Jian's eyes, the two black dots that had just disappeared into the distance quickly ran back the same way. Xiao Jian was filled with anger. He almost couldn't help but curse. What were these two guys doing, running back and forth in front of him? His little heart couldn't stand their scares. Even more frustrating for Xiao Jian was that the animal in front, which was as large as a rhino, suddenly stopped in front of him. Only then did Xiao Jian see its face clearly. A large piece of flesh on its neck had been torn off, and its smooth black fur was covered in blood. Its limbs were short and thick, like 4 wooden stumps. Its face was mostly occupied by a large mouth, and the rest was occupied by a pair of round eyes, like 2 bright gems. On either side of its head was a pair of pointed ears like a rabbit. Judging by its neat teeth, it was not a carnivore. This appearance was a complete hodgepodge, with no coordination whatsoever. After stopping in front of Xiao Jian, the hodgepodge suddenly knelt down. This sudden move surprised Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian was thinking, if you bow down to me now, you're just harming me. With my own strength, I'm barely escaping myself. You can't expect me to protect you, right? Just then, its head stretched out as if to get closer to Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian was so scared that he quickly backed away, his back pressed against the rock. Before Xiao Jian could dodge, the hodgepodge opened its mouth and actually spat a fluffy meatball into Xiao Jian's arms. Only then did Xiao Jian understand that it had knelt down to lower its height, afraid that the meatball would be broken. Xiao Jian stretched out his trembling hands and held the meatball, but the hodgepodge didn't leave. Instead, it looked deeply at Xiao Jian with tears in its eyes, a pleading look on its face. It woo-woo gently a few times, and then gently nuzzled the meatball in Xiao Jian's arms with its lips, as if begging Xiao Jian to protect the meatball. Xiao Jian was touched by its actions. Without thinking, he naturally nodded. Seeing that Xiao Jian had responded to it, the hodgepodge stood up and roared before charging towards the beast, chasing after it. The leopard-like beast's target didn't seem to be the hodgepodge. It looked at the meatball in Xiao Jian's arms and, ignoring the hodgepodge's interception, rushed straight at Xiao Jian. This beast was actually aiming for the meatball. Seeing that the beast had dodged its interception, the hodgepodge pounced forward and bit the beast's tail before dragging it step by step into the swamp. Although the beast had a strong and agile body, the large size and thick limbs of the hodgepodge gave it a clear advantage in the fight with the beast. The beast's limbs held firmly onto the ground, but it was still being dragged step by step into the mud by the hodgepodge, for deep claw marks were left on the ground. In the swamp, the hodgepodge's body began to slowly sink, but it still didn't let go of the beast's tail. The beast struggled and roared in the mud, even tearing at the hodgepodge's body, but it was still unable to break free. It also sank into the swamp with the hodgepodge. In the end, all that was left were strings of bubbles rising to the surface. Xiao Jian held the sleeping meatball and stared at the swamp for a long time. No matter which race or which world, maternal love was the greatest. Back at the base, Xiao Jian placed the meatball on the bed. The meatball felt the softness and comfort and stretched out. Only then did he realize that it actually had legs and feet. When it curled up, its hands and feet were hidden in the fluffy meatball. It looked like a miniature little girl with a head of fluffy brown hair. Her face was round and smooth and extremely adorable. Her slightly perked ears made her very sensitive, sometimes moving along with the sound. Even in her sleep, she was alert to the movements around her. What was amazing was that she may have been dreaming of something happy because she could make a smiling expression like a human. Her smile was very sweet, especially that cute dimple. It made people want to hug and kiss her. Her body was covered with a layer of white downy hair, which made her even more charming. This little cutie and the hodgepodge that tried to protect her, other than having the same short legs, had almost nothing else in common. Xiao Jian couldn't help but feel confused. What was their relationship? Chapter 59. The Mischievous Little Ball. When Xiao Jian woke up, the little ball was still fast asleep. He left behind a dry cake and the remaining half bottle of water, and then walked out of the base. He was going to look for something that could replace the wooden planks and rope, and then figure out a way to get into the swamp to retrieve the long rectangular box. After searching for almost half the day, he still hadn't found any usable items. He unconsciously came to the swamp again and stared at it blankly. At this moment, his terminal box suddenly beeped. Xiao Jian picked it up and saw that it was a message from pretending to be a little fairy. Did you pick up the little ball? It's no ordinary creature. Don't reveal this to others. Xiao Jian immediately replied, What species is it? How does it have a human face? Pretending to be a little fairy. The little ball is a mutant spirit. Its mother probably saw humans, so it looks like a human. It's in the system's database. See for yourself. Her tone was clearly impatient at the end. Hey, wait, don't hang up. How did you know about it? Xiao Jian knew her personality. She would definitely not say another word to him. You'll know when you get back to the base. This time she surprisingly replied, but, pretending to be a little fairy, had already turned gray. She had gone offline. Xiao Jian shook his head with a wry smile. This pretending to be a little fairy was as if she had a grudge against him. She never even said goodbye when she went offline. He opened the terminal box and, sure enough, found an introduction to mutant spirits in the database. Mutant spirits were rare species in the universe. They only inherited the mutant abilities of their race. Their appearance and shape were randomly generated. They did not inherit their parents' looks. Therefore, there was a great variety in their groups, and it was difficult to see two similar mutant spirits. Every mutant spirit had at least one special ability, and their special abilities, just like their appearance, were different. Even within the entire race, they were unique. If other species swallowed a mutant spirit, they had a chance to gain its special ability. Therefore, mutant spirits were always chased and hunted. They were now on the verge of extinction. Xiao Jian was stunned after reading this introduction. It really was a strange and wondrous universe. At the same time, he also understood why the leopard-like beast was desperately hunting the little ball's mother. It turned out it wanted the special ability of the little ball. No wonder, pretending to be a little fairy, had warned him not to reveal the secret of the little ball. This little guy was like the Tang monk's flesh. Once exposed, it was likely everyone would want to boil it up. Through this matter, Xiao Jian did feel a little more goodwill towards pretending to be a little fairy. Although she was cold, she didn't seem so bad at heart. Listening to her last reply, it seemed like something had happened at the base. Xiao Jian quickly got up and rushed back to the base. When he returned to the base, he saw a fluffy, white ball standing on a chair, giggling and talking about something. Perhaps the chair wasn't tall enough to reach the screen. There was also a layer of soft fabric on the chair. It was actually holding a terminal box in its hand. The fabric on the chair was yellow. This color seemed familiar. How was it similar to the color of his bedding? He looked at the bed on the side and was instantly dumbfounded. The bed legs and bed frame were gone, and only the bedboard had collapsed onto the floor. The fabric that was padded on the chair was torn from his bedding. "Get down from there. Did you do this?" Xiao Jian pointed at the bedboard on the ground. His voice was a little loud, and there was a hint of anger in his tone. The little ball started crying with a wah, and immediately made Xiao Jian feel helpless. He wiped his hands on his clothes and went over to pick up the little ball. He then gently patted its back and took a dry cake, holding it up to its mouth. The little ball didn't like that at all. Its nimble little hand pushed away the dry cake in front of it and continued crying. Xiao Jian didn't know how to coax it. He picked up the water bottle that had rolled into the corner, and the little ball immediately looked at the water bottle with glowing eyes. It licked its parched lips and stopped crying. But when it took the water bottle and saw that it was empty, it began to cry again with a wah-wah. It seemed that it was thirsty. Xiao Jian quickly bought 2 bottles of water from the system. He opened the caps and gave them to it. The little ball took the water bottle and gulped it all down in one breath. Then, it looked at the water bottle in Xiao Jian's hand with pleading eyes. When Xiao Jian didn't give it the water bottle, tears began to well up in its eyes. Xiao Jian quickly gave it the water bottle, then bought another 2 bottles from the system. The little ball drank 3 bottles of water in one go before falling asleep in his arms with satisfaction. Xiao Jian stared blankly at the 4 empty water bottles. It hadn't even been half a day, and the 4 bottles of water had been drunk clean. He had really picked up an ancestor. Not to mention food, he couldn't even afford to supply its water needs. This mutant spirit was so good at drinking water, how did it usually get by? That's right, they must know where there's water. Xiao Jian held the little ball and, with 4 empty bottles, returned to the swamp. He then walked along the edge of the swamp with the little ball on his back for over an hour before the little ball woke up. Xiao Jian tried his best, gesticulating and communicating with the little ball. Finally, the little ball understood what Xiao Jian meant. It led Xiao Jian to the side of a mountain and stopped in front of a cave at the foot of the mountain. A cool breeze blew out of the cave, carrying a damp air and the sound of running water. Xiao Jian picked up the little ball and walked into the depths of the cave. In a crack in the rock, he discovered the source of the water. The water slowly flowed from the crack, forming a clear pool of water. Xiao Jian felt incredible joy and excitement. This was the first water source he had seen in the unknown space, and it was of great significance to him. He carefully approached the pool of water and gently touched the surface of the water with his hands, feeling the moistness and coolness. This water source gave him hope and comfort. With this source, not only could they solve their drinking problem, they could also grow various crops. He also remembered that seeds were sold in the auction house. These seeds had not yet been purchased by anyone. It was just that the price of seeds was very expensive, 10 contribution points per pack. He only had a few contribution points given by the system. He had also spent 2 points to buy water for the little ball. He didn't have enough money to buy even 1 pack of seeds. Thinking about the water in the system, it was half a contribution point per bottle. This was a huge profit. Could he also sell water? Xiao Jian opened the chat channel. There were only a few messages in the channel. It was still daytime, and many people were probably out and had not returned. Ghost King, I ate 5 children and I'm still hungry. Do you have any food? I don't have any contribution points. I'll use a machete to trade. Ice Emperor Starman, this weather is so hot. The water in the system is so expensive. Has anyone found a water source? Get me some. I'm dying of thirst. Chapter 60, The Metal Monster in the Swamp. Xiao Jian immediately posted a message. I draw my sword when disagreeing. Selling water, 0.2 points per bottle. You need to bring your own water bottle. Serious inquiries only. Ice Emperor Starman, wow. Boss, did you find a water source? Give me 11 bottles quickly. I have 11 empty bottles. Where was this guy from? The temperature didn't feel particularly hot, yet he had already drunk 11 bottles of water. Was he really that afraid of heat? Okay, send me the water bottles. Xiao Jian immediately replied. Soon, he received more than a dozen friend requests. Lowly flavored softie. Boss, I want 3 bottles. Just after completing the transaction with lowly flavored softie, more than a dozen people added him as a friend, all wanting to buy water. Except for Ice Emperor Starman, who bought 11 bottles at once. The others all bought 2 or 3 bottles. It was probably that they didn't have extra water bottles. Xiao Jian only sat in the cave for an hour and sold more than 100 bottles of water, earning more than 20 contribution points. He immediately bought a pack of seeds from the auction house. This business was really good. Xiao Jian couldn't help but pick up the little ball and kiss it on the forehead. This was all thanks to the little ball. After sitting for a while and seeing that no one was contacting him, Xiao Jian put away the terminal box and got up to return to the base. Xiao Jian had just taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped and stared at the terminal box in his hand. It could transmit minerals. Could it also transmit mud? He set the transmission target to himself and aimed the light beam at a pile of rocks, clicking the Transmit Confirm button. The rocks instantly disappeared, which filled Xiao Jian with confidence. He put the little ball on his shoulder and quickly returned to the swamp. He adjusted the light circle of the transmission device to its maximum size and pressed the transmission button. Within the coverage of the green light beam, all the mud instantly disappeared, revealing the hard ground. Xiao Jian looked happily at the terminal box. He had forgotten that the transmission destination was his base. He was just transmitting and transmitting at the swamp. Soon, he had created a safe passage in the swamp. What he didn't expect was that in the process of creating the passage, he also found robot remains all over the ground. But Xiao Jian didn't retrieve these robot remains. Instead, he transmitted them away together with the mud. The channel that he created could be flooded by the mud again at any time. He had to maintain the transmission mode, so he could not frequently activate the recycling system to retrieve these low-value items. His target was the long rectangular box ahead. When Xiao Jian saw this long rectangular box, even though he had already seen it in his mind, he still felt shocked. This long rectangular box was made of more than a dozen rectangular metal boxes connected together. Each rectangular box was more than 3 zhang long, and its height and width were more than 2 zhang. The rectangular boxes were connected by 2 hemispheres, like movable joints. The entire long object looked like a centipede that could rotate and twist. Its head was a sharp cone with a spiral-shaped groove. The long object was surrounded by toothed metal wheels. There were also many metal claws between the wheels. These claws were like steel shovels for digging the soil and also like the legs of a centipede. When the little ball saw this metal monster, its eyes lit up immediately. It stretched out its nimble little hand, pointed at it, made a few squeaks, jumped down from Xiao Jian's body, and ran happily towards it. When its short legs ran, it was like a fluffy ball bouncing on the ground, making Xiao Jian couldn't help but chuckle. When it ran to the side of the box, its legs sprang, and like a rubber ball, it jumped onto the top of the box. Then, it reached out and pulled, and a wheel instantly disappeared. Xiao Jian stared at its actions in shock, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. How did that wheel suddenly disappear? Then, the little ball dismantled more than a dozen wheels before running back with great satisfaction and jumping onto Xiao Jian's shoulder. Xiao Jian was very curious. He patted the little ball for a while, but he didn't find any anomalies. Where did it put these wheels? The little ball swayed its body from side to side, showing great resistance to Xiao Jian's rudeness. It chattered at Xiao Jian for a while before jumping off his shoulder in dissatisfaction. Seeing that the little ball was unhappy and that he couldn't communicate with it, he had to give up his attempt to continue exploring. He walked around the box, preparing to enter it and obtain items with recycling value. But the whole long box was sealed, and there were no traces of doors or windows. The terminal box in Xiao Jian's hand had always been in transmission mode, and it was constantly transmitting the surrounding mud out. However, the mud was still flowing into the channel and slowly filling the space of the channel, and it was getting faster and faster. The transmission speed of the terminal box could no longer keep up with the speed at which the mud was coming in. If he waited any longer, the situation would become increasingly difficult. Xiao Jian didn't have time to think anymore. He quickly switched the transmission mode to recycling mode and used the green beam of light to directly recycle the box. The light beam was not enough to cover the entire long box. Every time he recycled, the box would disappear piece by piece as if he was cutting tofu with a sharp knife. In just a moment, the entire box had been recycled by him. He didn't have time to check the recycling results. He grabbed the little ball and quickly retreated. As soon as they returned to the shore, the channel that they had passed through was filled with mud again. At this time, the mud in the swamp had become even thinner. The flow speed of the thin mud was several times faster than before. The transmission speed of the terminal box would definitely not be able to withstand this speed. Xiao Jian patted his chest. Luckily, he had run fast, or else he would have been trapped in the swamp. When he got back to the place where he had placed the base, Xiao Jian was completely dumbfounded when he saw the mountain of mud in front of him. He walked around the mud several times before confirming that the base was buried beneath this mud. At this moment, the terminal box beeped twice. Xiao Jian opened it and saw a message from pretending to be a little fairy. Got it. The other party seemed to never say superfluous words. She was extremely economical with her words. Xiao Jian was shocked by her message. Could it be that she was hiding nearby? How else would she have known so quickly? When the little ball saw the picture of pretending to be a little fairy, it happily pointed at it, giggling non-stop. Xiao Jian didn't know what it was chattering about. He climbed to a high place and looked around. He didn't notice anything abnormal. He then gave up on the idea of continuing to search. The terrain here was relatively complex, with tall rocks everywhere. If she was deliberately hiding nearby, it would be difficult for him to find her in a short time. So far, Xiao Jian had not sensed her hostility. She probably did not have any malicious intentions towards him. Since the base was still buried in the mud, Xiao Jian had nowhere to go. He casually found a rock and sat down. Chapter 61. Bean Spring Water, a little sweet. After retrieving the long, rectangular box from the swamp, Xiao Jian hadn't even had a chance to examine his loot before impatiently opening his account. To his astonishment, it showed a balance of 15,000 contribution points. Although, pretending to be a little fairy, had mentioned it before, seeing the actual number still made his heart race with excitement. He never imagined the long box would be so valuable. Just think, a complete robot wreckage was only worth 15 points. Xiao Jian was incredibly curious about this long box. What exactly was it? Back in the swamp, things had been too hectic for him to check the feedback information from the recycling system. The box had wheels on all four sides and was made entirely of metal. If it was a vehicle, how could such a bulky thing move across uneven ground? Xiao Jian shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. Metal robots could run all over the mountains and act as soldiers, so it wasn't that strange for a metal box to be mobile too. He had plenty of things he couldn't figure out, and one more wouldn't hurt. Maybe he'd gradually understand them in time. Thinking about his own world, compared to the items here, it was practically prehistoric. If only he could manufacture things like these, the thought alone was exhilarating. Xiao Jian chuckled at his own absurdity. How could he even entertain such outlandish ideas? He glanced up at the still visible sun, realizing he was just daydreaming in broad daylight. He transferred 8,000 contribution points to pretending to be a little fairy, which included 500 points for the purchase of the terminal box. This was as they had agreed at the beginning. Pretending to be a little fairy had provided the coordinates, and they would split the profits 50-50. After completing the transaction, he remembered that Little Dumpling also had a terminal box. He looked at Little Dumpling and pointed at the box in its hand, asking, "Little Dumpling, where did you get this?" GG. Little Dumpling seemed only to know how to say GG or cha-cha. It sounded like it was trying to talk, but Xiao Jian couldn't understand a thing. Seeing him shake his head, Little Dumpling opened its terminal box, pointed at the picture of pretending to be a little fairy, and kept saying GG. When it was clear that Xiao Jian still didn't understand, it took Xiao Jian's terminal box, skillfully added him as a friend, and then yelled GG% at #% at its own terminal box. Xiao Jian took his terminal box and read the message with an amused smile. This little box, sister gave it to Little Dumpling. It turned out that its GG was probably its way of saying sister, but it just sounded like GG. Looking at the message from Little Dumpling, Xiao Jian admired the power of the base. It could even translate the language of mutated sprites. With the base providing translations, things would be much easier in the future, and he wouldn't have to play charades with Little Dumpling anymore. Xiao Jian remembered the bed that Little Dumpling had torn to pieces in the base and asked through the terminal box, "Little Dumpling, where did you take our bed?" "Hungry, yummy," Little Dumpling said, smacking its lips, looking as if it were still enjoying a tasty meal. Xiao Jian understood. No wonder it had left the dried biscuits he'd left untouched. It was eating metal. Xiao Jian's heart was once again reeling. What kind of creature was this? Eating metal, of all things. How could it even digest that? Looking at Little Dumpling's pearly white teeth, could it even chew through metal? If he told people in his world about this, Probably not even a ghost would believe him. He recalled the dozen or so metal wheels he'd lost in the swamp. Could it have eaten all of them? It must have an insatiable appetite. Did you eat those wheels? Xiao Jian, worried little dumpling wouldn't understand, made a circular gesture with his hands and then pointed at its little mouth. Little dumpling shook its little head and patted its round, fluffy belly, replying, "Here." Then, like a magic trick, it suddenly placed a wheel on the ground. The wheel was several times larger than little dumpling itself. Wow, this little guy was too strange, Xiao Jian thought, picking little dumpling up and examining it from all angles. Still, he couldn't figure out where it had been hiding the wheel. Xiao Jian asked little dumpling again, but it told him it only knew how to put things away and take them out. It didn't know where the items went. Since little dumpling didn't know, Xiao Jian decided to drop it for the time being. Compared to the base's ability to teleport items, little dumpling's skill wasn't that unusual. Xiao Jian looked at the mud in front of him, and a new headache began. He had to find a way to deal with the mud, or they would have to live outside. The system's information had strongly warned that the nights here were extremely dangerous. Little dumpling, does your terminal box have a transfer function? Xiao Jian suddenly thought he could transfer the mud to little dumpling's terminal box. Little dumpling misunderstood his intentions. It hastily hid the terminal box behind its back, looking at Xiao Jian warily with tears welling up in its eyes. Don't try to take my terminal box, sister gave it to me. Xiao Jian was speechless. This little guy was a lost cause. From the way it acted, it was clear that it was addicted to the chat channel. I don't want yours, I just want to borrow it. Xiao Jian explained quickly, seeing that little dumpling was about to cry. You really won't take it? Little dumpling hesitantly took out its terminal box, its big eyes fixed on Xiao Jian, afraid he would take it and never return it. Give it here, I have one myself, who wants yours anyway? Xiao Jian opened little dumpling's terminal box, moved the transfer light beam to a low-lying area outside the base, and opened his own terminal box to transfer the mud from inside the base. Instantly, the mud began to move out in clumps, as if some animal was excreting it. Xiao Jian was very pleased. This thing was so handy. Little dumpling thought it was fun too. Holding its terminal box, it hopped around, picking up a large pile of robot wreckage from the mud. These remains had been transferred along with the mud during the cleanup. Finally, the base was cleared of mud, but the inside was still messy and unlivable. Xiao Jian picked up little dumpling again, returning to the watery cave. He kept transferring the water from the pool to the base and spent the entire night doing it. Little dumpling was also up all night, sitting on the side, busy with something with its terminal box. As long as it didn't cry or make a fuss, Xiao Jian didn't care. Back at the base, Xiao Jian worked hard for a few more hours to clean it up. Exhausted from the day, he decided to stay at the base and rest. He opened the chat channel and found a pinned advertisement. The nickname was Little Sweet Bean, Bean Spring Water, a little sweet? Who was this little sweet bean? They'd even found a water source. Xiao Jian wasn't too concerned. He didn't really care about that income anymore. He was happy to let someone else sell water and take a rest himself. Chapter 62. Hoarding Seeds and Terminal Boxes. Please call me Garbage King. Haha. I'm rich. 500 contribution points in hand. I must be the first tycoon, right? Fried little cutie. A Garbage King brother. What goodies did you find? Spill the beans. I've searched everywhere, and I've only found 2 robot wrecks, which only earn me 30 points. When recycling, the recycling device could identify the item's name as long as the green light beam was pointed at it. So everyone now called them robots instead of metal people. Please call me Garbage King. Little cutie, did your robots have power cells? Fried little cutie, no. Where the power cells are supposed to be, there's only a pile of powder. Once the power cell's energy was depleted, they would automatically pulverize. This was all explained in the system manual. It wasn't clear how long it had been since the battle here. If the robots weren't completely destroyed, even a tiny part of them consuming energy would eventually deplete the power cells. Therefore, it was very difficult to find usable power cells in robot wrecks. Please call me Garbage King. That means they were used up. Robot wrecks aren't worth much. A whole robot wreck is only 15 points. Cool from head to toe, I found a huge pile of robot wrecks, and only one power cell was still intact, but it's not bad. I earned 300 points. Everyone joined in, showing off their gains. Perhaps because they were becoming more familiar with the place, their activity range had expanded, and their gains these last few days were quite good. The highest gain was indeed from Garbage King. Next closest was Cool from head to toe, who only had a little over 300 points. Of course, there may have been others who were hiding their success. People like Xiao Jian and pretending to be a little fairy, who had already accumulated several thousand points, hadn't posted their earnings. Xiao Jian opened the auction house and noticed that the terminal boxes were steadily decreasing. Each time it decreased by one, and the time intervals were very regular. It was clear that one person was buying them. The auction house had rules stipulating that one person could only buy one of the same item within a certain period. The key thing was that terminal boxes were limited. There were 719, one for each survivor. If someone bought more than one, someone would definitely be left out. Xiao Jian immediately understood that someone was hoarding them. He didn't hesitate and immediately joined the buying spree. He bought terminal boxes first. Seeds were also limited items. There were still 700 packets in the auction house. They were only 10 points each, and Xiao Jian bought one packet each time. Soon, Xiao Jian noticed that the speed at which the number of seeds was decreasing had increased. Another hoarder had joined, probably because they didn't have enough money. That person was only buying seeds, not the terminal boxes. Xiao Jian glanced at the dried biscuits and water. These two items were unlimited, so it was hard to tell if anyone was buying them. Dried biscuits and water weren't profitable, so Xiao Jian didn't bother. After being busy for half the night, Xiao Jian had spent all his 7,000 contribution points. 40 terminal boxes cost him 6,000 points, and 100 bags of seeds cost him 1,000 points. Looking at the auction house, there were still 600 terminal boxes left. To make a profit by selling terminal boxes, he would have to buy up the entire stock, which wasn't a small amount. Xiao Jian started to wonder if he'd been too rash this time. Looking at his empty account, he had become a pauper again. He had to earn contribution points as soon as possible. Since he had already started buying up items, there was no point in giving up halfway. He remembered the robot Rex in the swamp. Now that he had 2 terminal boxes, it would be much easier to recycle them. Before leaving, Xiao Jian adjusted the transfer light beam on the base's transport device to a low-lying area outside. He didn't want to flood the base again. With little dumpling on his shoulder, they returned to the swamp. Looking at the endless swamp, Xiao Jian suddenly felt incredibly small. The channel he'd made while retrieving the long box had been swallowed up by the mud, leaving no trace. He stared at the depths of the swamp, and quickly the image of the swamp appeared in his mind. Xiao Jian's attention quickly searched the image. The entire swamp was like a giant funnel. The further toward the center, the deeper the mud. When his mind reached the center, he discovered a pitch-black hole. The hole was the size of a small mountain, and it was bottomless. Xiao Jian even felt that the entire swamp was the outer edge of this hole. As soon as his consciousness tried to probe deeper into the hole, his perception ability automatically retreated. In the deep hole, he saw many long boxes and other items, but because the hole was too deep, he couldn't see their exact shapes clearly. The deep hole was far from the shore and incredibly deep. It was beyond his current abilities to reach that place. Fortunately, there were many robot wrecks on the shallow shore of the swamp. Salvaging these would be a significant gain. This time with Little Dumpling's terminal box, operating was much more convenient than last time. He gave his own terminal box to Little Dumpling, letting it ride on his shoulder and focus solely on recycling robot wrecks. And he used Little Dumpling's terminal box to clear a path. They had so much fun that they inadvertently went deeper and deeper. Just then, Xiao Jian felt the surroundings suddenly turn dark. He looked up, puzzled. The clear sky had been replaced by dark clouds. Rumble. A bolt of lightning cut through the sky, breaking the calm and peace. Oh no, it's going to rain. Xiao Jian grabbed Little Dumpling tightly on his shoulder and turned to run. Little Dumpling felt like it was flying and giggled excitedly, clapping its little hands. They had barely run a few steps when the downpour started. Xiao Jian's face paled with fear. He quickly instructed Little Dumpling to hold on to his neck tightly. He freed up both hands, holding a terminal box in each, clicking the transfer confirm button repeatedly, transferring mud along the way as he ran toward the shore. The ground was wet and slippery, and he fell several times. Without even taking the time to wipe his face, he got up and ran forward. The mud behind Xiao Jian, like a wall of mud, was rolling toward him to completely engulf him. Just as the mud wall was about to catch him, the mud on both sides of the channel collapsed, merging with the mud wall. Adding the dilution from the downpour, the mud became even more turbulent, forming a huge wave of mud several meters high. The roaring wind pushed the mud wave, wildly hitting Xiao Jian's back. He felt as if he'd been hit by a hammer, and his body was sent flying. He tumbled and landed on the shore, sliding several meters forward before stopping. At that moment, Flash floods roared down, carrying the power of thunder, and were rushing down at the swamp. Xiao Jian clung desperately to a rock to barely stay steady, so he wouldn't be washed into the swamp. The little dumpling, who was giggling just now, was now clinging to Xiao Jian's head, its short legs tightly wrapped around his neck, and it was in shock. Its eyes were wide open, petrified by the sight in front of it. Chapter 63. Food Prices Skyrocket. Xiao Jian looked back. The path in the swamp had vanished, and the entire swamp had turned into a lake of mud. He took a long breath. If he'd been a step slower, even with the 2 terminal boxes transfer function, he wouldn't have been able to withstand this crazy mud. The terminal boxes transfer function did not continuously transfer, but rather transferred intermittently. No matter how fast your hand, clicking the confirm transfer button still took time. The system also paused for a moment after completing each transfer. Back at the base, the original low-lying area was piled high with mud, and everywhere was flooded. Luckily, the base was on higher ground. Otherwise, the base would have been buried in the mud again. The weather here was like a child's face. It could change at any moment, and this torrential rain showed no signs of stopping. Xiao Jian opened his account system to check the day's gains. Not bad. His account balance had increased by over 3,000 contribution points. He opened the auction house and was immediately stunned. Dried biscuits had increased in price. The dried biscuits that used to cost 2 contribution points were now 20 points, and the price was still rising. Xiao Jian immediately bought 10 bags of dried biscuits. Dried biscuits and water were the same. He could buy 10 units at a time. At that moment, the price of dried biscuits instantly increased to 21 points. He stared wide-eyed at the price of the dried biscuits. He didn't need a system message to realize that dried biscuits were unlimited, but every 10 bags sold, the system would raise the price by 1 point. Xiao Jian looked at the price of water again. Water was still 0.2 contribution points, but there was a number 1,500 next to it, and that number was decreasing. Although water prices had not increased, they were now in limited supply. Xiao Jian quickly bought 10 bottles of water. He did not lack drinking water, but the bottles might be useful in the future. After buying water, it was time to buy dried biscuits. By now the dried biscuits had risen to 25 points. Xiao Jian did not hesitate and immediately bought 10 more bags. It was unclear when they would be able to grow crops here. Even though dried biscuits were hard to swallow, they were the only food available right now, so he needed to prepare for any eventuality. After buying dried biscuits, he quickly bought seeds. At the rate that food prices were rising, who knows where they would go? Ultimately, they would still need to rely on growing their own food. The auction house did not classify the seeds, so Xiao Jian didn't know what kind of seeds he was buying. He could only buy 1 packet at a time. Meanwhile, the chat channel had erupted. Various messages flooded the screen, most still celebrating the rain. Most people hadn't noticed the anomaly in the auction house. Of course, some people must have noticed, but no one would be foolish enough to say it out loud. If everyone knew, the price of dried biscuits would definitely skyrocket. I'm always in water. Thank heavens, it's finally raining. Heavens, what's it got to do with me? I haven't had a drop of rain here. Veteran Cute One, water bro, aren't you always in water? Do you still need water? I'm always in water. Bullshit. I'm on a deserted island in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by the vast sea, and I can't drink seawater. Otherwise, I would have started selling water already. How do you never get full? Now, Little Sweet Bean's water selling business is probably done for. I bought dozens of bottles of water from her. I wonder if I can get a refund? Sleeping till the world cooks. She probably earned thousands of contribution points already. She can probably survive without selling water. Ice Emperor, what you're saying isn't right. You should be grateful. Bean Bean didn't sell water at a high price. There is no reason to buy and ask for a refund. This Ice Emperor was quite upright. Actually, the person who bought the most water here was probably him. You like the sea, actually like the waves. I also bought a dozen bottles of water from her. This business is like making money in your sleep. How come I'm not that lucky? At this point, Xiao Jian had already spent all of his contribution points, buying 40 bags of dried biscuits, spending 1,000 contribution points. He also bought 200 bags of seeds and 50 bottles of water, once again emptying his account. He looked at his account. There were 15 points left. Finally, someone in the chat channel noticed the anomaly at the auction house. Not pretty, not cute, still daring. Hey, everyone take a look. Has something gone wrong with the auction house? Please call me Garbage King. Whoa crap, am I seeing things? Weren't dried biscuits 10 points a bag? How did it become 40 points? Dragging a bottle around, The price of bottled water hasn't changed, but what does the number 1000 next to it mean? I'm always in water. Heavens, are you going to let us live? Dried biscuits go up by 1 point every 10 bags, and in just the blink of an eye, it's up another 5 points. Please call me Garbage King. I'm done for. Those are ancient times. It's already rocketed to 55 points now, and just grabbing 10 bags cost me 15 extra points. The channel immediately erupted in wails. How do you never get full? Oh God, I don't have enough contribution points. I only bought 1 bag of dried biscuits. How are we going to survive? Sleeping till the world cooks. Woo-woo. I just bought a terminal box, and I have no contribution points left. Is anyone willing to lend me some? I can trade 10 bags of dried biscuits for a terminal box. Just after this person posted their message, the price of dried biscuits had soared to 100. Besides a few people who were crying because they were broke, no one paid attention to him. Everyone was busy buying up dried biscuits. Only when the price of dried biscuits exceeded 200 points did the rate of increase slow down. It wasn't that people didn't want to buy them, but they didn't have enough contribution points to buy even 1 bag. It was clear that everyone had earned quite a few contribution points these past few days. Otherwise, the price of dried biscuits wouldn't have risen so quickly. Please call me Garbage King. Why is the rain still coming down? Any more and the base will flood. Xiao Jian glanced out the window. The rain showed no sign of stopping. The area around the base had turned into a vast expanse of water. The chat channel was no longer concerned about the auction house. It was filled with cries for help. One-eyed cricket, help! My base is flooded, woo-woo. I'm going to drown in here. Invincible small rare meal, My base was washed away by the flood. Ice Emperor, damn it. There's a landslide here and my base was buried. I'm sharing my coordinates. Whoever is close to me, come help me. This, Ice Emperor, Xiao Jian had sold him water before. They had added each other as friends, so he could be considered an acquaintance. Xiao Jian opened the shared map and saw his location. He was not far from him. With his current stamina and agility, he estimated he could get there in less than 2 days. However, sharing his location with everyone like this didn't sit right with Xiao Jian. He immediately sent a message to Ice Emperor, remove your location sharing. I'll come help you after the rain stops. You just need to hold on for 2 days. Ice Emperor, thank you, boss. I can hold on for 2 days. From now on, you're my boss and I'll follow you. Chapter 64. The Rain Awakens Underground Monsters. The next day, the rain finally subsided, but the sky was still gloomy, not a single ray of sunshine visible. This light rain wasn't much of a problem for Xiao Jian anymore. He woke up early and, together with Little Dumpling, headed in the direction of Ice Emperor. Before leaving, Xiao Jian also sent a message to Ice Emperor. Ice Emperor, I'm setting off to help you now. Are you okay? Ice Emperor, boss, I'm fine. My name is Han Xiao. I'm from Ice City on Ice Emperor's star. You can call me Han Xiao from now on. Seeing this message, Xiao Jian was very surprised. Where was Ice Emperor's star? He had never heard of it before. Could it be that the people who came to this unknown space were all from different planets? Han Xiao, do you know Earth? The planet where he lived was called Earth. Everyone from his world knew of this star. Ice Emperor, is Earth a planet too? I have not heard of this planet, boss. Everyone here is from different planets. Earth is your home planet, isn't it, boss? Xiao Jian had never actively contacted anyone in the chat channel, so he naturally didn't know where these people came from. The message from Han Xiao shocked Xiao Jian. Who exactly was this guardian? They had gathered thousands of people from various planets here. How did they do it? What was special about the people who were gathered here? Why were they gathered here? Was it really just to collect supplies? Gathering everyone together from different planets was too much trouble if it was just to gather supplies. Xiao Jian simply didn't believe it. He thought about all this as he walked, his feet never pausing. Han Xiao had left a good impression on him, and Xiao Jian didn't want anything to happen to him. After another half day, Xiao Jian's terminal box beeped twice. He quickly opened it and saw a message from Han Xiao. Ice Emperor, boss, I'm about to be killed by a creature with glowing green eyes. It came directly into my... The message ended abruptly. He clearly hadn't finished, and what he was about to say was probably, it came directly into my base. Xiao Jian was dumbfounded as he read the message. A soul-devouring fiend. How could there be a soul-devouring fiend here? He quickly sent him a message. Hey, Han Xiao, are you still there? I'll be there soon. You have to hang on. A soul-devouring fiend could very likely pass through the outer wall of the base and enter directly. But how did it find Han Xiao's location? Could it be among us? Thinking of the soul-devouring fiends, Xiao Jian's eyes began to burn with anger. They had killed his father, killed the villagers of Xianrenping, and were the cause of his family's destruction. He would kill them all, one by one, and sooner or later eradicate them all. Xiao Jian did not stop, but instead sped up. He had a premonition that Han Xiao was probably already dead. It was already dark, but Xiao Jian still kept going, running without stopping. By the time it was almost dawn, he finally arrived at the location Han Xiao had shared. Not far ahead, half of the entire mountain had collapsed, and the foot of the mountain was full of rocks and mud. Xiao Jian took out his terminal box and set the transfer target to Little Dumpling's terminal box. He transferred the mud along the way and quickly saw the base buried in the mud. The base's doors and windows were tightly closed, and the outer walls were intact. Xiao Jian looked inside through the window and saw a complete set of clothes lying on the smooth floor. Xiao Jian took out his terminal box and pointed it at the base. The terminal box immediately displayed a message. Unclaimed base detected. You can recycle this base, and your base will upgrade to level 4. In the control panel, there were also 2 buttons, Open Base and Collect Base. Xiao Jian clicked Open Base and walked around inside. There were no signs of fighting. Only in Han Zhao's room did he find dozens of bottles of water and half a bag of dried biscuits. Xiao Jian used the terminal box to collect the base, turning it into a ring on his finger. The soul-devouring fiend that had killed Han Xiao, if it was among them, probably had not yet bought a terminal box, so it could not take Han Zhao's base. Xiao Jian didn't choose to recycle the base to upgrade his own. He was afraid that Han Xiao had returned. If he recycled the base now, he was worried that Han Xiao would be harmed. If he had the opportunity to meet Han Xiao in the future, he would return the ring to him. The sky had brightened, the sun had come out, and a ray of light shone on the earth, bringing warmth and hope to all things. But for this unknown space, the sunlight after the rain didn't necessarily bring hope, perhaps danger. Where the sunlight shone, tiny sprouts began to emerge from the ground. At first, Xiao Jian didn't pay too much attention, but soon he noticed that something was wrong. These sprouts were growing way too fast. Just after the sun rose a little above the horizon, these sprouts had already become half a foot tall. Moreover, it was still expanding like crazy at a visible rate. Soon, the whole mountain was green, like a vast prairie in spring. As Xiao Jian stared blankly at this vibrant earth, he suddenly felt something wiggling under his feet, as if worms were burrowing under the ground. Xiao Jian jumped away immediately, scared by what he felt. Soon, small mounds began to bulge on the surface, and the mounds became bigger and bigger before finally bursting open. A gaunt and emaciated monster slowly crawled out of the broken mound. It was the size of a pangolin, with dry, cracked scales covering its skeleton. It looked lifeless. Its limbs were short and weak, slightly bent as if ready to spring forward at any moment. The long toes ended in eagle-like claws. Its head was triangular, with a sharp horn almost taking up its entire face. The horn was covered in sharp edges, like a sharp blade. On either side of the horn were dead, fish-like eyes, as if just awakened from a deep sleep, looking around confused. Its mouth was at the base of the horn, like a crack from which 2 fangs protruded, revealing its ferocious nature. As time passed, more and more monsters emerged from the ground. They paused for a moment before noticing the green grass around them. Suddenly, they used their limbs and shot towards the grass like arrows, eating it frantically. They swallowed the grass in big gulps, without even chewing, as if afraid of missing something if they ate too slowly. They pulled the stems of the grass out of the ground, and the grass stems were thicker than fingers and were covered with roots. Once the stems were pulled from the ground, they would wither at a visible rate. The horned monsters would swallow the stems along with the mud as if these stems were a tonic. After eating the grass and its stems, the monsters' originally weak bodies swelled up like balloons. Their limbs began to look stout, and their scales began to look shiny and sleek. Chapter 65. A Life and Death Struggle with Monsters. Once the monsters had eaten their fill of grass, they suddenly roared at their companions, opened their fanged mouths, and with sharp horns, pounced on each other. They quickly tore at each other, and when a companion fell, the others immediately swarmed it and ripped it to pieces. After devouring their companions, their bodies became stronger and more agile. The bulging muscles showed their powerful strength. Their fangs became shiny, sharp like blades. Their eyes became dark and bright, revealing a fierce gaze. At this point, they seemed to notice the existence of Xiao Jian. The surrounding monsters turned towards Xiao Jian, greedily staring at Little Dumpling on his shoulder, growling in low voices. Xiao Jian drew his sword and, just as one of the monsters charged at him, he did not dodge but instead charged straight at it. This sword, which he had found in the swamp, was incredibly sharp. Just as the monster's horn was about to pierce Xiao Jian's body, Xiao Jian dodged to the side, and the sword in his hand sliced out. The monster didn't have time to adjust its direction and brushed past Xiao Jian. The sword instantly cut a huge wound in it, and a large portion of its scales was scraped away by the sword. Oh whoa! The monster let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground. This cry immediately attracted the attention of more monsters, and they all turned towards Xiao Jian. When they saw Little Dumpling on Xiao Jian's shoulder, their eyes lit up as if they had found a delicious prey. They abandoned the infighting and turned to pounce on Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian continued to swing the sword in his hand. For a moment, green blood sprayed everywhere, and a disgusting stench filled the air. Xiao Jian felt the sword in his hand getting heavier and heavier, but the surrounding monsters were getting more and more numerous. He had been pierced in many places by the monster's horns, and blood had stained his clothes red. Just then, a monster that was noticeably taller and stronger than the others roared and slowly walked towards Xiao Jian. The monsters surrounding Xiao Jian retreated when they heard this roar, making a path for the tall monster. Xiao Jian's heart sank. Judging by the majestic aura of this monster, it must be their leader. Judging by its size, it must have swallowed countless of its own kind. He was already at the end of his strength, and even dealing with these low-level monsters was difficult. How could he possibly be a match for this leader? Just as Xiao Jian was considering how to respond, he suddenly sensed a wave of malice, and this malice was coming from the monster in front of him. He hadn't sensed any malice when dozens of monsters were attacking him, because they were all aiming for Little Dumpling. Only the monster leader in front of him had set its target on him. It knew that it could only get Little Dumpling by killing him. The monster leader stopped a few meters away, wriggled its body, and suddenly used its legs to spring forward. Just as the monster leader's body was about to launch and shoot at Xiao Jian, an image suddenly flashed in his mind. At the critical moment, Xiao Jian's perception ability activated, and the predicted image clearly showed the monster leader's attack moves. Xiao Jian was shocked when he saw the image. The monster's attack route was not a straight line, but an S-shaped curve. Moreover, it didn't just charge with its horn like other monsters. This monster even used its claws to the fullest. As it charged, its front claws swung from left to right, and its body twisted accordingly, forming a several-meter-wide shadow. Even with Xiao Jian's keen eyes, he couldn't see its actual form. The monster leader seemed to be flailing about without any pattern, but it had almost blocked all of Xiao Jian's escape routes. If he did not have the perception ability to foresee its attack route and moves, and only dodged its horn, he would have definitely not dodged its claws. Even though Xiao Jian knew its moves, he still couldn't find any space to dodge. He could only risk it all and swing the sword, aiming for the predicted position of the horn. In fact, when Xiao Jian swung the sword, the monster leader's horn was still a few feet away from where he struck, and the monster leader seemed to offer itself up, and when Xiao Jian struck, it simply offered its horn to his sword. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and a huge impact force came from the sword, forcing Xiao Jian to retreat several steps. The sword in his hand almost flew out of his grip. Where the sword and the horn connected, sparks flew out, as if a hammer had smashed into an iron ingot. Xiao Jian's strike also shook the monster leader. It staggered a few steps to the side and almost fell to the ground. Xiao Jian looked at its horn, and it was still intact. The sword in his hand cut through ordinary monsters like cutting vegetables, but it didn't leave a mark on its horn. The monster leader was stunned. How had its invincible move failed today? And, coincidentally, its horn had come into contact with the other party's weapon. Although its horn was hard, it still felt a dull ache. The monster leader paused for a moment before charging at Xiao Jian again. This time, Xiao Jian saw from the predicted image that its horn aiming at him was just a feint. When its horn was close to his body, both of its front paws would suddenly grip the ground, and its body would flip over and use its hind claws to grab at his chest and back. This monster leader was really turning into something else. It had thought of all kinds of moves. If he were to stick to his previous plan of striking its horn with his sword, his body would definitely be pierced by its hind claws. In fact, Xiao Jian was unable to use his sword to deflect its horn anymore. If the monster leader didn't try any tricks and instead still charged at him head-on as before, Xiao Jian would have no way to resist. This move, which seemed unsolvable, actually gave Xiao Jian a chance. Just as it was about to reach Xiao Jian, Its front claws did grip the ground firmly. Just as its body was about to roll over, Xiao Jin charged forward, and then suddenly stumbled as if tripped, falling down. And the sword in his hand precisely pierced a point. At that time, the monster leader's head was exactly downward, almost upside down, and its left eye landed on the tip of Xiao Jin's sword. Oh whoa! The monster leader let out a miserable scream, and its body lost its balance and fell directly to the ground, creating a cloud of dust. Actually, if this monster leader hadn't butted in, Xiao Jin wouldn't have been able to fight against the encirclement of dozens of monsters. After the monster leader came, the other monsters all stood aside, watching the excitement and not daring to participate. And after Xiao Jin had the foresight, fighting alone was much easier. The monster leader lay on the ground screaming. The surrounding monsters were starting to stir again. If they attacked together again, Xiao Jin would definitely be torn to pieces. Just as they were still hesitating, Xiao Jin quickly took out his terminal box from his pocket and scanned the ring on his finger. The base control panel immediately popped up on the terminal box. Xiao Jin clicked the expand button on the panel. With a bang, the ring flew off his finger and landed on the open space, instantly expanding into a base. Chapter 66. Returning to his world. Many of the surrounding monsters were unable to dodge in time and were crushed under the base. While the other monsters were still stunned, Xiao Jin slipped into the base and locked the door behind him. Xiao Jin breathed a sigh of relief. He had tested the outer walls of the base, and they were definitely not something that these monsters could shake. It wasn't even dark, but the chat channel was already buzzing. Why am I hungry again? What kind of grass is this? It's growing so fast. I wonder if it's edible? Slap you a bite. Monsters. So many monsters. They're fighting. Please call me Garbage King. There are so many monsters here too. They seem to have come out of the ground. Luckily, it rained today, and I didn't go out, or I'd be dead. The vegetarian mosquito. Oh my god. My leg was eaten by a monster. It followed me into the base. Woo-woo, my location is 213,438. Can someone help me? Lend me a knife or something. I'm going to kill it. When this message came out, the chat channel immediately fell silent. This vegetarian mosquito didn't even have a knife, so he certainly wouldn't last long. As expected, there were no further messages from him. Xiao Jin looked at the number of survivors, and it had dropped to 712 at some point. He remembered the last time he returned there were still 719 people. Most of the deaths probably occurred after this rain. After the rain, it seemed that everything was starting to change. Food prices had increased, and there were suddenly so many monsters outside. The peaceful days seemed to be gone. Xiao Jin thought for a while and then posted a reminder in the chat channel, but he posted it anonymously. There are soul-devouring fiends here, and the base's outer walls don't seem to be able to stop them. They might be among us, so don't share your location with others. The chat channel immediately fell silent. Even though they were not together, the heavy atmosphere could still be felt. After a long time, someone finally posted a message. Sitting in front of a tomb, teasing ghosts immediately asked, "Who are you? And how do you know about the soul-devouring fiends?" Xiao Jin ignored him. Posting this reminder was actually a bit risky. After seeing this message, the soul-devouring fiend could easily conclude that he was not far from Han Xian's base. It might even come to the area to check. After that message, there was another long silence before everyone started to discuss the soul-devouring fiends. Some people here also knew about soul-devouring fiends. Just then, his terminal box beeped twice. Xiao Jin opened it and saw a private message from pretending to be a little fairy. "Did you find a soul-devouring fiend?" Xiao Jin didn't deny it and replied, "Ice Emperor was killed by it. If I kill this soul-devouring fiend, can I take the crystal core back?" Xiao Jin was still worried about Shuya. He didn't know how she was. If he had a fiend crystal core, Xiao Jin was confident he could wake her up. Xiao Jin felt that pretending to be a little fairy was powerful and knew a lot of things, so he asked her casually. This time, pretending to be a little fairy didn't reply immediately and waited a moment before replying. "You can't take it back yet. The soul-devouring fiend is too strong for you to handle. Don't try to get their crystal cores after returning. Wait for my message." Xiao Jin also knew his own limits. If Shuya hadn't sacrificed herself to help him last time when he killed the burly man, he would have died long ago. From her tone, it seemed that she could help him get a fiend crystal core. She was not simple at all. With her help, there was more hope of waking Shuya up. "Okay, I'll wait for your message. Is there anything else you want from me?" Pretending to be a little fairy, earn a little money, but it's a bit dangerous. Do you dare to go? Could he say no? Not to mention that she was willing to help him get the Fiend Crystal Core. Just for the favor she did by giving him the terminal box, he had to go. Yes. How can I refuse? Your mission is like an order, by the way. How much money can I earn? Xiao Jian answered very directly, and even gave a little flattery, but his last sentence still exposed his nature of wanting to make money. The other party still replied immediately, energy, or worth 50,000 contribution points. Xiao Jian immediately perked up. In fact, not to mention 50,000 points, even 5,000 contribution points would not be refused. He replied without hesitation, I'll go. Even if it's a mountain of knives or a sea of flames, I'll go. Xiao Jian was indeed short of money now. The hoarding business still wasn't done. The auction house seeds had not been completely sold out, and there were still hundreds of terminal boxes. If he gave up, the previous investment would be wasted. But he didn't have to rush. After the food prices had increased, the contribution points in everyone's hands were almost exhausted, and no one was buying seeds or terminal boxes. After, pretending to be a little fairy, sent him the coordinates, she sent another message, don't bring little dumpling. Then she went directly offline. It seemed that this was really dangerous, otherwise, she wouldn't have specifically instructed him not to bring little dumpling. Just as Xiao Jian was considering when to set off, a progress bar suddenly appeared in the image. It was time to return. Fortunately, he had Han Zhao's base this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known where to leave little dumpling. An occupied base would be turned into a ring that went with its owner. Only the unclaimed ones would not disappear. Xiao Jian told Little Dumpling to stay in the base and wait for him to come back. When Little Dumpling heard that he was leaving, tears immediately flowed down its face. Xiao Jian patted and coaxed Little Dumpling and assured it again and again that he would be back soon. Only then was he able to calm it down. Beishan New Village, Xiao Jian returned to his bedroom. It was the same as when he traveled to the unknown space. He lay in bed, first getting his thoughts in order. He had to deliver the tanning potion he agreed upon with Manager Hu. The next morning, Xiao Jian called Zhang Chun and Chen Bihua and asked, Chen Bihua, how much lye do we currently have? During this time, Chen Bihua had never stopped producing lye. She and the children in her family went all over the mountains to cut grass and burn it into ashes. They did not let go of the areas where Zhang Chun and the others burned the wasteland either, so they were all tanned dark every day. Young master, we've made over 40 pounds. Chen Bihua felt that she was not an idle person. Although she was busy every day, she was still very happy. Xiao Jian praised Chen Bihua and then discussed with Zhang Chun. He then set off for Shangzhou City with 35 pounds of lye, along with Fu Gue, Lai Fu, and Go Air. Shangzhou City. Xiao Jian and the others passed through the refugee camp. Just as they reached the city gate, Go Air leaned closer to Xiao Jian and said mysteriously, Young master, guess who I saw? Xiao Jian turned to look at Go Air. Go Air quickly said, It was the bandit who was with us last time who ran away. Xiao Jian was full of doubts. The bandit who ran away was from Shangzhou to begin with, so what was strange about seeing him here? Chapter 67. The Deal with Manager Hu. Go Air continued, I saw him acting furtively, so I followed him. There were about a dozen of them, and I didn't dare get too close. I vaguely heard them say something about sneaking in. Tens of thousands of refugees in Shangzhou City were being ignored. In the past, there were still some wealthy households who would offer porridge, but no one could withstand the sheer amount of consumption. Now, there were fewer and fewer people offering porridge. With no way out, it felt like a storm was brewing. Shangzhou City was no place to stay for long. He had to complete the transaction and get back quickly. As soon as Xiao Jian arrived at the city gate, a soldier came over to inspect them. He pointed to some bamboo tubes on the ox cart and asked, What are these things? There were dozens of small bowl-thick bamboo tubes on the ox cart. One end of the bamboo tubes had a wooden handle, and the end of the handle had a thin bamboo tube tied with scraps of cloth. Xiao Jian immediately handed over a piece of silver and said respectfully, Sir, these bamboo tubes are specially used to hold agents. Look at the two large pottery jars. They are full of agents. The soldier walked over, opened the pottery jar, pinched a bit of powder, put it on his tongue, and spat it out, waving his hand as if shooing away flies, urging them to hurry into the city. Arriving at the general store, Manager Hu was busy attending to customers. When he saw Xiao Jian, he didn't recognize him. He said with a professional smile, Sir, is there anything you'd like to buy? Xiao Jian tapped his folding fan, displeased. Manager Hu, how long has it been, and you've forgotten me? When Manager Hu saw Xiao Jian tapping his fan, He immediately reacted and bowed. Oh, it's you, young master. You're joking. I would never forget you. It's not that my eyes are bad, young master, but you've changed so much. Forgive me. Forgive me. As he spoke, Manager Hu gestured with his hand, inviting Xiao Jian to come inside to talk. Since his soul had merged, Xiao Jian's body had been changing every day. He was now taller than before, and no wonder Manager Hu had not recognized him right away. After some pleasantries, Xiao Jian and Manager Hu went to the backyard. Fu Guwei followed behind Xiao Jian with the things he was carrying. Xiao Jian took out a rabbit skin from Fu Guwei's load, flicked it in his hand, and said, Manager Hu, this rabbit skin was tanned with dry powder. Take a look. Manager Hu took the rabbit skin, rubbed it with both hands, and said, I trust your tanning method, young master. The last tiger skin was very well received by the owner, and he specifically told me to wait for you here before leaving. Xiao Jian looked up at Manager Hu, surprised. Manager Hu, are you leaving Shangzhou City? Manager Hu looked around as if he was afraid of being seen. Then he moved closer and whispered, There's going to be trouble here. The owner told me to retreat to Jinjiang. Then he quickly returned to his usual demeanor and asked, I wonder, did you bring the tanning potion this time? Manager Hu must have known something. He must have noticed the disturbances outside the city. Xiao Jian bowed, thanking Manager Hu for the information. Actually, even if he didn't say it, he knew that Shangzhou City was not a place to stay for long. He pointed to the pottery jars that Fu Guwei had placed aside and said, This is the concentrated powder for making the potion. It used all my materials, and this is all I could make. Don't underestimate this powder, Manager Hu. A small spoonful is enough for 10 rabbit skins. 1 pound of powder can tan hundreds of skins. Manager Hu pinched a little powder from the pottery jar. First, he carefully examined it. It was a pure white powder he had never seen before. Then he crushed it with his fingers and put it under his nose to smell it. I have never seen this kind of agent before, young master. It is truly ingenious. Xiao Jian understood what he meant. He was still not convinced. He tapped the folding fan in his hand and said, Manager Hu, just grab a few dry skins, and I'll demonstrate it for you so you can rest assured. Manager Hu politely said, How could I not trust you, young master? A demonstration is a good way to understand how to use the agent. He then casually grabbed a few dry and hard skins. Xiao Jian didn't care what kind of skin they were. He asked Fu Guwei to soak the skins in warm water, then took a bit of powder from the pottery jar and put it in the water, rubbing them a few times, then rinsing them with clean water. He said, Rubbing more will make the effect better. Originally, it should be dried in the shade, but we won't be too picky. Drying it in the sun is fine too, but the texture will be slightly worse. Manager Hu took the skins and shook them. They were as smooth as silk and much softer than fresh skins. He said, very satisfied, Your tanning potion is indeed extraordinary, young master. Please come inside and have some tea. It was time to talk about prices. After Xiao Jian sat down, he tapped his folding fan and said, I won't lie to you, Manager Hu. This agent is complicated and tedious to make, and it uses a lot of materials, including many valuable herbs. I used over 30 people, working for over a month, just to make this little bit of powder. I brought it all to you, Manager Hu, for a total of 35 pounds. Xiao Jian was not lying. It did use a lot of material. The weeds burned could be piled into a mountain. Collecting the ashes was also very tedious. Manager Hu stood up and bowed, saying respectfully, You've worked hard, young master. Please give me a price, and I won't haggle. 35 pounds of the agent could be used to tan thousands, even tens of thousands, of skins. Whether it was resold or kept for personal use, it was extremely valuable. Xiao Jian held up 4 fingers and said, 4 taels of silver per pound. That's the lowest price I can give you, Manager Hu. I won't ask how much you sell it for, but I suggest you dilute the powder before selling it. Diluting is simple, just mix it with water. Fu Guwei stood by, dumbfounded, when he heard Xiao Jian quote the price of 4 taels of silver. Chen Bihua and some of the children had earned over 100 taels of silver. Why was it so easy for his young master to make money? The young master was a genius. Manager Hu's eyes lit up. These 35 pounds of agent, after dilution, would be over 1,000 pounds. For the average customer, buying too little powder was difficult to sell, and buying too much was unnecessary. But selling diluted agent wouldn't have that problem. Thinking of this, Manager Hu's face bloomed into a smile, and he bowed deeply. Thank you for the guidance, young master. The price will be as you say. 35 pounds of potassium carbonate powder, selling for over 100 taels of silver in this world. was not considered a high price. It was one of a kind. After agreeing on the price, manager who didn't even bother weighing it. He directly had his staff carry the silver over and gave it to Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian had Fu Gue collect the silver, tapped his fan, and manager who saw that he still had something to say. He quickly picked up the teapot and poured more tea for Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian said, "Manager Hu, I also brought a new gadget this time. I wonder if you're interested." As he spoke, he had Fu Gue bring over a bar of soap and handed it to Manager Hu, saying, "This is the latest soap we've developed. It can be used to wash hands, face, body, and clothes." Manager Hu might as well give it a try. Chapter 68, Material Procurement Plan. Manager Hu took the soap and observed it in his palm. It was white, translucent, and he instinctively put it under his nose to smell it. It smelled a bit like realgar. This was another thing he had never seen before. He asked, "I wonder what this, soap is. How is it used?" Xiao Jian smiled. "Just wash as you normally would, Manager Hu. This soap is nothing like soap beans or pancreatin." Manager Hu had his staff bring over a basin of hot water. He wet his hands in the water, rubbed some soap on them, and worked up a lather. The lather on his hands was rich and thick. He put his hands in the basin and washed off the lather, and his hands felt very refreshed. He then rubbed some soap on his face and worked up a lather. When he saw the dirty water in the basin, he was stunned. Was his face really that dirty? He touched his face with his hand and felt much cleaner and fresher than usual, exclaiming, "Truly ingenious. Young master, how much of this soap do you have? I'll buy it all." Soap was different from tanning potions. Its target customer was the entire upper class. With soap, who would use soap beans or pancreatin? Xiao Jian smiled at Manager Hu, tapped his folding fan, and said, "Manager Hu has a good eye. Once this soap is launched, it will be difficult for you not to get rich." He picked up the soap, tossed it up and down, and said, "This soap has realgar in it, which can repel insects and treat sores. This is just one kind. Later, there will be various scented soaps. I believe the young masters and ladies will love them." Manager Hu was full of smiles, his eyes following the soap that Xiao Jian was tossing up and down, until Xiao Jian put the soap on the table. Then he bowed and said, "I am fortunate to have this opportunity, thanks to you, young master. If you have any instructions, I will not refuse." Xiao Jian tapped his fan and said casually, "I trust Manager Hu's character. As long as you are interested in cooperating, there are many new products to come, and each one will be as good as this one. For these 20 bars of soap, I'll give you a discounted price of 1 tael of silver each, as a way to test the market." Manager Hu stood up again and refilled Xiao Jian's tea, saying, "Thank you, young master. I will definitely convey your meaning to the owner after I return to Jinjiang." He then took out 20 taels of silver without hesitation and gave them to Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian took the silver, but did not give it to Fu Gue. Instead, he placed it on the table and asked, "I also need to buy some things this time. I wonder if Manager Hu can provide some convenience." Manager Hu stood up and bowed. "Please ask, young master. Whatever we have, I will give it to you at the best price. If we don't have it, I can help you find it." Xiao Jian said, "Realgar and sulfur are what I always need. The other few things are not rare. One is craft paper, and the second is black oil. Also, I'm planning to buy some grain to take back. I wonder if Manager Hu has any contacts for that?" Manager Hu thought for a moment and said, "The black oil you're talking about, could it be kerosene? That's not rare. Some people use it to light lamps, but the smell is a bit strong, so wealthy families don't use it." Xiao Jian said, "Yes, it's kerosene. I'm not using it for lighting lamps. I'm making some unique things at home that require it." Xiao Jian wasn't making things up. Oil was very useful. The current fuse needed the asphalt from oil as a moisture-proof layer. "I don't have much sulfur or realgar here either. I'll find it elsewhere. It won't delay you. I have craft paper here. That's easy." He hesitated a moment and then said, "The price of grain has increased a lot. It's 3 taels of silver per load now, and you can't buy in large quantities. How much do you need, young master?" Xiao Jian lowered his head, slowly tapping his folding fan, and internally calculated that the silver from last time had long been used up. This transaction would be 160 taels. If he bought some livestock and other miscellaneous things and tools, the money might not be enough. Once something happened in Shangzhou City, he probably wouldn't be able to buy supplies here again. He had to prepare more of the needed supplies this time. He had to buy 25 loads of grain, 100 pounds of both sulfur and realgar, planned to buy 2 more plowing oxen, and also cooking oil, tung oil, kerosene, and craft paper. he would probably be about 50 taels short. Seeing Xiao Jian's worried expression, Manager Hu said, "Young master, do you have any worries? Why not tell me? Perhaps I can give you some advice." Xiao Jian looked up at Manager Hu. He thought that they were not very familiar, and also he was about to leave Shangzhou City, and they might not meet again for a while. So he lowered his head and calculated what purchases he should skip. 2 plowing oxen were necessary. The amount of sulfur and realgar could be reduced, and he would buy 50 pounds each like last time. Kerosene and craft paper were not worth much. 25 loads of grain could not be reduced. And as for the rest, he would buy as much as he could with the money left over. Xiao Jian finally raised his head, emphatically tapping his palm, and said, "There are a lot of supplies to buy this time. The increase in the price of grain was unexpected, and my silver is a bit tight, so I need to carefully consider it. Forgive my behavior. I wonder, what are the current prices for livestock?" If plowing oxen had increased in price again, he would not be able to complete his planned purchases this time. Manager Hu said, "Plowing oxen are a bit cheaper now, about 19 taels. Donkeys have increased to 17 taels. The price of realgar has dropped a lot. I wonder how big of a gap do you still have to cover, young master?" The price of oxen had dropped because fields were not being plowed. Donkeys were scarce because merchants were evacuating Shangzhou City and needed donkeys to carry their goods. Realgar had fallen in price because everyone was selling off their stock. Xiao Jian nodded. "In that case, the problem is not that big. 25 loads of grain. I'll trouble you to find them for me, Manager Hu. I originally planned to buy 100 pounds of sulfur and realgar each, but now I'll buy 50 pounds each. Kerosene and craft paper, I'll buy 150 pounds each. Please calculate how much silver that will cost." Manager Hu said, "I'll just give the craft paper and kerosene to you, young master. I wasn't planning on taking them with me when I return to Xinjiang. I will find 100 pounds each of sulfur and realgar for you, and for the insufficient amount, we will settle it next time, if that is acceptable with you." Xiao Jian stood up and bowed. "I didn't misjudge Manager Hu. I won't make things difficult for you either. After this transaction, you can send a staff member with me to my home to pick up goods as payment. Do you think that is acceptable, Manager Hu?" Manager Hu had been worrying about the next transaction. If Xiao Jian found Xinjiang inconvenient, he could partner with another merchant. Hearing Xiao Jian's arrangement, Manager Hu immediately smiled and patted his chest, saying, "Your arrangement is perfect, young master. Don't worry about the remaining payment. It's just that it's more than twice the distance from here to Xinjiang. If it's inconvenient for you to deliver the goods, I'll send someone to pick them up. This way, we have nothing to worry about." Before leaving, Xiao Jian left a deposit and agreed upon the delivery location. Then, he took Fu Guo and the others to a restaurant and treated them to a lavish meal, even ordering a plate of pig liver specifically. Chapter 69. Training troops outside Shangzhou City. Life at home was indeed tough. Before, they could eat whatever they wanted, but now they didn't even have oil. They had finally made a trip to Shangzhou City, so they were determined to have a good meal. Go'er thought that pig liver wasn't as good as meat, but the young master had ordered this dish twice when they ate in the city. Confused, he asked, "Young master, why do you always order pig liver? Is there a special reason?" Xiao Jian glanced at Go'er and asked, "Do you have night blindness? You know, the condition where you can't see clearly at night?" Go'er looked up at Xiao Jian, realizing, the condition where you can't see clearly at night, that's night blindness? I used to have it, but it's much better now. In our village, only a few hunters don't have this problem. Xiao Jian smiled and nodded. Eating more pig liver will make night blindness go away quickly. After saying that, he moved some pig liver into Go'er's bowl. He and Fu Guo didn't have this problem. Actually, Xiao Jian didn't like eating pig liver. This simple act moved Go'er to tears. He was almost about to cry. Xiao Jian wasn't trying to win people's hearts. If his main subordinates all had night blindness, it would greatly limit him. But it was a bit strange that Lai Fu didn't have night blindness. He must have hunted a lot. He asked, "Lai Fu, you don't seem to have night blindness. Do you hunt often? Is hunting easy?" Xiao Jian wanted to gather everyone to go hunting after they returned home to improve their living conditions. Lai Fu was eating with his mouth full and said vaguely, "Young master, hunting is not easy. My dad has never caught anything. I can only catch a rabbit every few days." He swallowed the food in his mouth and muttered, "My dad said that the mountains where we live are all owned by the Xiao family, and hunting there is not allowed." Xiao Jian was speechless. He had always been wandering around, not doing any real work, and his father had never told him what assets the family had. It seemed that his family was actually a large landlord. No wonder the place where they were now living had not been developed. It turned out it was private land. His father probably didn't know that the water source there had never run dry. It didn't matter who it belonged to in the past. Now whoever was stronger had the right to it. Xiao Jian didn't care about the ownership issue. After they finished eating, they went to the market to buy plowing oxen. There were more plowing oxen in the market than before. Xiao Jian picked 2 that looked stronger, and then bought an ox cart. He spent 10 taels of silver to buy 150 pounds of cooking oil and 50 pounds of tung oil, and then went to the iron shop to buy some craftsman's tools. With a bite of his teeth, he spent more than 10 taels of silver to buy a set of blacksmith tools. Looking at his purse, he had only 30 taels of silver left. He still had to reserve over 20 taels to buy grain. Since the purchasing was almost done, they didn't linger in the city. He bought several baskets of steamed buns, several large buckets of thin porridge and rice, and had Fu Gui and Lai Fu drive the ox cart, waiting not far from the city gate. There were obviously more refugees outside than yesterday, and the movement was more frequent. Xiao Jian didn't dare go out with the ox cart just like that. He decided to recruit some manpower first. The first one he sent out was Go Air. He was responsible for collecting orphans from among the refugees. After he left with 15 orphans, Xiao Jian finally went out of the city. As before, Xiao Jian first circled around among the refugees. He found that there were many new refugees. These new refugees looked better dressed and had a better complexion than most people. There were also a few people dressed in a more orderly way who were recruiting employees. Xiao Jian stood on the side watching. They were not recruiting craftsmen, but rather some strong middle-aged men, and they only recruited 3 or 5 people at a time. At this time, a middle-aged man in bright clothes came to Xiao Jian's side and said, "Seeing your manner, brother, you must also be recruiting guards for your merchant team, right? Have you formed a team with others?" For safety reasons, merchants usually form teams so that there would be more guards. That way, smaller groups of bandits wouldn't dare to provoke them. Xiao Jian glanced at the middle-aged man. His skin was fair, and he didn't look like he often lived in the wilderness. At least, he was a manager. Then he cupped his hands. "We have already formed a team. We agreed to go with Manager Hu." The middle-aged man cupped his hands, returning the greeting. "You mean Manager Hu of the general store? He's still in the city? With him around, there are no safety concerns." Xiao Jian looked at the staff who were recruiting people and asked, "Are those your people, sir?" The middle-aged man nodded, and after chatting for a few more minutes, Xiao Jian asked, "When you recruit people, why don't you choose those who have a better complexion?" The middle-aged man looked around and whispered, "You must be careful, young brother. These people may be difficult to control. Those who have persevered till now have good constitutions and will recover after a few meals." The middle-aged man's words were vague, but the meaning was clear. These newcomers were likely to have a shady background, and it was best not to provoke them. Xiao Jian cupped his hands. "Thank you for the guidance, sir." After saying that, he also started recruiting people. As before, he specifically recruited young people who had a skill. He recruited more people this time, 30 at once. Regardless of what kind of craftsmen they were, carpenters, tile setters, blacksmiths, stone masons, basket weavers, leather workers, hunters, they took all kinds. And he heeded the middle-aged man's advice not to take those who had a good complexion. Leading the 30 people to the city gate, Fu Gui and Lai Fu drove the ox cart out. As the 30 people walked around the ox cart, there were still some who were not afraid of getting into trouble. Fu Gui and Lai Fu drove away several groups with punches and kicks. The refugees were obviously more daring now. Arriving at the Wang family village campsite, there were still people spying on them in the distance. It seemed that this time, their return journey wouldn't be smooth. It was still early, so for safety reasons, Xiao Jian ordered the carpenters to make a large number of wooden spears and put them on the ox cart. He also distributed 1 spear to each person, asking Fu Gui to teach them how to use it. The requirement was not high. As long as they could throw the spear, he didn't care about their accuracy. The further they threw, the better. Xiao Jian had been watching from the side. He finally noticed that a burly young man had accurately stuck 5 spears into the chest of a scarecrow. He went over and asked, "What's your name? What kind of work did you do before?" The burly young man knelt on the ground and replied, "I'm called Baozi, sir. I used to be a hunter. I've been practicing javelins since I was a child." Xiao Jian patted the young man's shoulder and said, "Baozi, you're good. You must work harder in the future and show what you can do." Hunters made the best guards. They were often out in the wild battling with wild beasts. They were agile and didn't have night blindness. Unfortunately, there weren't many young hunters among the refugees. He shouted to the newcomers, "You must learn from Baozi and quickly master the skills to protect yourselves so you can live longer and with more dignity in this chaotic world." Just as Xiao Jian finished speaking, a young man walked out of the eastern part of the group. He kowtowed to Xiao Jian and said loudly, "Young master, I used to be a hunter too. My javelin throws are no worse than his." This young man was a bit far from Xiao Jian when he was practicing throwing the spears, so Xiao Jian hadn't noticed his skill. He said, "Oh, very good. Come try it." Chapter 70. Ambush on the way back. The young man picked up the spear and hit the target 5 times in a row. Then, he looked at Baozi as if to challenge him. Baozi was very depressed. The young master had just praised him, and now someone had come to interrupt. He glared at the young man and said, "Let's have a competition to see who can throw it further." The young man who interrupted was light and agile. It would probably be hard to determine a winner in terms of accuracy. He thought that he would definitely win in terms of throwing far. Baozi's physique was much taller than the young man's. Xiao Jian also thought that Baozi would be stronger in terms of throwing far, so he nodded, indicating his permission. Baozi held the spear. His body bent backward at an alarming angle, then bent forward quickly like a bow. He had almost reached 360 degrees. The spear flew out of his hand with a swoosh. Xiao Jian was stunned as he watched. The young man, however, calmly picked up the spear, casually picked up a rope, weighed the spear, found the balance point, and tied the rope near the balance point. Xiao Jian looked at the young man thoughtfully. He had some good ideas. The young man took the spear and turned to the side. His body spun around at an incredible speed, and the spear in his hand flew out with a swoosh, flying further than Baozi's spear. Baozi was very unhappy about his loss. Throwing spears was his family's special skill, and today he had lost to this obscure young man. He stared at the young man and said, "You're cheating. If I also tie a rope to it, I'll definitely throw further than you." The young man looked at Baozi as if he were looking at a monkey and said with disdain, "It only means that I'm smarter than you. A bear like you, a leopard, or whatever, you'd lose no matter how many times we competed." Baozi was furious and rolled his eyes. Xiao Jian was very happy. He patted the young man's shoulder and said, "You're good, and you're indeed smart. What's your name? Are you also a hunter?" The young man immediately knelt down and said loudly, "Thank you for saving my life, young master. My name is Lu Ingjia, which means heroic and outstanding. I went hunting with my father for several years." Xiao Jian asked again, "Have you studied? How old are you this year?" Lu Ingjia replied, "Young master, I'm 19 years old this year, and I've studied in a private school for a few years." The craftsmen were mostly skilled with their hands. Their hands were more agile than the farmers, and they were also smarter. After just one afternoon, they could throw the spears quite well. In the evening, Xiao Jian felt that someone was spying nearby. He divided the 33 people into 3 shifts to keep watch at night, and nothing went wrong. This place was not very far from Shangzhou City. If things got out of hand, Shangzhou City would send troops to suppress it. The lawless elements among the refugees didn't dare to go too far. The next morning, manager who arrived with over 10 guards, escorting 4 ox carts, and delivered all the supplies as agreed. After the handover, Xiao Jian still owed manager who over 30 taels of silver. After some pleasantries, 2 staff members were left with Xiao Jian, and they reminded Xiao Jian to be very careful on the road. Then, they returned to Shangzhou City. This time, there were more people traveling with them. 33 strong laborers, plus 15 orphans, could bring all of the purchase supplies, and there were still some spare people to rotate. On the official road, the ox cart was pulling the supplies, and most people were walking empty-handed, following the ox cart. Go Air and Lai Fu scouted ahead. The 2 of them dressed like refugees, so they wouldn't easily attract attention. In the afternoon, not far from where they had fought the bandits last time, Go Air returned to report that there was an ambush ahead. To avoid attracting attention, Go Air had returned through the mountains. He was sweating profusely and said out of breath, "Young master, there are over 100 people ahead. They are definitely coming for us." Xiao Jian wasn't surprised. Someone had been spying on them yesterday, and they didn't dare make a move because they were close to the city. He had also expected that the other party would definitely try to rob them along the way. This place was already far from Shangzhou City, and it was time for them to make their move. Xiao Jian waved his hand to stop the caravan and, after looking at the surrounding environment, pointed to a small hill not far away and said, "Move all the food and supplies to the hill, quickly." The small hill was not big, no more than 10 or so meters high. It had cliffs on 3 sides. The side facing the official road was a gentle slope that was more than 10 meters wide. This terrain was more advantageous for the defending side. In just a moment, the ox cart and the grain and other supplies had all been transferred to the hill. Then, Xiao Jian directed the carpenters to cut down trees on the spot and build a simple wooden wall on the gentle slope facing the official road. The others cleared the weeds on the hill to prevent the bandits from using fire. Any areas that were difficult to clear were burned directly. In fact, the bandits were unlikely to use fire attacks. Their purpose was to seize supplies. If they used fire attacks, the supplies on the hill would not be safe either. It was not until the wall was built that they saw a group of disorganized bandits on the official road, looking fierce and hurrying towards them. The bandits were far away, and the weapons in their hands were not clear. This group of bandits was probably the group that Go'er had discovered ahead. When they realized that their prey wasn't moving forward, they had turned back to find them. Xiao Jian calmly took out the steamed buns he had purchased yesterday, distributing them as he gave a pre-battle speech. Those devils want to kill us and take our food. After distributing the buns, he stood on higher ground and asked loudly, "Are you willing to be killed by them? Are you willing to let them take our food? Tell me loudly." Scattered voices rang out, "No." Xiao Jian roared, "Everyone stand up. Say it loudly." "No." The voices were much louder this time. Xiao Jian continued, "These devils, they kill, commit arson, and do all kinds of evil. Killing these devils is doing justice for the heavens. Only by killing them can we survive." Then, he roared, "Follow me and shout loudly, 'Kill, kill, kill.'" With Fu Gue, Lai Fu, and Go'er taking the lead and shouting madly, everyone joined in, shouting loudly, "Kill, kill, kill." Fu Gue and the others continued to take the lead in shouting madly, and everyone followed suit. The shouts of killing grew louder and louder, resounding through the clouds. The atmosphere was immediately ignited. Pre-battle speeches were necessary for people who had never been on the battlefield before. They would have a psychological burden on the first time they participated in battle, and they might even hesitate to kill. Shouting slogans could boost their morale and reduce their fear. It allowed them to feel the strength of the group and strengthen their recognition of the team. After eating and drinking their fill, the atmosphere was obviously much more lively. Everyone stood behind the wall, and each person had 2 to 5 wooden spears. Xiao Jian, Fu Gue, Lai Fu, Go'er, and the other corps members were stationed at the front of the wall, with a pile of strange-looking bamboo tubes at their feet and lit fire starters in their hands. At this moment, a little boy who was black as night ran over to report, "Young master, there are many bandits coming from behind us too." The child was pointing to the official road from the direction of Shangzhou City. Chapter 71. The Grenades Unleashed on the Hill. The bandits were quite clever, knowing to use a 2-pronged pincer attack. Luckily, the supplies had been moved to the hill beforehand. If they had been ambushed on the main road with enemies blocking both ends, it would have been a real disaster. Xiao Jian followed the dark-skinned boy to the north side. From here, they could see the main road leading to Shangzhou City. There, over 100 more bandits were approaching, their distance from the hill similar to that of the bandits on the south side. He patted the boy on the shoulder and said, "Good. You're very good. Tell me, what's your name?" Hearing the praise, the boy immediately knelt on the ground, excited. "Young master, my name is Heighten, Black Charcoal. I was born dark, so they all call me Heighten." "Heighten thanks you for saving me." Xiao Jian nodded, ignoring Heighten still kneeling, and walked forward a few steps, carefully observing the edge of the hill. On this side of the hill, there was a steep slope several yards high, with the main road at the bottom. Although not a sheer cliff, it wouldn't be easy to climb up without ropes. Because of the terrain, Xiao Jian hadn't stationed anyone here to snipe the bandits. He looked back to see Heighten still kneeling and pulled him up. Then, pointing towards the group of orphans near the ox carts, he said, "Go over there and pick a few kids. Have them keep watch here. If anyone tries to climb up this way, report it immediately." Heighten loudly exclaimed, "Don't worry, young master. I'll keep a good watch. If anyone tries to climb up, I'll tell you right away." After saying that, he knelt again. "Please, young master, give me a wooden spear. I know how to use it. If anyone tries to climb up, I'll stab them to death." This time, Xiao Jian was too lazy to pull him up again. He said while walking away, "Go pick your people first, then get your spears. 1 spear per person." By the time Xiao Jian returned to the wooden barricade, the bandits coming from the south had already reached the foot of the hill. They didn't immediately attack. A burly man, brandishing a wolf's tooth mace, shouted for a while and then selected 30-plus bandits, who, armed with swords and spears, rushed toward the hill in a single mass. Their momentum was terrifying. Because they were attacking uphill, and with the waist-high wooden wall in front of them, the bandits didn't throw their spears. The wooden barricade was made of several upright tree trunks supported by angled tree trunks, with horizontally placed tree trunks in between. The barricade couldn't be pushed down with manpower alone. To get inside the hill, they had to climb over the wooden barricade. On the inside of the barricade, there were tree trunks and stones as footholds, allowing people to stand high and stab downward with their spears. As the bandits charged, Xiao Jian shouted, "Everyone, don't throw your spears yet. When they climb onto the wall, use your spears to stab them to death." Xiao Jian wanted to use this less intense battle as a training exercise, letting the newcomers get a taste of blood. If they threw their spears now, what would they use to defend against the main bandit force? The battle came swiftly. In less than a quarter of an hour, the bandits were at the base of the wooden barricade. First, they pushed against it, but found that it wouldn't fall. Then, they started to climb. A fierce bandit quickly climbed up the upright tree trunks and onto the top of the barricade, wielding a saber, trying to cut through the ropes binding the top of the trunks. These ropes were the connection points for the upright tree trunks. If he cut them, the tree trunks would fall and the barricade would collapse. Just as Xiao Jian was about to deal with the bandit himself, Baozi, Leopard, and Lu Yingjie, one in front and one behind, had already charged forward. Lu Yingjie was originally behind Baozi. They charged forward at the same time, with Baozi in front, Lu Yingjie following closely behind. Lu Yingjie was slightly shorter than Baozi. Seeing that Baozi was about to strike first, Lu Yingjie kicked off the tree trunk, his body instantly launching upwards, soaring like a person flying in the air, increasing his height. He held the end of his spear in one hand and thrust it forward. The spear flew over Baozi's head, instantly penetrating the bandit's chest. The bandit let out a piercing scream and fell backwards over the barricade. Baozi gnashed his teeth in anger. This kid always tried to one-up him. His chosen target had been killed by Lu Yingjie. Without slowing down, he kicked off a rock, moving horizontally to the right, where a bandit was just poking his head over the wall. Baozi's spear flashed out and entered the bandit's mouth. The bandit's eyes were wide, his mouth open, trying to scream, but he only managed a few gurgling sounds before falling down. Influenced by the excellent performance of the two men, others joined in with their spears, and screams immediately filled the air. Xiao Jian and a few core personnel retreated to the back, leaving the battlefield, not participating in the battle. There were only about 30 bandits, roughly the same number as their own people. With the wooden barricade as cover and the high ground, there was no way the bandits could attack with so few people. It was a good chance for the newcomers to get some battlefield experience. The battle came and went quickly. The bandits swarmed in, trying to climb the barricade, but whenever they showed themselves, they were instantly stabbed to death by the spears behind the wall. In the first exchange, they lost more than a dozen people. The remaining bandits scattered, fleeing back quickly. At this time, the bandits from Shangzhou City also arrived. With both groups, there were more than 300 people. With the ratio of 30 versus 300, 10-1, the pressure on Xiao Jian's side suddenly increased. As Xiao Jian was observing the situation, a child of 7 or 8 years old came running over, bouncing and speaking in a childish voice. "Young master brother, some bad guys were climbing the slope over there, and Brother Heighten and them smashed them to death. They smashed 2 bad guys to death." He pointed to the north direction. Xiao Jian felt a pang of sympathy. He picked up the child and kissed him on the forehead, then carried him back to the ox carts, saying, "You're too little. These are grown-up things. Stay here and don't run around." He came to the north side of the hill. Heighten and a few others, each with a spear, were hiding behind some rocks, keeping watch on the main road. Seeing Xiao Jian, Heighten got up and said, "Young master, while you were fighting over there, 2 bandits tried to climb up this side. We smashed them with rocks." Xiao Jian went to the edge of the slope and looked down. A rope with an iron hook was hanging from a stone. 2 bandits were lying at the bottom of the rope. One had his head crushed, white brain matter mixed with red blood. Xiao Jian patted Heighten on the shoulder and said, "Very good. Heighten, you are now officially the head of the junior team. This time, your team has made a great contribution." The 5 boys who had been watching the road with Heighten hugged each other, shouting wow. Heighten knelt again. "Young master, we, the junior team, will never forget your life-saving grace, and will always do everything you tell us to do." The other kids also knelt next to Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian pulled Heighten up and patted him on the head. Looking at the other kids still kneeling, he said, We don't encourage kneeling in this family. Don't kneel anymore. Stand up. Xiao Jian didn't have any plans for how to organize the orphans. He had just taken them in because he was soft-hearted. Having them do some simple tasks wouldn't go against his original intentions, like standing guard and keeping watch. They were perfect for that. Chapter 72. A bunch of troublesome captives. Before leaving, Xiao Jian instructed Haiten, your junior team can have the other orphans monitor the other areas of the hill. Report any abnormalities to me as soon as possible. Haiten bowed deeply. Yes, young master. Xiao Jian reached out and straightened Haiten's posture, placing his hands at his sides and said, from now on, stand up straight, hands at your sides, head up, and answer loudly, yes. Haiten immediately raised his head and answered again loudly, yes, young master. Back at the wooden barricade, the bandits opposite them were ready for another attack. They had learned a bit about Xiao Jian's strength during their first probe. If all 300 of them charged at once, there was no way to hold them off. The bandits couldn't afford to delay either. Several hundred people had to eat. If they consumed more than they looted, it would be a joke. This time, led by the fierce bandit with the wolf-toothed mace, the mass of people charged towards the wooden barricade. When the bandits were less than 10 steps from the barricade, Xiao Jian shouted, everyone, keep one spear for yourselves. Throw all the other spears. Throw. At the command, spears flew over the wooden barricade, wave after wave. Xiao Jian and the core personnel picked up strange bamboo cylinders, lit the fuse at the end of the handle, and the fuse immediately began to fizz. Then they threw them into the most densely populated areas of the bandits. In less than 3 seconds, the boom of explosions was deafening. These were the newly developed bamboo cylinder grenades. The first experimental grenades were filled with a pound of gunpowder. They made a lot of noise, but were very ineffective. The bamboo cylinders would shatter, and very few people were killed. Mostly people were just scared. The second generation used 2 bamboo cylinders nested together. The innermost cylinder held 5 ounces of gunpowder, and the space between the 2 cylinders was filled with small stones. In a sealed testing space made of wooden boards, the stones barely embedded themselves in the wood, leaving just small pits. The third generation was improved upon the second, with the gunpowder contained inside a cylindrical paper bag. The bag was surrounded by realgar, arsenic sulfide. Still using 5 ounces of gunpowder, the effect was greatly improved. Half the stones went through the wooden boards, and some of the wood was splintered. The fourth generation was optimized based on the second generation. First, the realgar was mixed with tree sap, creating a coating over the realgar, which isolated it from direct contact with the potassium nitrate. When the gunpowder was ignited, this layer of tree sap would quickly break down, and the realgar would react instantly with the potassium nitrate. The realgar needed to react with potassium nitrate, so the amount of potassium nitrate in the gunpowder was increased. The final product was capable of blowing apart the experimental woodshed, and the grenades they were currently using were the 4th generation model, far more powerful than the wooden-handled ones. This was still limited by the fact that they used bamboo cylinders for the shell. If they were made of iron, their power would be far greater than that of wooden-handled grenades. Xiao Jian didn't pay attention to what was happening outside. He just kept lighting the fuses and throwing the grenades. The sound of explosions was constant outside. Once all the grenades at his feet were gone, he knocked down a part of the wooden barricade and shouted, "Follow me! Let's kill these bastards!" Fugui and Laifu were the first to charge out, followed closely by Luingjia and Baozi. Fugui slipped and fell to the ground as soon as he got through the barricade. It hadn't been raining, so why was the ground so slippery? The ground wasn't wet, it was covered with blood, forming a river of blood and broken pieces of bodies. The blood flowed down, forming a small stream. The people who had charged through the barricade were stunned, quickly becoming sick to their stomachs. Xiao Jian realized that this would not work. He quickly shouted, "Charge forward! Kill these demons! Kill these bastards! Kill! Kill! Kill!" Xiao Jian's shouts finally jolted everyone out of their stupor. This was a battlefield. If you didn't kill, you would be killed. Fugui got up, picked up a wolf-toothed mace, and charged towards a group of fleeing bandits. Laifu, Goer, Luingjia, Baozi and others followed close behind. Then came a large group of craftsmen wielding spears. The bandits had already broken. Some of them were already far away. They had only been focusing on throwing grenades, and the smoke had made it impossible to see the situation. By the time they had thrown all their grenades, the bandits had already fled. Xiao Jian followed them out and saw the bandits scattered everywhere, his own men chasing them in all directions. Xiao Jian was too lazy to chase them. What was the point? Kill them or take them prisoner? Neither seemed very meaningful. At that time, on the main road to the north, Heighten's junior team was escorting 3 bandits. When they saw Xiao Jian, Heighten stood up straight, with his hands at his sides, and shouted, "Young master, the junior team has captured 3 alive." Later, Heighten explained that when Xiao Jian's group had charged out, Heighten and the others had used the ropes the bandits had left, sliding down the steep slope and catching 3 bandits that were fleeing. Heighten used the wooden spear and pushed it against the bandit's body, shouting, "Kneel down." The bandit instantly fell to his knees, crying out, "Young master, spare our lives. We are just refugees from Shangzhou. We heard rumors that there was a lot of food here, so we followed them." The refugee pointed to another bandit beside him and said, "That man, he's one of them. He's the one who tricked us, telling us there was food here." Heighten immediately pointed his spear at the other bandit. The bandit turned pale and also knelt down. "Good sirs, spare my life. I'm just a small fry from Xianren Peak. The big boss ordered us to come and rob the good man's convoy." The situation was mostly clear. It was the work of the bandits from Xianren Peak. Xianren Mountain was the mountain range at the back of Xiao Jian's new residence. From the new settlement, the main peak of Xianren Mountain was to the northeast, hundreds of li away. This group of bandits was located on the north side of the main peak of Xianren Mountain, and were the group that Goer and his group had initially wanted to join. The craftsmen who had gone out to pursue the bandits were gradually returning, bringing back 30-plus prisoners. Xiao Jian had no idea what to do with the prisoners. The main issue was that he didn't have enough food even for his own people. There was no way to feed this many people. Turning them over to the government meant going to Shangzhou City again. Shangzhou was a powder keg, and for 30-plus people to go there with prisoners would be suicidal. He couldn't bring himself to kill them, as they were just refugees who were starving and had no other choice. He had no choice but to let them go. They could go wherever they wanted. Xiao Jian couldn't understand why the craftsmen were so enthusiastic about capturing the prisoners. What did they want to do with them? He couldn't tell them to stop, or he might hurt their morale. When he tried to let the prisoners go, they refused and knelt, begging to be taken in. Finally, in desperation, he picked 10 of the younger and stronger ones. He gave the rest 2 buns and a bowl of thin porridge before managing to persuade them to leave. They had become troublesome prisoners, losing a whole basket of buns. What a mess. Chapter 73. Planning for the new village of North Mountain. They had won the battle. Aside from 10 extra mouths to feed and 3 minor injuries, plus 1 serious injury, they didn't gain anything. This incident further increased the gratitude of the newly hired craftsmen towards Xiao Jian. They saw how even when a person played tricks, the righteous young master refused to take them in. They were extremely fortunate that the young master had chosen them. Xiao Jian looked glum. "My life is hard." The purchase from Shangzhou City totaled only 25 dan, approximate 2,500 pounds, of grain. Even without the extra 10 mouths to feed, it wouldn't last them until the autumn harvest. Even if they made it to the autumn harvest, there wouldn't be enough food for next year. Sweet potatoes could not be relied upon. They had to be saved for seed. He had no idea where to go. He decided not to think about it. It was getting dark. They should travel through the night. Many people in this era had night blindness, so he had everyone hold onto a rope to avoid getting lost. They traveled through most of the night before arriving at the intersection of the main road and the mountain path. They divided up the remaining buns and porridge. After that, everyone was on their own. It was almost June, so the nights were not very cold. They had been traveling early in the morning and late into the night. There was a lot of stuff and a lot of people. Some of the road had not been repaired, so they had to stop and repair it before going on. Otherwise, the oxen would have a difficult time. They traveled on and off for 7 or 8 days before returning home. The critically injured man had miraculously survived. The trip out had taken half a month. Their home had become unrecognizable. The dense sweet potato vines, with their dark green leaves, had completely covered the wide trenches. The rice seedlings in the paddies were a vibrant green, and a gentle breeze rippled across them like green waves. Large, newly built rice paddies shimmered with water, waiting to be transplanted. A middle-aged man in the field was cracking his whip, loudly urging the docile ox. 2 sheep and their 2 lambs were grazing leisurely on the edge of the field, occasionally bleating ba. A new 5-room rammed earth house had been built in the plaza. Smoke rose from the kitchen to the west, and children played happily in the plaza. On the mountain behind them, a large group of people were busy. From nothing, they had finally created the beginning of a small mountain village. Xiao Jian and his group stood on the top of the mountain, looking at the long-missed scene. Some of them began to cry. So many years had passed. The tranquil scenes of the past, such as the one before them, were like a cherished memory, and today they had finally been restored. Seeing these people crying, he felt that everything he had done had not been in vain, even if it was only a flash in the pan, a false peace in a chaotic world. It was worth it. Xiao Jian shook off his previous despair and depression and became strong again. If he didn't have grain, he could go steal it. He wouldn't steal from ordinary people, but there were bandits and marauders. He would steal their grain to maintain this peaceful scene. He suddenly felt enlightened. He stood on a protruding rock, cupped his hands around his mouth, and shouted towards the village, "I'm back!" The long echo reverberated through the valley. The people in the village looked up towards the top of the mountain and saw Xiao Jian, waving his hands, looking like he was floating in the air. The whole village immediately broke into a joyous commotion. A group of people quickly ran up the mountain, pulling oxen and carrying things, smiles of joy filling the air. The newly built rammed earth house was completed. One room had been left empty for use as a meeting room. Now, the furniture was in place. Everyone gathered around the table to report on the situation at home. Zhang Chun was the first to stand up. He said, "The saltpeter workshop has made many process improvements and has now produced more than 1,000 pounds of saltpeter. For ease of transportation, the workshop has been moved to the saltpeter cave." Chen Bihua stood up and said, "Soda ash production has not stopped, and the process has also been improved. In the past half-month, we have produced more than 80 pounds of soda ash powder." Zhang Dachui stood up and reported, "Our field building team has built tens of acres of rice paddies. These paddies are already full of water and are waiting for the rice seedlings to be transplanted." Uncle Zhang stood up and said, "The seedlings are ready for transplanting. The nursery has used about 600 pounds of rice seeds, enough for more than 80 acres of paddies. Sweet potato seedlings are still being planted and are growing well." Lu Shan stood up and said, "I was mainly in charge of planning. The irrigation canals for the rice paddies have been extended to all areas where paddies can be built." Xiao Jian said, "We'll start transplanting the seedlings soon. Before transplanting, use the saltpeter wastewater for fertilizer. Saltpeter and soda ash production will be suspended until the transplanting is complete." He turned to Chen Wenxuan and said, "The grenades were instrumental on the trip to Shangzhou City. Your gunpowder workshop does not need to participate in the transplanting. Resume grenade production as soon as possible." Because of the lack of realgar and paper, grenade production had long been stopped. This time they had bought all the necessary materials. The research and production of gunpowder was managed by Chen Wenxuan. He was young, but he was very careful and had very strong hands-on skills. The gunpowder workshop was safe in his hands. After talking about production, they switched to military matters. Xiao Jian announced the official establishment of the Xian Mountain Guard team. It was currently divided into 2 units, led by Baozi and Lu Yingjie. The team was made up of the 40 new recruits. From today on, they would begin training in running, spear throwing, spear thrusting, grenade throwing, and formation drills. Lu Yingjie and Baozi knelt on the ground, saying, "We will not disappoint, young master." Xiao Jian did not help them up. He turned to the door and said, "Haitan, you teach them how to answer their superiors." Haitan first stood up straight, placed his left palm against his right fist, performed a standard clasped fist salute, and said loudly, "Yes, young master." He then pulled up Lu Yingjie and Baozi, teaching them how to do a clasped fist salute. The kids learned faster. Xiao Jian only showed them once, and the junior team did the clasped fist salute perfectly. Xiao Jian looked at Haitan and said, "From now on, the junior team is responsible for guiding and overseeing the guard team's etiquette. Kneeling is forbidden." He turned to Lu Yingjie and Baozi and said, "The grain we have is only enough for 1 month at most. The guard team must go out and fight as soon as possible to support the village through war." Simply put, they had to go out and steal supplies from bandits and marauders. If they didn't steal any grain within a month, the North Mountain village would face a survival crisis. He turned to Goer and said, "The scout team is temporarily your responsibility. Choose 2 guards and immediately infiltrate the 9 Dragon Mountain and gather intelligence about the mine and the ironworks." Lu Yingjie, Baozi, and Goer stood up and saluted, saying, "Yes." There were still many orphans under the age of 10, which he couldn't immediately focus on, so he formed the children's class, with Xiaoling as the class monitor and Chen Bihua in charge of daily arrangements. Xiaoling was unhappy. Everyone else had a team, and they had a class. It didn't sound right, so she insisted on changing it to the children's team. Chapter 74. snatching food from the tiger's mouth on Nine Dragon Mountain. Xiao Jian couldn't argue with her. It was just a name, after all. She could call it whatever she liked. He finally managed to appease Xiaoling. He then instructed the blacksmith Zhuzi, Pillar, and Shiwa, Stone Frog, to build a forge when they had free time. He had already purchased all the necessary blacksmithing tools during his recent trip. He told Zhang Xiong to make time to build a charcoal kiln and start making charcoal for future use. Luingjie and Baozi were in charge of the guard team's training, and Uncle Zhang was in charge of transplanting the rice seedlings. Xiao Jian didn't need to worry about these things, and he also had no desire to. These days were the busiest of the farming season, and the guard team was training intensely, leading to a huge increase in everyone's appetite. The food supply had already been reduced by half, and he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. That day, Gore finally sent someone back with news. Xiao Jian had been waiting for news from Nine Dragon Mountain. The only thing that could currently solve the food shortage was the ironworks there. After the marauders seized the ironworks and the mines, they had started producing iron ore and iron materials. This was exactly what he expected. There weren't many marauders garrisoned at Nine Dragon Mountain. The ironworks had only a few dozen people, and the mines had about 200. These marauder troops were mainly focused on the internal workers, and there was no point in stationing too many of them. 40 versus 300 was a huge disparity. Xiao Jian had originally wanted to avoid provoking the marauders, as if they found the North Mountain village, he would have no choice but to lead everyone to become refugees again. But he really didn't have a choice. There were 70 or 80 people in the village, large and small, and they only had a dozen or so loads of grain left. They would run out completely in half a month. If he didn't think of a way to get some food, they would become refugees again. The merchants in Shangzhou City were fleeing en masse, and there was no place to sell their goods. The trade route he had so painstakingly established had been cut off. Last time, it was only because of Boss Hu's help that he had managed to buy 25 loads of grain. Now, even if he had money, it would probably be difficult to buy grain in Shangzhou City. After getting the accurate intelligence about Nine Dragon Mountain, Xiao Jian immediately summoned Luingjie, Baozi, and Zhang Chun to discuss their strategy for attacking Nine Dragon Mountain. Once everyone had arrived, Xiao Jian looked at Luingjie and Baozi and asked, "It's been 7 or 8 days. How is your guard team's training going?" Baozi stood up and said, "The time is still too short. Everyone is only familiar with using grenades. We train in formation every day, and have practiced spear thrusting as well." Luingjie stood up and said, "The training of the guard team is definitely insufficient, but we can't afford to wait. It's only a few hundred marauders. With grenades, I think we can try." Zhang Chun was more conservative but supported the attack, saying, "It will take at least half a year for the guard team to be properly trained. If we had any other choice, I wouldn't recommend attacking Nine Dragon Mountain." Xiao Jian nodded and said helplessly, "If the marauders discover the existence of the North Mountain village, we will have no choice but to abandon it and flee. If we had a choice, I wouldn't want to provoke them either." Saying that, he stood up and said seriously, "Attacking Nine Dragon Mountain is inevitable. The 2 guard team units will depart immediately for Nine Dragon Mountain." Luingjie and Baozi stood up and saluted, "Yes." The 40-odd members of the guard team took the old route, traveling through Golden Rooster Ridge, cutting through the forest, and around Wang's village. They secretly crossed the Xianren River at night. There were no government troops threatening the marauders around Xianren Plain, so their defense was very lax. There had never been any garrison troops stationed at Wang's village. After crossing the Xianren River, the guard team entered the north slope of Nine Dragon Mountain. They rested in the forest at night. The scout who had returned with the information went up the mountain overnight to contact Goer. The next day, the guard team climbed from the forest to the top of Nine Dragon Mountain. Passing through the Yafeng Pass, they arrived at a cave about a dozen li from the mines. The sun was setting. After turning the next bend, they would arrive at the one-line Sky Valley. Xiao Jian didn't dare to recklessly enter the dangerous area. The guard team rested here to wait for Goer to arrive. After they understood the situation at the mines, they would decide on the next step. Soon, Goer found them. The 2 unit leaders, Luingjie and Baozi, along with Xiao Jian, listened to Goer report the latest situation at the mines and formulate an action plan. According to Goer's observation, there were no dogs at the mines. The marauders lived in the thatched huts opposite the warehouse, and a few people also lived in the large brick house. The mines had 1 hidden sentry and 2 visible sentries. The hidden sentry was in the cave on the east side, on the same slope where Xiao Jian and Fugue had observed the warehouse. The 2 visible sentries were on the watchtowers at the front and rear exits. The positions of the 3 sentries formed a triangle, allowing them to see each other. Baozi thought that attacking the mine was a bit difficult. He suggested, "Why don't we attack the ironworks first? There are fewer people at the ironworks. After we've dealt with them, we can all change to iron-tipped spears." Lu Yingjie glanced at Baozi with disdain and said, "If we are discovered by the mines while we are attacking the ironworks, they will be ready for us. How will we be able to deal with the 200-plus people then?" Xiao Jin agreed with Lu Yingjie. They had to deal with the mines first. If those 200 people were prepared, it would be a major disaster for their 40-odd members. There are too many marauders at the mines. Close-quarters combat is not our strength. We can only launch a night attack. It is best to eliminate these 3 outposts silently. Xiao Jin decided on a night raid. Lu Yingjie looked at Goer and asked, "Have you observed how often they change shifts?" Xiao Jin glanced at Lu Yingjie, who he suspected had an idea. Goer looked up at Lu Yingjie and said definitively, "For the past several days, the hidden sentry changes shifts every 3 hours, while the visible sentries change every 2 hours." After saying that, he kept looking at Lu Yingjie, waiting for him to continue. He guessed that the marauders who organized the shifts thought that frequently changing the hidden sentry would expose his location, which is why they lengthened the interval. Lu Yingjie was silent for a moment, then said, "Let's eliminate the hidden sentry first. The visible sentries should not discover it. And for the visible sentries, can we pretend to be the people changing shifts and get up there first and eliminate them?" Xiao Jin nodded, thinking it was a good idea. He turned to Baozi and asked, "Do either of you have anything to add?" Baozi shrank his head and said, "Lu Yingjie has already said it all. I don't have anything to add." Baozi was a capable leader, a master of charging into battle, but he still lacked in strategic thinking. Xiao Jin smiled, then turned to Goer. He knew the situation at the mines best. Goer nodded lightly, agreeing to the plan, saying, "I think it's doable. Their shift changes are simple, and it's hard to see at night. After the real replacement comes, we'll eliminate them as well." Lu Yingjie thought for a moment, and then said, "We need to be prepared for a forced attack. If the sneak attack fails, we must block the exit of the thatched huts, preventing them from coming out, and try to blow them up inside." Xiao Jin looked around. Everyone was looking at him, waiting for his decision. No one had any new ideas. Since no one has anything to add, let's execute this plan. He then said to Goer, "You need to have someone watch the ironworks. They will definitely hear the explosions here. I have already sent someone there." Chapter 75. The Surprise Attack on the 9-Dragon Mountain Iron Mine. Xiao Jin stood up and assigned tasks to everyone. Finally, he said, "We will begin the operation at dawn. Watch for my signals." Lu Yingjie, Baozi, and Goer also stood up and gave a crisp fist salute. Yes. Kneeling was common in this era, but Xiao Jin felt that it wasn't suitable for the guard team. Military situations were urgent. By the time they had finished kneeling and giving the salute, it would be too late. Kneeling also didn't help with the guard team's cohesion. In the dead of the night, Xiao Jin and Fugue secretly slipped in through a corner of the fence near the mountainside. They hid in the nearby grass and observed the shift change inside. The shift had already changed 3 or 4 times, and they hadn't found anything unusual. Some of the marauders changing shifts would say, "changing shifts," while others were still half asleep and too lazy to say anything, just walking off. Just after midnight, when people were most sleepy, Xiao Jin raised his arm toward the east slope, then chopped his hand forward as a signal to begin the operation. A black shadow stealthily entered the cave where the hidden sentry was located on the slope. In an instant, the black shadow came back out. The shadow held up 3 fingers toward Xiao Jin, indicating that the mission was completed. He was very good at spotting things. Otherwise, Xiao Jin wouldn't have been able to see. Xiao Jin had taught them all of these hand signals, but they were still very limited, especially at night. Baozi and Laifu were responsible for dealing with the hidden sentry on the east slope. They had successfully completed their mission. The sentry had probably been killed in his sleep. Xiao Jin looked up at the watchtower not far away. The sentry on the watchtower was leaning against a wooden pillar, fast asleep. Xiao Jin raised his arm toward the south exit, and then chopped it forward as a signal to begin the operation. Lu Yingjie, at the south exit, raised his hand and formed a circle with his thumb and forefinger as a signal to indicate that he had received it. After notifying Lu Yingjie and the others, Xiao Jin and Fugue snuck toward the inside, from the shadows of the watchtower. When he arrived at the corner of the house, he crouched down and hid in the shadows. Fugue strode casually toward the watchtower. When Fugue climbed up the watchtower, the sentry was still sleeping and hadn't woken up. Fugue eliminated him with no effort. Just as Fugue succeeded on his side, Several hooting sounds, like an owl, came from the south. This was the prearranged signal with Lu Yingjie to indicate success. Both of the visible sentries had been eliminated. After waiting another half hour, a groggy-looking marauder came walking over, rubbing his eyes. He was probably the one coming to change shifts. As the marauder passed in front of Xiao Jian suddenly jumped up and covered his mouth. With a twist of his hands, crack, the marauder's head was turned to the back. Moments later, Lu Yingjie and Goer walked over. The two replacement sentries were also silently eliminated. Xiao Jian opened the wooden door to the exit and waved to the outside. Baozi led a dozen grenade throwers who didn't have night blindness. They walked quietly over. Goer and the throwers split into pairs and positioned themselves under the windows of the thatched huts. Fugue, Laifu, Lu Yingjie, Baozi, and the others walked toward the brick house across the way. After Goer had finished organizing the throwers, Xiao Jian clenched his fist and waved it forward. The throwers lit the fuses on the grenades and threw them through the windows. They threw 3 or 4 grenades into each thatched hut. The thatched huts weren't very big, and there was a row of beds along the back that were like heated pits. When the grenades went in, someone inside was heard to say, "Who the hell is throwing things around, hitting me?" The marauder's curse was drowned out by the sound of the grenade explosions. The continuous explosions of dozens of grenades sounded like a string of firecrackers. The roofs of the thatched huts were blown off. The thatch of several huts caught fire, creating a blaze. The cleanup afterwards was not very difficult. Fugue and Baozi led over a few neatly dressed prisoners. Baozi asked, "Young master, what do we do with these people?" Xiao Jian looked at the prisoners. General Liu, whom he had seen before, was among them. He wasn't very interested in the marauder general. They were partly responsible for the tens of thousands of deaths in Xianren Plain. He waved his hand as if shooing away flies and said, "You and Goer interrogate them, and deal with them as you see fit." As soon as Baozi left, Lu Yingjie and Laifu walked over. Lu Yingjie said, "Young master, there are still a lot of people locked up over there. The doors and windows are made of iron. They must be the miners." After saying that, he pointed to the brick house. The brick house used to have a few guest rooms and public rooms, which the marauders had probably turned into prison cells. Xiao Jian said, "Don't worry about them for now. They can stay locked up for now. We have to go to the ironworks as soon as possible." The commotion here probably alerted them. He then said to Laifu, "You stay here with Lu Yingjie. Choose a few capable men to stay here as well. If anyone comes over, eliminate them if you can. If not, go join us." Xiao Jian walked around the mine again. The thatched huts were still burning. No one was trying to put out the fire. Xiao Jian didn't know if any of the marauders wanted to surrender. The situation was very clear. They didn't have enough to eat themselves, so there was no surplus to feed them. Xiao Jian didn't want to bother with these messy things. If he had food to spare, he would prefer to save more of the children among the refugees. They had seized a lot of weapons, mainly swords and iron-tipped spears. The guards all had large swords on their backs, looking very imposing. However, they were actually useless, as none of them had been trained to use swords. The marauders at Nine Dragon Mountain didn't lack weapons, but they were limited to swords and spears. They couldn't make any other weapons, and there was no sign of guns or cannons. As they passed by the brick house, screams could be heard from inside. Xiao Jian went over to see if they had gotten any valuable information. When he got to the door, the 2 guards by the door raised their hands to salute and said, "Young master." Goer heard the movement at the door and came out to tell him, "Young master, Shangzhou City fell to the marauders more than 10 days ago. There are 2,000 or 3,000 people in Shao family village, including 50 cavalrymen." The fall of Shangzhou City was expected, so Xiao Jian wasn't too surprised. Xiao Jian looked at the sky. The first light of dawn was just beginning to appear. He didn't go inside. He turned to leave and said to Goer, who was following behind, "Tell Baozi to gather the team. We're heading to the ironworks." The ironworks was more than 10 kilometers from the mines. It was built near an open-pit coal mine. The area was large and flat, and there was also a stream that hadn't dried up. The conditions were much better than the mines. Just as they were halfway there, a scout who was watching the ironworks came back to report that a dozen marauders were heading toward the mines. They must have heard the explosions and were coming to investigate the situation. Chapter 76. Ambush on the Ironworks Elite. Xiao Jian decided to eliminate the marauders first. He ordered Baozi and Fugue to lead a dozen elite guards and ambush the marauders in the forest along the road. He told everyone not to use grenades unless absolutely necessary, to avoid alerting the marauders at the ironworks, which might make them. flee toward Shao Family Village. There was also a mountain road to the east of the ironworks that went directly to Shao Family Village. If the marauders at Shao Family Village got news of the attack on Nine Dragon Mountain, they would definitely send a large army, and with only 40 of them, they would be trapped. After Baozi and Fugue went into the forest, Xiao Jian led the rest of the troops back toward where they came from, hiding behind a bend in the road. The road connecting the mines and the ironworks had been cut out of a steep slope on the mountainside. The road was over 10 feet wide enough for ox carts. On the outer side of the road, there was a cliff. Not long after Xiao Jian and his group had retreated, they heard heavy footsteps. Then, a group of elite soldiers came into view from around the bend ahead. These marauders were steady in their stride, and their formation was orderly and cohesive. They were looking straight ahead, in complete silence except for the heavy sound of their footsteps. The marauders were all armed with swords. The one leading them was a brawny man wearing shiny leather armor, wielding a large, oversized sword, the mirror-like blade of which gleamed with a cold light. They were different from any marauder troops he had ever seen. There were only 13 of them, but they had an unstoppable, fierce aura. This group of marauders was definitely not to be trifled with. Xiao Jian's heart began to pound. Although he had fought the horned beast in the unknown space, he had only managed to win by relying on his perception abilities. His combat strength hadn't actually improved very much. As for cultivation methods, because he didn't have any evil spirit crystal cores, he hadn't made any progress. In this aspect, he was no different from a normal person. The marauders were getting closer. When they were about 50 steps from the bend, Xiao Jian suddenly clenched his fist, waved it forward, and shouted, "Charge! Throw spears!" The guards, each wielding a wooden spear with an iron tip, came rushing out of the bend in a chaotic fashion, and threw their spears, held in their right hand, into the air. For a moment, spears were flying everywhere. They were disorganized. Several spears even flew right off the cliff. Looking at the chaotic formation, Xiao Jian felt like crying. This wasn't a guard team. It was clearly just a group of farmers who had just dropped their hoes. The marauders reacted quickly. As soon as they saw people appear from the bend, they decisively and without hesitation ducked down and moved toward the inside of the road. The difference was obvious. The other side was clearly very experienced, while his side was just a rabble. With the other side moving to the side, the spears that Xiao Jian's side had just thrown lost their targets. Of the 20-plus spears, only 2 found their target. The ambush had only eliminated 2 of them. It was a disaster. Xiao Jian wasn't used to this mode of combat. Besides throwing grenades and fighting in one-on-one battles, he didn't have any other combat experience. Seeing that the spears had failed, Xiao Jian hesitated. The guards each had 1 spear left. If they threw that one as well, they would only have the swords on their backs to use in close-quarters combat. Xiao Jian even doubted whether they could draw their swords from their backs, much less use them to fight. He felt that thrusting with their spears was more reliable, since the guard team had spent the most time practicing spear thrusting. Therefore, he shouted, "Prepare to thrust. Charge forward. Kill." Everyone gripped their spears tightly and charged toward the marauders. After all, there were only 11 marauders left, and they had over 20 men. They weren't afraid. Baozi, who was hidden in the forest, had just stood up and prepared to throw his spear when the marauders suddenly disappeared. The marauders had moved to the inner side of the road, so Baozi couldn't see what was happening below. Fortunately, Baozi was experienced in battle. Seeing that he couldn't throw his spear, he charged down with it held out in front of him. Baozi knew that the people on Xiao Jian's side were just a rabble, and they would have a hard time dealing with this tough bunch. The brawny man in the lead, wearing the leather armor, was the first to come into contact with 2 guards wielding spears. He twisted his body and avoided 2 spears that were thrust at him. The large sword in his hand then swept out horizontally. A flash of cold light and a shower of blood was followed by 2 heads flying off. Laifu, who was beside Xiao Jian, saw his people get killed so quickly. Gripping his sword, he glared at the armored man and charged forward like lightning. Xiao Jian didn't have time to stop Laifu. He had no choice but to hold his spear and charge out as well. He knew that Laifu was definitely no match for the armored man. The armored man had slowed his forward momentum by killing the 2 guards. After pausing for a moment, a marauder following close behind him stepped forward and was about to engage Laifu head-on. Seeing that the marauder was blocking his way, Laifu slashed his sword down at an angle. The marauder wasn't afraid. He raised his sword to block, and the 2 swords clashed, sending sparks flying. Xiao Jian, who was following behind Laifu, thrust his spear under Laifu's arm and felt the spear stop briefly before entering the marauder's chest. After eliminating the marauder, there was nothing blocking Laifu's path forward. He was now facing the armored man, less than 3 meters away. At this moment, Baozi and Fugue had charged from the rear of the marauders, and the people on Xiao Jian's side had also come around behind the armored man. The 3 groups were instantly locked in a melee. The marauders' formation had been completely disrupted, and they were now fighting individually. The armored man heard the loud battle cry behind him. He wanted to turn back to support his teammates, but Laifu was swinging his sword at him, preventing him from leaving. The armored man was indeed fierce. He didn't dodge Laifu's sword, but met it head-on. The 2 swords collided with a loud clang. The large sword in Laifu's hand was instantly cut in half. The remaining half was knocked out of his hand. Laifu was stunned. The armored man shouted and quickly spun his sword around, slicing down at Laifu. The blade gleamed with a chilling light. If that blow had hit Laifu, he would have been killed. At this critical moment, Xiao Jian kicked Laifu's leg and used all his strength to hurl the spear at the armored man's face. Laifu staggered from Xiao Jian's kick and barely managed to dodge the blade, but his arm was cut, leaving a trail of blood mist. Seeing the spear flying at his face, the armored man had no choice but to abandon Laifu. The heavy sword managed to change direction at a very sharp angle and quickly swiped at the spear. With a snap, the spear broke in 2, and the 2 pieces of shaft flew into the air. Chapter 77. Almost overturned. Xiao Jian was now empty-handed, without any weapon. The leather-armored giant's saber technique, on the other hand, had reached a state of perfection. After slicing the wooden spear, his blade flipped in an instant, slashing diagonally toward Xiao Jian's waist as fast as lightning. The leopard, who was rushing over, became frantic with worry, but several bandits still separated him from the leather-armored giant, making rescue impossible. Seeing that Xiao Jian was about to be struck by the saber, the leopard shouted, "Young master!" In this moment of extreme danger, a phantom image suddenly appeared before Xiao Jian's eyes. The phantom's trajectory was precisely the same as the leather-armored giant's impending movement. The inside image had automatically activated at this critical moment. This time, however, the image didn't appear within his mind, but rather directly in front of him. The phantom he saw was a 3-dimensional projection of the leather-armored giant, as predicted by the inside image. Xiao Jian had no time to overthink. He could see from the image that if he didn't evade the blade immediately, it would cut him open from navel to chest. However, he only needed to move back 2 inches, and the giant's saber would miss him entirely. 2 inches was all he needed. Xiao Jian immediately bent at the waist and contracted his abdomen. Then, clenching his right fist, he punched where his arm would naturally be. The giant's saber had just passed by Xiao Jian's front, tearing his outer garment, when Xiao Jian's fist slammed into the giant's saber-wielding arm. With a sickening crack, the giant's arm broke in 2, bent at an unnatural angle, and the saber escaped from his grasp, flying into the air. Xiao Jian's left hand just happened to be waiting at the spot where the saber landed. He simply closed his hand around the hilt. The whole sequence of movements was as smooth as flowing water, as if he had rehearsed it many times with the giant. Not a single movement was out of place. The giant was stunned. How could a blow meant to seriously injure his opponent miss entirely? And how did his saber end up in the hands of the enemy? Before he could register the pain of his broken arm, Xiao Jian's saber flashed with a cold light, slicing across the giant's neck. The giant's head flew into the air. The look of astonishment was still etched on his face. He didn't understand what had just happened. Without the leather-armored giant, the battle quickly came to an end. The leopard rushed to Xiao Jian's side and immediately knelt on the ground, weeping, "I deserve to die for allowing you to be in such danger, young master." Xiao Jian helped the leopard to his feet. "What are you crying for? I'm fine, aren't I?" In this battle, 3 of their own were wounded and 6 were killed. 40-plus men had taken down 13, and it had almost been a complete disaster. They had suffered heavy losses. Too many successes lead to inevitable stumbles. Luckily, they were all former refugees who were already used to death and hardship. The casualties didn't seem to faze anyone too much. Xiao Jian took off his coat, tore it into strips, and used them to bandage the wounded. His clothes were the cleanest there, and using dirty cloth as bandages would increase the risk of infection. But the others around him didn't think like that. They were full of gratitude, and some even wiped away tears in secret. When had anyone treated them like human beings? After the battle, everyone was famished. After cleaning up the battlefield, they ate some fried rice to replenish their energy. Xiao Jian sat with Goer and the leopard, reviewing the lessons learned in the battle and discussing their next steps. The bandits they had just eliminated were too ferocious. Xiao Jian still felt uneasy. If the ironworks was filled with such elite fighters, the following battles would be tough. The leopard said, "This was my fault for misjudging the timing of the attack. I should have thrown the javelins earlier. Please punish me, young master." Xiao Jian shook his head. "It's not your fault. We're reviewing our experience, not assigning blame." Goer said, "The wooden spears are too long to be javelins and too short to be thrusting spears. Also, our training is severely lacking. The guards lack coordination. Those 13 bandits, on the other hand, were well coordinated." Xiao Jian nodded. "You're right. If it hadn't been for our advantageous position, if they had gotten close to us, even with grenades, we wouldn't have been able to defeat them." They all fell into thought. The leopard said, "Should we wait until nightfall to attack?" Goer shook his head. "The team we defeated today didn't return. They will definitely send a message back to the Shao family manor." The leopard hesitated for a moment and said, "It will take at least 4 days for a round trip from the Shao family manor. Could we hide the supplies first?" Xiao Jian waved his hand. He felt that they were getting off topic. "Transferring supplies is for later. We'll plan that after we take the ironworks." He turned to Goer and asked, "Are there archers or any type of ranged units with firearms in the ironworks?" Goer replied with certainty, "I didn't see any of those types of soldiers." Then, he suddenly remembered something and added, "Young master, are you thinking of attacking in formation? I think that might work." The leopard also had an epiphany and added, "Use the wooden spears for protection on the perimeter, and let the men in the middle throw the grenades. We can blast our way in. It would be even better if we had shields to defend against their javelins." When it came to battle experience, the leopard was the most experienced among the three of them. Xiao Jian got to his feet and said, "Goer, take some carpenters back to the mine and make some long spears and shields. Have Lu Yingjie bring some men over, too. The mine doesn't need to be guarded for the time being." He hadn't expected the bandits here to be so fierce. If he had known, he wouldn't have left Lu Yingjie and Fuguei at the mine. Luckily, the mine was not far, only half an hour away. There was still time to rectify the mistake. While Goer was gone, Xiao Jian divided the 30-odd men into 2 groups. 10 of the strongest men would throw the grenades and javelins, and the rest would be divided into 4 squads to defend the perimeter. He then found a flat area and had them trained to form a line. He didn't expect them to be very disciplined, just not to drop grenades on their own feet. 2 hours later, Goer and Lu Yingjie arrived with long spears and shields. Xiao Jian distributed the shields to the guards, showing them how to use them. There were 2 ways to use the shields: either to stand them on the ground for close-quarters combat, or to hold them above their heads to defend against javelins and arrows. Just past noon, they set out again, heading toward the ironworks. An hour later, they arrived. When the bandits at the ironworks saw them, they showed no panic. Over 60 bandits were already waiting at the entrance to the ironworks, organized in a neat square formation, wielding iron-tipped wooden spears and sabers. Seeing this, Xiao Jian finally smiled. He quickly formed his own, not-so-neat square formation, just like they had practiced. At this time, a large man, clad in full iron armor, with a round shield on his arm and a heavy saber in his hand, stood in front of the enemy formation and shouted loudly, "What hilltop are you from? How dare you attack our righteous army's ironworks? Don't you know how to write the word death?" Chapter 78, Battle of Formations. Xiao Jian ignored him. He stood in the middle of his formation, directing it to move forward. The shield soldiers on the perimeter of the square held their shields in one hand and sabers in the other. The grenade throwers in the middle carried grenades in one hand and a fire stick in the other. They carried long spears and javelins on their backs and several more grenades on their waists. The armored giant, seeing that no one was paying him any attention, also ordered his formation to attack. Their speed was much faster than Xiao Jian's, and their ranks were also more disciplined. When Xiao Jian saw them attack, he shouted loudly, "Stop! Raise!" Everyone stopped in place, and the shield soldiers raised their shields. The 2 formations stopped about 30 paces apart. The bandits were preparing to throw their wooden spears. Xiao Jian immediately shouted, "Grenades! 2 rounds! Throw!" The grenade throwers in the middle of the formation lit their grenades and threw them into the enemy's formation. The throwers were about to take out another grenade from their waists when the enemy's formation was suddenly engulfed in a series of boom, boom explosions. The throwers didn't care. They lit their grenades again and threw them out, then drew the long spears from their backs, preparing to charge. The bandit formation was shattered by more than 20 grenades, which sent flesh and blood flying in all directions. The armored giant, who was at the front of the formation, had been blown to pieces. After the explosions, the only sound everyone could hear was a loud buzzing. Xiao Jian shouted, "Charge! Kill! Kill!" But no one could hear him. He couldn't even hear himself clearly, so he swung his broadsword forward. The core members around him, Fugue, Luingjia, the leopard, and Goer, charged past the shield soldiers and into the bandits' formation. That's when everyone else realized that they needed to charge. A swarm of men rushed forward. The battle ended quickly. The 20 or so grenades killed most of the bandits. Those who had not been killed were stunned, and by the time the men charged, they hadn't had the chance to react. The overseer and the manager of the ironworks were dragged over by Goer. The manager immediately fell to his knees the moment he saw Xiao Jian. He cried, "Young master, these murderers took my son. I was forced to join them. I was in such a hurry after the old master passed away, and I had no idea young master was well. If I had known you were all right, I would have followed you even if it meant abandoning my family." Xiao Jian stared at the manager, Manager Zhang, who had always been the manager of the ironworks, and someone who he had often seen at the manor. He had been one of his father's trusted men. Xiao Jian was hesitant about what to do with him. What he said was true. After the fall of the Xiao family manor and the death of his father, with his whereabouts unknown, and his wife and children taken hostage by the bandits, what else could he have done but join them? Manager Zhang continued to cry while kneeling on the ground. Xiao Jian turned to the two overseers and asked, "Do you two have anything to say?" The two overseers knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "Young master, spare our lives. From now on, we'll be your dogs. Whoever you want us to bite, we'll bite." Manager Zhang, who was kneeling on the side, shouted, "Young master, no. These two are the bandits' confidants. You can't keep them alive." Xiao Jian looked at Goer and said, "Take them away and question them. See if they know anything." Then, he got up and helped Manager Zhang to his feet. Since he had decided not to kill him, he needed to treat him with respect. He didn't have enough manpower, especially people who knew how to manage things. Manager Zhang kowtowed again and said, "Thank you for not killing me, young master. Please allow me to stay. I will never let you down." Xiao Jian nodded and said, "Just do your best from now on. How are your family members?" Manager Zhang fell to his knees again and cried heartbrokenly, "Young master, my son is being held hostage in Lu's village by the bandits. My daughter and her mother have already been killed. They died a terrible death." As he spoke, he banged his head hard on the ground. Xiao Jian could feel the vibrations coming from his feet. Then, he grabbed Xiao Jian's leg and begged, "Please help me get revenge, young master. Get revenge for the old master, for the villagers who died at Xianrenping. I would be willing to die to serve you." His daughter, Xiao Tsue, helped with chores in the manor and was one of Xiao Jian's favorite playmates. He had also seen his son and wife, who were with Manager Zhang. He could imagine the kind of treatment they received after being captured by bandits, especially Xiao Tsue, who had just turned 12. Xiao Jian pulled Manager Zhang to his feet and looked at him with red eyes. "I swear that I will not die a peaceful death until I have avenged this. I will eliminate every last one of these beasts." With Manager Zhang joining their side, the cleanup at the ironworks went smoothly. The seized goods were abundant, especially the 100-plus loads of grain, which made Xiao Jian overjoyed. There were also more than 5,000 pounds of iron ore, mountains of coal and ore, 10 oxen, 2 pigs, 5 piglets, more than 20 chickens, 3 donkeys, 5 goats, and 50 taels of silver. This was a far more efficient way to gain wealth than farming, manufacturing, or trading. When Xiao Jian saw all these things, he felt as if he had stolen them from his own father, since they were there before the bandits came. The bandits hadn't caused widespread destruction after occupying the place. This, along with Manager Zhang's efforts, helped to maintain the existing facilities. There were many old workers at the ironworks. The iron smelting technicians were all former workers, totaling more than 80 people. After the cleanup, Xiao Jian ordered a pig slaughtered, and everyone at the ironworks had a satisfying meal. Xiao Jian, Luingjia, the leopard, Goer, and Manager Zhang sat together to discuss their next course of action. Goer had investigated Manager Zhang while they were cleaning up the ironworks, proving that he was telling the truth. So Xiao Jian brought him into their core group. This was the first time that Manager Zhang had participated in a group discussion. He refused to sit down no matter what, and only after. Everyone persuaded him for a long time. Did he finally sit on the edge of a wooden stool, ready to stand up and take orders at any moment? He must have never spoken to the old master while sitting down. Xiao Jian didn't pay him any more attention. He sat down and said directly, "We've completed the primary objective at 9 Dragon Mountain. What should we do next? Let's first hear your thoughts before deciding on a plan." Manager Zhang was at a loss. The young master was actually asking them, subordinates, for their opinions and to help him develop strategies. This was unheard of. If the old master was still around, he would have beaten the young master to death. Goer said, "Young master, we should immediately begin our reconnaissance of the Shao family manor. I am not familiar with the manor. Can I choose a few intelligent locals from the ironworks workers?" There were many young people at the ironworks who were familiar with the Shao family manor. Goer must have someone he has set his sights on. Xiao Jian nodded and said, "The ironworks will need to continue production. We can't lose our skilled workers. You can choose some from the remaining workers, including the miners from the mine." Goer's scouting team had only 3 members, so he did need to strengthen their ranks. Chapter 79. Expanding the guard and securing the ironworks. The leopard said, "Young master, we need to increase the number of men in our squads too. There are only 30 or so people in the 2 squads now." Xiao Jian turned to Lu Yingjie, wanting to hear his thoughts. Lu Yingjie said, "With our current manpower, it's definitely not enough to defend 9 Dragon Mountain. The ironworks can't start operating yet. Young master, we need a plan for how to arrange these people." Xiao Jian took over the conversation, saying, "The manor can't accommodate so many people either. We should transfer the skilled workers and the older or weaker ones back first, and then add the rest to the guard." The leopard reminded him, "Young master, there are also a lot of miners at the mine. What about them?" Goer said, "We don't need the miners for the time being. I think it would be best to just dismiss them." Lu Yingjie agreed with Goer's suggestion. The bandits will know about 9 Dragon Mountain soon enough. As long as they don't know our origins, dismissing the miners won't affect us much. Xiao Jian said, "Many of these miners have nowhere to go. We can choose to keep those who are willing to follow us, and for those who don't, we can give them some travel money and send them on their way." Seeing Manager Zhang staring blankly and in a daze, Xiao Jian asked him, "Manager Zhang, do you have any thoughts?" Manager Zhang immediately got to his feet and knelt on the ground, saying, "Reporting to young master, this old servant doesn't understand your current situation, so I dare not speak carelessly." Manager Zhang had just joined the team, and there were many things that Xiao Jian hadn't had the chance to tell him yet. Xiao Jian helped him to his feet and briefly introduced the situation at the manor, including the grain cultivation, the production of goods, and his business dealings with merchant who in Shangzhou City. After hearing the introduction, Manager Zhang suddenly knelt down again, but this time, he wasn't kneeling to Xiao Jian, but facing the direction of the Shao family manor. He put his hands together and kowtowed repeatedly, muttering, "The old master can rest in peace. Congratulations, master. Young master is so intelligent and good at managing things. The revival of the Shao family is in sight." Xiao Jian and the others could only stare at him blankly, not trying to pull him up. After Manager Zhang finished kowtowing, he got up and bowed respectfully, saying, "Young master has created such a huge fortune, yet there isn't a single manager. This old servant is willing to take the skilled workers back and take care of some things for you." He was recommending himself to be the manor manager. Zhang Chun and Chen Bihua were already in charge of things at home. If Manager Zhang went back, would there be any conflicts in their management? Letting Zhang Chun continue to manage the saltpeter workshop was a waste of his talent. The family only had farms and workshops, all of which were run on certain established models that did not require much effort. Zhang Chun couldn't be wasted on such trivial matters. Chen Bihua could manage some small matters, but she was not capable of managing the entire family estate. Xiao Jian helped Manager Zhang up and said, "From today on, you are Manager Zhang. After you go back, have Zhang Chun hand over the saltpeter workshop to Chen Bihua, and have him come here as soon as possible." Manager Zhang was about to kneel to receive the order, but Xiao Jian quickly held him up, saying, "The new village in the North Mountain is not like the Shao family manor. There are no servants here, and there's no need for kneeling." Manager Zhang, there's no need to kneel. But he still couldn't hold him up. Manager Zhang insisted on kneeling down before saying, "Thank you for your kindness, young master. When the old master was alive, he was also very kind to us servants, but we can't become arrogant just because our master is kind. Respect for rank is still important." Xiao Jian didn't want to argue with this stubborn old man about kneeling. If he wanted to kneel, he could kneel. It's not like he didn't try to stop him. He turned to the leopard and said, "Leopard Squad, you're in charge of hiding the remaining grain from the ironworks on the spot." He then said to Luingjia's squad, "You will return to the mine and gather and organize the supplies, and find a place to hide them too." He then addressed everyone. 9 Dragon Mountain is our team's hiding place. Manager Zhang will take 30 loads of grain back, and we'll hide the rest here. We'll take all the livestock with us. He said to Fuguei, "You'll take 3 men to escort them back and take the wounded with you. Be careful on the way, and make sure the bandits don't find you." They all stood up at the same time, saluted, and said in a loud voice, "Yes." Their voices powerful and forceful. Manager Zhang bowed respectfully and said slowly, following the young master's orders, his voice heavy and aged. Luingjia, the leopard, and Manager Zhang began selecting men to expand their squads, while Xiao Jian went with a few ironworks technicians to the side of the smelting furnace. The smelting furnace was less than 3 meters tall and less than a meter in diameter, resembling a cylindrical chimney that was narrow at the top and wider at the bottom. There was a platform 2 feet high at the base, on which the cylinder was built. An older technician pointed to the circular opening at the bottom of the cylinder and explained, "Young master, this circular opening is the tapping hole." He then pointed to a ceramic pipe on the side of the tapping hole and said, "This is the blast pipe. The air from the bellows is sent into the furnace through this pipe." On the other side of the tapping hole, there was a small square door, which was much higher and wider than the tapping hole. Before Xiao Jin could ask, the technician said, "This small door is the slag door. After the iron in the ore is melted, it sinks to the bottom of the furnace, and what remains is the non-meltable slag." On the opposite side of the tapping hole, there was a platform built of stones. The platform was level with the furnace and had steps leading up from the ground. Xiao Jin went up the steps to the platform, wanting to look inside the furnace, but the technician stopped him. "Young master, don't look. This furnace has just been extinguished. The charging port is still very hot. Don't burn yourself, young master." Xiao Jin asked, "When smelting, is the iron ore added from this top end?" The technician bowed and said, "Young master is correct. Both the charcoal and the iron ore powder are poured in from here." After inspecting the smelting furnace, Xiao Jin found a rock and sat down, telling the technician, "Explain the entire iron smelting process in detail. Don't leave out any materials or steps." The technician was about to kneel down to answer, but Xiao Jin pointed to a stone and said, "Don't kneel. Sit down and explain it slowly." According to the technician, they first loaded charcoal from the top of the furnace until it was full, then they lit it and blew air in. Only after the furnace temperature reached a certain level did they start adding ore powder. When the charcoal inside the furnace was burned and the charcoal on top fell down, the workers would add a new layer of charcoal on the top and lay a layer of ore powder on top of it. This process continued until the smelting was completed. The smelting process lasted for several days, and the air blowing had to be continuous, so they needed several groups of people taking turns. The technician didn't mention adding any other materials from start to finish, so Xiao Jin asked, "Did you add limestone powder to the ore powder before smelting?" The technician looked puzzled and said, "What is this limestone you were talking about, young master? Before smelting, we just crushed the iron ore and picked out the impurities. We didn't add any other materials." Xiao Jin picked up a piece of iron and looked at it. The iron was porous and mixed with many impurities. No wonder Lai Fu's broadsword was broken by the leather-armored giant with a single blow. The quality of the iron here was too poor. Without improving the smelting process, it was unusable. Chapter 80. Bandits Counterattack 9 Dragon Mountain. Nearby were many stacks of yellow bricks. Xiao Jin walked over, picked up a brick and examined it carefully, asking, "Are these fire bricks? Do you have any more materials for making fire bricks?" The technician immediately answered, "What young master is holding is a fire brick used for building the furnace. The ironworks has the materials for making them." He tapped 2 fire bricks together, causing them to break, which meant that their density and hardness was very low. These fire bricks could withstand a temperature of only 1,200 degrees Celsius. The leopard was in charge of matters at the ironworks. Xiao Jin returned to the mine with Lu Yingjia and Goer that same day. In the mine's warehouse, besides the various tools, there was slightly more grain than at the ironworks. It seemed the bandits valued the ironworks. Adding the grain from both places together, there were about 300 loads. Lu Yingjia opened the cells where the miners were imprisoned. The sight of over 200 miners was heartbreaking. They were all skin and bones, and most of them had no clothes and were naked. Strangely, there were no disabled or sick people among them. They later learned that the bandits didn't keep useless people. Anyone who was injured or sick was thrown into the mass grave. Anyone who couldn't mine was killed. Xiao Jian shivered when he heard this. It was too cruel. They really didn't treat them like humans, not even like livestock. Most of these miners were captured soldiers. Xiao Jian ordered his men to find clothes for them and feed them well for a few days before dismissing them. Most of these people were not locals. Many had families, and those who wanted to leave were given 20 pounds of grain each. The remaining 120-odd people either lived too far away to return home or had nowhere else to go. Xiao Jian simply mixed the 50-odd people from the ironworks with these people and created a third squad and a direct subordinate platoon. The direct subordinate platoon was divided into 2 sections, each with 16 men, led by Fugui and Laifu. There were 3 squads with more than 60 men each. The first squad was led by Lu Yingjia, the second squad by the Leopard, and the third squad by Zhang Chun. Each squad was divided into sections, each with 10 men, and led by a selected leader. Goer's scout team was expanded to 15 men, divided into 3 sections, each with 5 men. The original veteran scouts served as section leaders, with Goer acting as the leader of the first section. In total, the entire team consisted of more than 250 men. The equipment of the guards was also adjusted. Each person was given 2 short spears, 1 long spear, and 1 broadsword. The shield soldiers were also equipped with a shield, and the grenade throwers were given 5 grenades. The shield soldiers and the grenade throwers were both multi-purpose soldiers. The shield soldiers could drop their shields and become long spear soldiers, or use their broadswords in close combat, or use their short wooden spears as javelins. The grenade throwers could throw grenades and javelins, and they could also serve as long spear soldiers. After the guard was reorganized, they immediately began training. This time, the training focused on the coordination between the shield soldiers and the grenade throwers, followed by practicing grenade throwing, javelin throwing, and spear thrusting. When the bandits in the Shao family manor found out about the attack on the ironworks, they would definitely send men to retake the ironworks. When that time came, they would probably have to fight a hard battle. To quickly improve the fighting power of the guard, the training didn't even stop at night. When Zhang Chun and Fugui returned to Nine Dragon Mountain, they brought more than 400 grenades. Manager Zhang had lived up to their expectations, and the gunpowder workshop had certainly received sufficient manpower. Also returning to the mine were Goer and 2 scouts, who had been monitoring the movements of the Shao family manor. Goer reported that the bandits in the Shao family manor had sent out a 1,000-man team, which was heading towards the mine, and had already reached the top of Nine Dragon Mountain, and would reach the vicinity of the mine in 4 hours. Of the remaining 3,000-odd bandits in the Shao family manor, they had sent out more than 1,000 to Nine Dragon Mountain, leaving more than 2,000 people in the manor. Xiao Jian looked at Goer and asked, "Your scout team should be the most familiar with this area. Where do you think is the best place to ambush these bandits?" Goer answered without thinking, "Of course, at the one-line sky. As long as the bandits enter the one-line sky, we can block both ends and throw grenades from the mountains, killing them all." Lu Yingjia had a different opinion. The one-line sky is only a little over 10 feet wide in the narrowest part. In the open areas, it is hundreds of feet wide. Throwing grenades from the mountains on both sides would have limited effect. If we attack head-on, it would be a very dangerous area, and we would easily suffer losses, especially since they outnumber us more than 4 to 1. Zhang Chun wasn't very familiar with Nine Dragon Mountain. He asked, "Is the one-line sky that you're talking about the canyon about 10 kilometers away? Are there other roads that bypass the one-line sky?" Goer answered, "There is only one road from Dumb Wind Pass to One-Line Sky. There is a small path outside of it that leads to the back of the mine, but it is further away, and there are many dangerous areas along that road too." Zhang Chun thought for a moment, and looked at Goer and asked, "Goer, how much grain are they carrying?" Goer's eyes lit up. "That's right. They only brought 5 donkeys." Zhang Chun nodded and asked, "From One-Line Sky to Dumb Wind Pass, is there a source of drinkable water?" Goer excitedly said, "No. When our scout team ran out of water, we looked for a long time and couldn't find a water source." The first sniper position in One-Line Sky was built in a narrow area that was only a little more than 10 feet wide. The narrow area was several hundred meters away from an open area. It was originally a wide, open road, but it narrowed to just over 10 feet wide at this point, like a funnel. The sniper fortifications were simple, a wooden wall built with tree trunks, spanning the narrow path. There were various craftsmen and tools in their ranks, and the fortification was completed in just 2 hours. Xiao Jian and the leopard walked from the steps behind the fortification to the platform on top of the wooden wall. In front of the platform was a breastwork, and in the breastwork, There were holes for long spears to be thrust out. Looking down from the breastwork, the wooden wall was over 10 feet high. It wouldn't be easy to climb up without using tools. Just as Xiao Jian and the leopard were about to walk down from the wooden wall, a scout ran from the north side of the canyon. After arriving at the bottom of the wooden wall, he looked up and reported, "The bandits' 100-man advance team is about 4 miles away and is estimated to arrive here in the time it takes to burn an incense stick." After speaking, he saluted Xiao Jian with a cupped fist and turned around to run back the way he came. The units of time in this era were too rough, and the units of length were a mess. He had to standardize them when he had the chance, especially for the scouts. He needed to use more precise units. The time it takes to burn an incense stick was about half an hour. On the platform of the wooden wall, the first sniper section was ready for action. The setting sun to the west was like a ball of fire. The clothes on their bodies weren't dry anywhere, sticking to their skin, making them feel uncomfortable all over. The leopard unbuttoned his shirt and fanned himself a few times, saying, "This cursed place doesn't have a single breath of wind. It's like being inside an oven." As he spoke, he took out a bamboo tube and took a few loud gulps of water, saying, "Young master, should we go down and wait in a shady place instead?" Xiao Jian was also feeling hot and uncomfortable. He nodded, walked down from the wall, and said, "Let the men who are building the fortifications know to build a sunshade, so everyone has a place to rest."